Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Let Us Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was in Zombie Apocalypse. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Thank you Wasa for that information on Midnight's latest scandal, Machigi thanked, setting down a stack of papers next to him. No problem Machigi. The screen showed Yuasa waving goodbye to the camera before it quickly cuts back to the main station. Now on to recent developments in Musutafu. Local heroes have been reported with quirk malfunctions and even some having to take a temporary leave because of this. I know, even resident hero, Death Arms, is having some difficulty and has been reported to have had an episode of rage, injuring 7 civilians and almost bringing down an office building by punching it. What do you think of all this Muchai? Machigi asked, turning slightly in his chair to get a better look at his co-host. The camera panned over to the man in question as lifted a hand to his chin. My bet goes to the stress of the job that caused this to happen. I've also heard people claim it may even be the Hero Commission who is trying to sell a story about something going on with our heroes just so all of them can sit down on the asses and not have to work. Or to just indulge the conspiracy theorists out there. Maybe it's quirk singularity. What do you think Machigi? Honestly Muchai, I think there is nothing really to worry about. In a world full of quirks, heroes, and villains this is honestly nothing. If it's truly the heroes being lazy then they better get up and go kick some villain ass. You do make a good point Machigi. Of course I do. Now on to other news. Today Pro Hero Mount Lady debuted. 19 months later. Beep. Hey, is this thing on? He fumbled with the camera, trying to focus it and proceeded to prop it up against the ledge. Seeing that the camera was steady, he sat down in his position on the roof and looked directly into the camera blank face. Hello, my name is Izuku Midoriya. I'm 16 years old, and it's day 221 since the world went to hell. Not all men are created equal. It's been a lesson drilled into his head since that doctor's visit. But it's always been a prominent feature in mankind's history. Black slaves to white men, the riots for queer people, women's rights. At one point in time, these were all things making mankind diverse but divided, such as differences in power. At another point in time, quirked and quirkless made people divided as well. Now it's the infected versus the survivors. He started to chuckle dryly while slowly turning his gaze up to the sky. Well, that was one way to start off a recording. I promise I'm not always that pessimistic about things, but I only did it for dramatic effect. To emphasize his point, he did jazz hands while smiling slightly. Today is November 14th, 22XX, and as I said earlier, it's been about 221 days since the apocalypse started. I currently reside in Musutafu, which is where the outbreak of the Vafram virus first started. I've had no outside contact with anyone since everything went down. But I still keep trying. He smiles brightly at the camera, hoping it makes his very minuscule hope come across. As of right now, I live with my adopted sister in the wealthier part of the city, and we are doing pretty decently on rations and water if I do say so myself. Turns out the house we raided a few months back belonged to some paranoid couple who believed in the doomsday theory, so they just had tons of non-perishable foods, jugs of water, and generators stocked up in their basement. About a week ago I think, I tried breaking through the walls. Let's just say it did not work out well, and it led to me having to do lots of cardio. He took a second to reminisce at the fairly fresh memory of him running from a group of infected and almost tripping on a water bottle. In all honesty, I didn't really think this recording through very well, so I don't really know what I'm doing. It was kinda a spur-of-the-moment decision to do this, so I had no plan going into this. Well, I guess I'll record another one of these another day when or if something big happens. He went to turn the camera off but paused, remembering something. Oh, one more thing. I just want to say that if you find this, please don't give up hope just yet. I'm working on something, and if I succeed I may just save society. He gets up from where he was sitting and gives a quick thumbs up for the camera before the finish button and turning it off. After finishing the recording, Izuku climbed off the roof and silently landed on a patch of grass in the backyard instead of the concrete that was right beside it. He had long since learned to silence his falls, but it never hurt to land on some nice soft grass. He closed the camcorder and put it into his satchel that he was wearing. He had finally found a memory card for the camcorder after about a month of searching houses, and of course he was no vlogger, but he wanted to document what little he had going on in his life. Izuku opened the back door to the house and slid into the kitchen, locking the door behind him. He made his way over to the stove and checked on the oatmeal he had first started preparing before going outside. Seeing it was ready, he turned to his side and opened up one of the wooden cabinets on the wall containing the Tupperware. He quickly found 2 clean enough bowls to serve the oatmeal in and placed them down on the counter. Izuku then grabbed the pot and poured its contents into the 2 bowls. On his way out of the kitchen, he grabbed a cup of applesauce, knowing that a special someone would most likely want it when she went to eat. When Izuku got to the dining room, he set the bowls down in front of the 2 empty chairs and placed the applesauce down with them. Okay, now that's all done, he murmured to himself before cupping his hands and yelled in the general direction of the stairs. Princess, it's time to eat. Come on downstairs and get your food. After a few seconds with no response, he decided to call again but with a different approach. Well, if someone isn't going to come down here, then I guess I'll have to eat this applesauce all by myself. This time he heard small quick footsteps racing down the stairs and he smiled to himself hearing the rapid panting noises he heard coming towards him. When a head of grayish-blue hair popped into his view, he finally began to eat his food. Where is the applesauce? Eri practically shouted, rushing into the room and plopping in her seat. Izuku could tell she had just woken up just from the looks of her bed head and disheveled pajamas, even though she should have already been up since it had already passed 10 in the morning. Good morning to you too, Eri, he greeted before stuffing his face full of oatmeal. Good morning, Izunai. Sorry, I kinda overslept because I stayed up late last night drawing. She quickly rambled before finding the cup of applesauce. With her plate now complete, she began to dig in and eat as if it was her last meal on Earth. Slow down, Eri. The food isn't going anywhere anytime soon. He chuckled at the reddening in her face before continuing. And you don't have to say sorry, I was just teasing. I can't even be talking honestly. When I was your age, I used to stay up really late watching a certain All Might video on repeat for hours. Eri hid her giggles by putting another chopstick full of oatmeal in her mouth. So how are your drawings going? He asked. Brightening up at the topic, she started rambling on about her newest artworks at a speed that would put Izuku's own muttering storms to shame. The bits he did catch were her informing him of 2 new paintings she did, which were a water painting of a unicorn and a drawing of her and Izuku in the woods. I'm also working on another drawing of an apple, she eagerly exclaimed, taking and swallowing more applesauce and leaving little time to actually breathe. I can't wait to see it. On another note, I need to go on another supply run to get more fuel and tools. While I'm out, I can get you some more art supplies if you want. I'm just going to go out on a whim and say with all your recent projects you've been doing that you're probably running low on supplies. Izunai, can I please go on the supply run with you this time? She exaggerated the please with a little pout lip in hopes of it helping her case. I've gotten bigger since the last time I asked, and you're even teaching me how to fight and move silently like a ninja. She was pulling out all the stops, even adding in her classic puppy dog eyes for sympathy points. Eri, we've had this discussion before. You are only 7, and it's extremely dangerous out there. Even I struggle against the hordes and I'm twice the size of you. This conversation had been had multiple times over the past months, and each time Izuku would say no to her request with hopes of deterring her. Sadly, just like her brother, she was stubborn to no end. Pretty please, I pinky promise I'll be super duper careful. It doesn't even have to be a faraway run. I just want to leave the house and help you instead of just sitting here and doing nothing. She sank down into her chair and frowned at the table, knowing that the whole time they've been together, all she's had done for them was sit and enjoy herself in the comfort of their home. Izuku sat for a minute and pondered what he should do. On one hand, he knew how it felt to feel like a burden to others, knowing firsthand because he had lived his life quirkless in a quirked society where your quirk determines your worth. On the other hand, he knew it was extremely dangerous out there and a quick decision could mean the difference between life and death. They ate in silence for a few minutes, and during that time, Izuku had come to a decision, even if it's not one he particularly liked. Here, I'll make you a deal. She perked up a little bit with it not being an automatic no. I'm not going to let you go on a run today, but if by your 8th birthday next month I deem you capable enough, I'll take you on a short run near the edge of the city. Really? Eri asks with tears beginning to prick at her eyes. Really. But only if I deem you ready though, Izuku assured her while also using his fingers to wipe away the tears that had started to form around her eyes. She crashed into him and sent both of them falling to the floor. The older of the two laughing and the younger crying happy tears. Thank you so much, Izunai. She choked out through her tears. It's nothing, princess, but let's finish eating before the food gets cold. After drying all their tears and finishing breakfast, Izuku grabbed his baseball bat and satchel with everything he needed in it and starts to head out the door. Eri, you know the rules. He knows she knows them by heart, but it's always comforting to hear her say them. Don't open the door or windows. If I hear something that doesn't sound like you, run into the basement, lock the door and grab the gun. And if you're not back by dusk, turn off all the lights and stay quiet. Good job. I shouldn't be gone too long, but stay safe and remember those rules. He pulled her into a quick hug and kissed her forehead before heading out. You stay safe too, Izunai. Don't make any dumb choices and remember that self-preservation instincts are there for a reason. That last comment got a snort out of him, and as he locked the front door, he began his trek towards the main city of Musutafu. After closing the door to his house, he began his trek to the main city. Walking down the now empty neighborhood, Izuku was reminded of just how devoid of life the city truly was now. Only a few months ago, kids rode their bikes with their friends while their parents discussed daily life and upcoming events. A normal life, as one may call it. That had been something he'd never truly experienced even when the world was normal. Now as he passed the long abandoned houses, he saw grass long overdue to be cut. Some houses' doors were in bits and splinters on the ground. Some windows had wooden planks along the front of them, and even a few yards could be found with bikes littering the grass. There were also parts that Izuku instinctively drew his eye away from, like the dark reddish-brown stains that still were on the pavement even after all this time, or the occasional stuffed animal that seemed to be ripped apart by something or someone gone savage. Everything just painted a picture of true panic that most people living here were in to escape. Izuku jumped the fence that surrounded the gated community with practiced ease, continuing on his way to the cityscape. It was pure luck that he and Eri stumbled upon this place. It was even luckier that there were barely any infected inside, judging from the lack of cars and all-around deserted look of the exteriors of the houses. Most citizens probably evacuated before the city went into full chaos. Once the main part of the city was in view, he slowed his pace. He kept to the sides of buildings, only leaving the comfort of the alleyways when he'd hit a dead end or if there were some stragglers that could cause problems. The distant groans and shrieks from the infected could be heard from where he was, but he tried to ignore the noise like he usually did. He reached a decent height building and began to scale the side of it. He gripped the window sills with white knuckles as he made his way up, still scared even after months of doing it. Yeah, he technically could use the fire escapes, but they tended to creak and wail under his weight, so he just climbed the buildings instead. After climbing up carefully, he reached the top of the building and gripped the ledge. He used what little upper body strength he had to pull himself up. Once he was fully on the roof, he brushed himself off and looked around him. The cityscape was, admittedly, a beautiful one, Izuku thought to himself. Despite how overgrown everything was, along with the constant smell of death lingering in the air, he still enjoyed the view. Rooftops had always been a peaceful place where he could enjoy himself, even after the incident with All Might. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair while he also double-checked his backpack to make sure everything was there and accounted for before he secured it tightly. Seeing that everything was good to go, he took a deep breath and ran across to the other side of the roof and promptly jumped off said roof and landed on the building next to it. He continued to travel the city on the rooftops to avoid the hordes and stragglers. Jumping from roof to roof felt freeing and almost made him feel like a kid again. Almost. He learned the hard way that traveling on the streets was not the way to go about the apocalypse, especially when you have infected people who have a specific diet of humans. It's why he now has a scar along his side and back. He passed a couple of stragglers on the way to the general store, but they seemed rather preoccupied chasing a cat who was screeching as it ran away, so he kept moving. Of course, he was still on edge, but he was always on edge and paranoid. As he approached the general store, he decided to take a short break and stopped on the building across from it. He didn't have a time limit per se to get back to the house, but he just needed to get back before dark. He could afford to take a short little break. As he took a swig of water from his water bottle, he finally took the time to get a good look at his surroundings. In front of the store, a group of infected were standing around and loitering. During the day, infected people don't actively seek to spread the virus. They only become hostile when provoked or when they hear something too loud. This leads to hordes just standing and wandering in a general area until something gets their attention. Honestly, it was a pain in the ass, especially when he needed to get into a store they are standing in front of. Izuku took a closer look at the horde and analyzed them to see the best way to approach the situation. He could see 2 infected with lethal wounds, so out of all of them, they'll be the slowest because the virus is more so trying to keep the host alive than go find a new one to spread to. Standing beside the 2 were 9 normal infected, which would be a pain to deal with but not impossible. As he was about to climb down the building, he noticed a smaller body come out from behind one of the taller ones. By the height, he could guess they were around Eri's age, possibly even younger. For him, it always was hard to see kids infected because he knew that they never truly got to experience life and had it ripped from them at such a young age. He didn't like to kill the infected because deep down he thinks that maybe, just maybe, if he can get Project Hope right, then he could help. As it was now, he needed to prioritize himself because he has his own family to look after and he will do what it takes to get back to her. He noticed a back alley, one smaller than the usual ones that it almost made it look like it wasn't even there. Following the route the alley took, it seemed to lead to another entrance in the back of the store. Knowing full on well that a frontal attack would be plain stupid if there was another way, he decided to just take plan B and leave the horde alone. Carefully making his way down the side of the building, he tried to muffle his labored breaths. He gripped the gutter of the building, sliding the rest of the way down with a small huff of air leaving him when he hit the ground. As soon as he was sure that the horde wasn't looking at him, he made a run for the alley. Once he made it into the entrance without attracting too much attention, he let go of a breath he didn't even know he was holding. He walked down the narrow path and made a turn that led him face to face with a back entrance. Reaching for the handle, he did a quick prayer to any god that was still there that the door would be unlocked and wouldn't squeak. When the door opened without a sound, he did a quick little fist pump into the air and made his way inside. Honestly, he was starting to wonder how much more luck he would have before it eventually runs out. Entering the store, he checked his surroundings for any signs of movement before slowly creeping in. He grabbed his flashlight out of his backpack and flipped the switch, illuminating the room in a bright yellow light. Acknowledging the dusty couches and cracked TV, Izuku realized he was probably in the break room of the store. As soon as he made that revelation, he almost immediately smelled something reeking of death. He chose to ignore that for that moment because he preferred not to lose his lunch to whatever was causing that smell. After searching the break room thoroughly, he walked through an open door into the main store area. If he had to describe the state of the store, it would probably be, for lack of a better word, chaotic. A majority of the shelves were knocked over and the entire place looked like it had been ransacked. There were patches of dried blood staining the walls and floors, presumably where people were attacked in the initial outbreak. He honestly would have been better off going to the store he usually went to, but leave it to him to want to change things up for once. He walked the length of the store until he got to the aisle labeled Art and Crafts. Turning, he was pleasantly surprised that the aisle actually looked presentable and barely touched, with most of the supplies still in its rightful spot. As he continued down the aisle, he grabbed new markers, paintbrushes, and paints for Uri. Soon he reached the end and decided to head to the book section of the store. When he reached the book section, his eyes traveled to the nonfiction section in which the books he needed were located. He scanned the books and pulled out a book labeled Quirks and Genetics. He checked the back of the book to make sure this was the one he was looking for, and once he was sure, he placed it in his backpack. He also grabbed a book on virology before heading for the exit. As Izuku made his way back to the break room, he paused when he saw a very familiar-looking action figure laying on a shelf in the toy aisle. You can't really blame him for stopping. Even during the apocalypse, he was still All Might's #1 fan. Plus, it's a limited edition All Might action figure with the legend in his Silver Age costume. It even said his iconic catchphrase of "I am here" when you shook it. Slowly walking up to the doll, he reached out and handled it with such care it was almost like he was handling his own child. He examined it and found it in a decent condition and smiled to himself, knowing that he's probably the only person alive with this collectible. A little morbid, but most likely true. He placed it gently into his backpack and continued on the way to the exit. All seemed to be going well until a phrase that used to bring peace to his heart suddenly left a pit in his stomach. I am here. I am here. I am here. Izuku frantically opened his backpack and yanked out the figure with wide, panicked eyes that also held a hint of betrayal at the smiling face. Acting pure on instinct, he threw it as hard as he could to the other side of the store, forgetting the tender care he held towards it mere moments ago. He could already hear the infected group breaking the front windows to get in and investigate the noise. Ain't that phrase ironic now? His mind supplied as he desperately tried to sneak out of the building. As he turned a corner, he saw an infected wandering down the aisle. He pressed his back against the wall and put a hand to his mouth to muffle his breath. Slowing his breathing, he cautiously moved away from the area and crept along another wall. As he saw the open door he came in from, he let out a silent whoop. Apparently, he hadn't been as quiet as he thought because he heard the group hurrying towards him. They weren't too fast, but he still didn't want to stick around. He booked it out the back entrance, locking the door behind him. He scaled a nearby building and climbed to the roof, taking a deep breath and slowing his heart rate after all the adrenaline had left him. Looking at his watch, it read it was only noon, so he still had a good amount of time left in the day to complete his last errand. He glanced at the store he had just come from and saw the horde slowly making their way out the front and loitering again as if nothing happened. He took a good drink of water before continuing on his way to his next destination, hoping that it'll be quick so he can just get home and take a nap. As Izuku slowed down, his exhaustion washed over him like a bucket of cold water. He had been leaping across rooftops for a good 25 minutes with little breaks to no breaks, not wanting to have to deal with any more infected people. Looking around from his position on top of a small office building, he examined the area thoroughly, making sure he was actually alone this time. He had purposely chosen this specific gas station because it was on the outskirts of the city where there would be a lower chance he would run into any trouble. He also chose it because of the drugstore next door that had these dark chocolate bars he loved to no end. With no infected people in sight, he scrambled down the building using window ledges as his means down until he landed on the ground on his butt. He got up and regained his bearings, wiping dirt from his pants. He then cautiously walked up to the gas station, still wary of the chance that his luck had finally run out. He made his way up to the gasoline pumps while avoiding the abandoned cars scattered all around to see which one had the most fuel. Finding one in the second row of pumps, he proceeded to look in his bag until he found the empty milk jug he had brought. Then he grabbed the stolen credit card out of his pocket and swiped the card and selected the type of gas. He internally thanked the Yaoyorozu family, whoever they were, for being rich and lending him the card. Not like they'll need it. If they're still alive, of course. He murmured under his breath as he heard the machine start to slowly fill the jug up. If it kept filling at its current pace, He realized it could be a hot second until the jug filled up, so he decided to get his guilty pleasure at the drugstore. Stepping into the store was like stepping into a horror movie. There was blood splattered everywhere, and at the very back of the store he could barely make out a dead body laying on the ground. Cobwebs filled the corners of the store, and he stifled at the fact that there were possibly spiders crawling all around him. He quickly found and grabbed a handful of dark chocolate bars and stuffed them in his bag. After closing his bag, he looked around to see if he could find anything else he might need, and he saw some batteries on the wall. He grabbed every pack on the display and rushed out of the store as quickly as his legs would take him. He headed towards the jug knowing that it should be full by now. As he walked over towards the gas pump, he felt something crawling up his leg and paused for a second. He slowly turned his gaze to the limb and almost screamed on instinct. Climbing up his leg was a very large huntsman spider who looked very pissed off. He started whimpering and crying out as softly as he could because even though he could take on a decent-sized horde with nothing but a bat and his pure determination, he never did get over his arachnophobia. Now it was back in full force trying to get a shriek out of him. He slowly grabbed his bat out of the holder it was in and wound it back quietly. As the spider approached his torso, he let out a silent battle cry and swung at his stomach trying to get it off. Was it the best idea to hit himself with a bat continuously? No. Was he desperate to get one of the devil's creations off of him and willing to do whatever it takes to do that? Yes, most definitely. As he took a final swing, he finally hit the spider off of him and onto the pavement. He watched as it slowly tried crawling away but eventually flipped itself upside down and died. He stumbled back and wiped the giant tears and sweat from his face after that hard-fought battle. He let out a shaky laugh that was unconsciously louder than it should have been and immediately paled before checking his surroundings for any infected people. Realizing God was not dead and that he had allowed another miracle to grace him, he did a little victory dance swinging his arms around in many circles. It looked like he would get to go home and take a nap without any more problems. Beep, 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 beep. You've got to be effing kidding me. He whipped his head around so fast it almost gave him whiplash and glared at the beeping car. The car in question had a small hole in its window with some glass scattering the floor. He looked between the bat in his hand and the hole in the window and almost cried out in frustration. Why did my luck have to run out then? Of all the effing possible times, he exclaimed, throwing caution to the wind knowing a horde was coming. As if he had said that last part out loud, he heard multiple screams coming from about a block away. He realized he didn't have as much time as he thought and started to panic. Quickly looking in his bag for anything he could use, he found something that could do the trick and quickly formulated a plan. He is so going to kill me for this if I don't die from this ridiculous plan, he thought as he sprinted back inside the drugstore. As he got in, he got to work getting the materials for this ludicrous idea. He grabbed a fire extinguisher off the wall and took off towards the cleaning aisle of the store. Once he got there, he grabbed a bucket and quickly searched the shelves until he found a bottle of iodine and ammonia. He put the items into the bucket and rushed to get to the front counter. Setting everything down when he got there, he took a deep breath before getting to work on his masterpiece. He took out a container from his bag and placed it on the counter. And then he grabbed a towel from the side pocket and set it inside the bucket. After that, he opened both the bottles he had grabbed and poured them into the bucket while guessing on the measurements he needed for each liquid. After opening and checking the container to make sure it was empty, he grabbed the towel full of his concoction and stuffed it inside. He then grabbed the fire extinguisher and attached it to the container, making sure it had a nice, snug fit. Izuku heard the horde approaching, and when he looked down the street and saw one of the biggest hordes he had ever seen, he let a single tear run down his cheek as the rest of his energy left him because of the bullshit the universe had just pulled. He rushed out of the store and got into a ready position on the street. If this didn't work, all he could do was run as fast as he could until he ditched them, which may take hours if the numbers were anything to go by. He really hoped this plan would work. As soon as the front of the horde got a glimpse of him, they started to rush forward, screaming and screeching like he had personally offended them. Doing one more prayer and mentally sticking the middle finger up to God, he prepared for what was to come. He fired off the extinguisher, launching the container right into the middle of the horde. Almost immediately as it hit one of them, a giant explosion occurred and blasted everything in range, including Izuku himself, back. The explosion caused most of the infected to die immediately, but the ones who hadn't died were either on the ground struggling or walking around on fire. Taking that as his cue to leave, Izuku bolted in the opposite direction towards a decent-sized building. He scampered up with astounding speed as adrenaline coursed through his body. As he jumped from roof to roof, he could only hear screeching as background noise to his rapidly beating heart. It was around 4 p.m. when he finally got home, and the sun was already setting. With his body on autopilot, he grabbed the key from under the mat and unlocked the front door. He trudged his way into the house, almost forgetting to take off his shoes in his exhaustion. "Izunai, is that you?" Iri called out from the kitchen. Instead of responding, Izuku just grunted in response and threw his backpack onto the living room couch and headed for the kitchen. In the kitchen, Eri was working on some of her drawings and drinking a glass of water. She glanced up and took one look at Izuku before breaking out in giggles while shaking her head to herself. "Izu, now you look horrible," she remarked as she tried to hold in any more giggles from escaping. "Thank you, Eri, for that observation," he deadpanned, totally done with life after his long day. "There is some leftover ramen from last night that you can eat for dinner. I got you new art supplies while I was out, so if you need it, it's in my backpack, which is on the couch somewhere." He paused what he was saying as a yawn escaped his mouth. "I'm going to bed, so could you handle nighttime prep tonight?" Eri nodded and got up from her seat and gave Izuku a quick hug. "Okay, Izu, now you can count on me. But tomorrow, can you tell me what happened while you were out there to make you this tired? You usually come home with tons of energy to spare." "Sure, my little princess, but until then I'll be in my room questioning God's choices." He gave her a quick kiss on the forehead before heading up the stairs to his room. As soon as he closed the door to his room, he plopped right onto his bed, not even bothering to change out of his clothes. As soon as he got into a comfortable position, he promptly fell right to sleep. December 9th, 22XX. "All right, thank you, Muchai, once again for sharing about the winged hero. Hawk's rise in popularity," Hashiko answered cheerfully as her coworker signed off. The screen transitions into a photo of a local hospital. In other news, tonight we are discussing the recent spike in deaths thanks to the Vafram virus, especially in the epicenter of this epidemic, Musutafu. As of right now, deaths have reached the thousands in Japan and are rapidly climbing daily. Her co-host, Machigi, takes a sip of his coffee before continuing. "Tonight we brought in a special guest to help us get a better understanding of this virus that is terrorizing our nation. So here's Dr. Dokitoru all the way from my island." The camera split screens the screen and shows Dr. Dokitoru as he sets some papers down on the desk in front of him. "Thank you for having me. For those who don't know me, I'm Dr. Dokitoru. I work on I Island and I'm one of the many doctors researching the virus. Let's start this off by giving some background information on the virus. The Vaframentum virus, or Vafram virus for short, first started appearing all the way back in September of this year in Musutafu City. It originally presented itself as something akin to a common cold. Back then it was less serious and didn't raise any eyebrows. The doctor cleared his throat and grabbed a handful of papers, then continued. The virus spread from the city and soon could be found in other regions of Japan. In the following weeks, hundreds of thousands of people checked themselves into a hospital for displaying symptoms. Those symptoms usually included faintness, headaches, and a slight fever. An image of a blonde teenage girl comes across the screen with the name Higeisha Rina written under it. On October 27th, a 17-year-old high school student named Higeisha Rina contracted the virus and checked herself into the local Musutafu hospital. The night of November 5th, 9 days after being admitted, she was found brain dead by hospital staff. The cause of death was confirmed to be the virus. She was the first case of death known from the virus. Dr. Dokitoru sighs and takes on a sorrowful expression. From there, the virus rapidly spread and a wave of death and sickness gripped our country. The doctor finished and the news station was left in a pitiful silence after the seriousness of the virus's nature was shared. Breaking the silence, Hashiko speaks up. "Thank you, doctor, for that. As of right now, the mortality rate of the virus is 39% and rising. Doctors have reported that 64% of all people who are infected with the virus have been seen to experience neurological issues. Almost all people who are infected show symptoms, but a small percent may be asymptomatic." Machigi turns toward the doctor and asks, "Speaking of symptoms, Dr. Dokitoru, what are the known symptoms that present themselves when someone is infected?" "Well, Machigi, people commonly experience headaches, a high fever, hallucinations, and faintness. Along with those symptoms, people infected with the virus have shown a trend of their quirk malfunctioning and not working. If I may ask, does this virus have anything to do with the cases from a few months ago where Pro Hero's quirk started to malfunction and stop working entirely?" Machigi asks after remembering a previous story they covered a few months back. As of right now, there is no conclusive evidence that supports this, but it's possible that those cases were early versions of the virus and what we know as the Vaframentum virus is just a new strain of it. Well, thank you, Dr. Dokitoru, for coming on and spreading awareness about this situation." The screen switches over to the doctor, who bows his head in thanks. "Thank you as well for having me on. And to everyone watching, remember to stay safe. And if you experience any of these symptoms, then please go to a hospital to get tested." "All right, we're going on a break, but next up, Izu, dinner's ready. I made your favorite," Inko called from the kitchen. Izuku paused the news clip that he was playing on his phone and took his earbuds out. Setting his phone down, he responded with a quick confirmation that he was coming before getting up from his bed. He was a little sore from the school day and his new workout routine he had just started, but continued on his way out of his room and towards the kitchen. He didn't want to be a hero anymore, not after that day with All Might on the rooftop, but he still wanted to stay fit and get his exercise in so that he's not trapped in his room all day. His mom had taken quickly to the idea of him working out and was fully supportive of him doing it, even buying him his own weights. Don't get him wrong, he was grateful for the new routine, but doing it after school where he is relentlessly bullied and pushed around would tire anyone out and make them sore. Some kids must have noticed that he wasn't the twig he had been a few months ago and saw the new lean muscles forming because they soon became relentless in their attempts of tearing him down. Izuku walked limped into the kitchen and was immediately met with the aroma of katsudon lingering in the air. He looked towards the dining room table and saw that it was already set, so he made his way over and sat down at his seat and began to dig in. Inko walked into the scene of her son stuffing his face with the katsudon she had made and smiled. "Slow down, Izu, it's not going anywhere." Izuku stopped and looked up from his bowl for the first time since he started eating and looked sheepish after being caught scarfing down his food. Inko sat down and began to eat her food as they sat in a comfortable but dense silence. "So how is school, Izu? Did you learn anything new?" Inko asked, trying to move past the silence that had fallen over them. Izuku tried to hide his grimace at the topic of school being mentioned. Of course she meant well when she brought up the topic, but he'd rather talk about something else. That day had been a particularly rough one with his classmates, with them testing their quirks on him. He had come home with some bad scrapes and cuts, and it was a hassle hiding it from his mom without bringing up any suspicion. "Oh, it was the same old, same old. Nothing really happened. We just revisited the idea of high schools in case someone had changed their mind. I applied to UAS general course instead of the hero course. Being a hero was a silly dream that I kept for too long," he explained, staring down at his bowl with a blank stare. Inko sighed and a frown crossed her face at her son's statement. She never supported him in his dream of being a hero, but not because she didn't think he could do it. No, even though he was quirkless, he had a heart of a true hero and he undoubtedly could get far if he pushed towards his goal. She said sorry to him that day because the world was a cruel place, especially to the quirkless population. It hurt to see her son give up, but all she could do now was support him in whatever he chose to do. "Whatever you choose to do, sweetie, I'll support you," she declared with determination in her voice. Izuku stared for a second considering those words before he let a genuine smile grace his face. A smile Inko hadn't seen in the past few months. In both their eyes were the famous Midoriya tears that threatened to spill at any given moment. "Thanks, Mom. Now enough about me. How is work going?" Izuku said. Inko sighed while she dragged a hand down her face as she got ready to vent about her frustrating day. "Working as a nurse at a hospital during an epidemic makes your job very busy. Thanks to the news, everyone who experiences something as small as a headache comes in thinking they are infected. I get that the virus can be deadly, but when you come in for something as small as a headache after staring at a screen all day, it starts to become ridiculous. Our is always over capacity now. If anything, it's spreading the virus to people who weren't even infected in the first place by being near people who are confirmed. I heard the cases were in the hundreds of thousands now," Izuku said, leaning back in his chair and taking a drink of his tea that had gone mostly unnoticed due to him being focused on the delicacy. That was his mother's katsudon. "Yes, and if it keeps up, then hospitals will be overrun and we won't be able to take in critical patients, not only from the lack of space but also the risk of infection. I wouldn't doubt the government and heroes will start setting up quarantine camps to help slow the spread. It wouldn't be the worst idea they've had, but there would surely be outrage if they did that," Izuku said, finishing up the last of the katsudon. "My coworkers are placing bets on when it." She paused and Izuku looked over to see her scrunching her eyes in apparent pain. He rushed out of his seat, ignoring how the piece of furniture fell to the ground, and moved towards her, kneeling down to be on her level. "Mom, are you okay? Is there something wrong? Do you need help?" "Slow down, sweetie, I'm fine. It's just a little headache. That's all," she stated as she tried getting back up, but failed at every attempt. In true Midoriya fashion, his mother kept refusing his help and continued to be stubborn and tried to get up herself. "How long have you been getting these headaches?" Izuku stood behind her to catch her if she fell as she finally got up. "About a week," she responded slowly, realizing what he was implying. Izuku's breath hitched from the answer and his brain started running on overdrive. He never truly considered the fact that his mom might catch the virus even though she works in the medical field. It was naive of him, of course, but it just never crossed his mind. "Let's bring you to your bedroom, okay? That way you can rest." He put a shoulder around her and tried helping her towards the room despite how she kept insisting he should stay away in case he got infected. "Mom, you've been like this for a week. I'm sure if I could get it I would have already gotten it." She didn't look convinced in the slightest and he let out a defeated sigh. "Fine, okay, you head to bed, Mom, and I'll go get you a glass of water to keep you hydrated." She nodded and started to make her way towards the bedroom, making sure to stay near the wall so she wouldn't lose her balance. He made his way into the kitchen hastily and started to fill a cup with tap water. His thoughts were overtaken by any information he had gathered about the virus, and a muttering storm ensued. His thoughts were interrupted when he heard a crash sound followed by a heavy thump coming from the hallway he had just come from. Immediately, he dropped everything and ran to check on his mom. When he arrived at the hallway, he found his mom lying limply on the floor along with a shattered vase scattered around the floor, presumably where she bumped into it on her way to the floor. He rushed to his mother with tears in his eyes and let out a choked sob when he felt a pulse, albeit a faint one. He checked her for any injuries from the fall, and the only visible injury she had was a deep cut made by the vase shard that was still sticking out of the leg. He contemplated pulling it out, but remembered what his mom said about these types of injuries and how you should keep the foreign object in. Instead, he called an ambulance and he sat in the hallway, waiting for an ambulance to arrive, with his unconscious mom. "I'm sorry, Mom. This is all my fault. I should have noticed you weren't feeling well. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry." Izuku shot up from his spot on his bed in a cold sweat with tears already flooding his eyes. The words from the dream memory played on repeat in his head. "I'm sorry, Mom," he thought as he quickly wiped his tears with his sleeve before laying flat on his back, looking up at the ceiling while still sniffling. It had been a while since he had a memory from before all hell broke loose, and he couldn't say he'd missed them all too much, especially the ones that involved his mother. Those were always tough and the hardest to get past. He unconsciously moved to grab the locket on his neck and fiddled with it between his fingers before flipping it open and glancing at the picture of his mom on the left side of the heart-shaped necklace. Tears started forming again, but this time he made no move to wipe them and let them fall freely onto his cheeks. Soon the few tears turned into silent sobs as he remembered that he would never be able to see his mom again. That moment in the memory had been their last normal moment as a family before everything went downhill. He missed her so much that at times it felt unbearable. After a few more minutes of laying on his bed crying uncontrollably, he was finally able to will himself to stop crying. All tired out from the sobbing and hyperventilating, he made a move to close his eyes and try to fall back to sleep. As soon as his eyes closed, though, he heard a familiar scream and subsequent crying coming from down the hall from Eri's room, and a newfound energy had formed in his body. "Looks like tonight is a rough night for our family," he thought as he ran towards Eri's room. When he entered the room, he found Eri sitting on the corner of her bed against the wall as she cried hysterically. She made no move to acknowledge him, so he figured she was too caught up in her own head to realize his presence. He made his presence known by knocking on the door and slowly approaching her. He then knelt down beside her to talk to her. "Eri, I'm here. Izuku is here, and he's going to protect you." "Okay," Izuku said, keeping his voice at a neutral level to not frighten her any further. She acknowledged his presence for the first time since entering before continuing to breathe rapidly and rock herself back and forth. "Can I hug you, Eri?" he asked, knowing that being touched without expressed permission, especially after nightmares, was a no-go, having experienced the same thing at her age. She didn't even hesitate before launching herself at him while her body racked with sobs. She was breathing way too fast to be healthy, and Izuku knew if it continued she would probably pass out. "Hey, princess, I'm going to need you to copy my breathing, okay? Just follow my chest." He took big exaggerated breaths and felt better when her breathing evened out. "I'm sorry," Eri's tiny voice rasped out, still strained from the screaming and crying she had just done. Izuku's expression turned sad, and he immediately went to reassure her that she was safe and that there was nothing to be sorry for. "If you're ready, you can tell me what your dream was. Only if you want to, though. I'm not forcing you," he said firmly. She looked like she was considering it and opened and closed her mouth for a few minutes trying to find what to say. "This is all my fault. I've killed millions and it's all my fault. I'm the only reason the virus exists in the first place, and because I wasn't strong enough, people died. Millions died. It's my fault that we're alone here. It's my fault that your mom is dead." He paused at the mention of his mother, but Eri hadn't seemed to notice. "It's all my fault, and it would have been better if I never had been born in this world at all." She sobbed as she had lost her composure midway through. She rocked back and forth as the pressure she felt grew stronger and stronger. Izuku's heart broke hearing her words and how she blamed herself for all of this. He knew the feeling of thinking one was a burden, and he would make sure she knew something he never truly understood growing up. "No, Eri, look at me." He lifted her face to gaze up at him, and he steeled his determination. "Please listen. You don't get to talk about yourself like that because you are amazing and the best sister a brother could ask for. I need you to realize this is not your fault. It is not your fault that that horrible man used your blood to do this. You were a child. You still are a child. You shouldn't have to bear responsibility for others' actions, okay? That man was a bad man with bad goals. Whatever he intended to do, the consequences of his actions are his fault, not yours. Don't ever say you wish you were never born because I love you so much, okay, princess? So please never say that. I'm sorry." She finally spoke again in the same whispered tone as before. "You don't have to be sorry, princess, but I just need you to know you're worth something, okay?" "Okay," she said as she yawned. All the crying and expressing emotions had exhausted her, and she was slowly falling back to sleep. "Izuku, can you sing for me?" Eri asked as she laid down on his lap and watched his chest rise and fall. "Sure, my little princess," he asked before recalling a song his mom used to sing to him any time he would blame himself for his quirklessness or he was feeling particularly down. wandering child of the earth. Do you know just how much you're worth? You have walked this path since your birth. You were destined for more. Eri snuggled closer as his warm voice reached her ears. She always loved it when he sang. From their karaoke nights where they sang to their heart's content to the small moments where he sang her to sleep, she always seemed so happy. And if it made her happy, Izuku would keep at it. Feeling her come closer, he smiled and started brushing through her hair with his fingers, trying to make her feel as warm as his mom made him feel. There are those who will tell you you're wrong. They will try to silence your song. But right here is where you belong. So don't search anymore. Izu, is that you? What are you doing up so late? Are you okay? Inko asked groggily, having been woken up by the sound of water running in the kitchen. When she had gone to investigate, she had found her 8-year-old son splashing water on his tear-stained face with eyes still red from whatever he must have been crying about. I'm sorry, Mom, I didn't mean to wake you. I couldn't sleep. Again, tears were continuously dripping onto the floorboards under him as he shook violently, trying to calm himself down. He used his sleeves to try and wipe away the tears and snot from his face, but both kept coming. The nightmares of being a burden to his mom and her abandoning him just like his dad did were far too real for him to want to go back to sleep. Inko took one more glance at Izuku before she sat on the couch and motioned for him to come over and sit down beside her. He scrambled to turn the sink off and moved toward her and sat down. When he sat, he unconsciously moved his head against her arm and leaned into it. She made no move to remove him, but instead brushed through his hair with her fingers, miraculously not getting them caught. Wiping the tears from his eyes with a tissue, she then began to sing, and he felt his body relax and some unknown tension leave. You are the dawn of a new day that's waking. A masterpiece still in the making. The blue in an ocean of gray. You are right where you need to be, poised to inspire and to succeed. You'll look back and you'll realize one day. He trailed off and looked down to find his sister sleeping on his lap. Her face looked peaceful and he wished her happy dreams. A yawn escaped his mouth and his previous exhaustion returned to him. He closed his eyelids knowing that both he and Eri were safe, and now both of them could rest peacefully. Shinsu Hitoshi was, quite frankly, having a bad morning. He had only been able to get about 2 hours of sleep that night, and he had just come off from pulling 2 all-nighters in a row. As of right now, there was no coffee around that could help him at this point. The only thing that could help him now was his Devil's Breath coffee, which had run out about a month into his time at UA. Damn apocalypse. As if his crappy world needed to get any worse. He trudged into the classroom for homeroom, slightly earlier than usual, and beelined straight for his desk. As soon as he reached his desk, he gracelessly plopped into his chair and put his head on his desk, hoping to catch a small nap before everyone else got into the room and ruined the peace. There were only 3 other people in the room, but Hitoshi didn't really mind because they were some of the tame ones out of his class. Jiru sounded like she was humming a pre-Quirk era song he had heard her singing recently. As she hummed, she appeared to be studying her notes for their test in basic first aid with Recovery Girl the next day. Hitoshi made a mental note to study for it that night unless he wanted to get hit with the heroine's cane. Again, Hitoshi lifted his head and looked toward the back of the classroom where Takoyami and Kota seemed to be having a very in-depth debate on whether animals could be considered a part of a cult, and the ethics of using an animal as a mascot for a region while they are at war. Nope. Hitoshi placed his head back on the desk and closed his eyes, praying to any god still out there that he could be knocked unconscious right where he sat. He was intent on pretending he had never heard any of that conversation. He didn't even want to know how that topic even started. Just as he started to finally doze off, it was cut short by the door swinging open and a majority of the class filing in. He internally sighed, realizing he wasn't going to get to sleep in this class. And I totally have a bruise on my side thanks to yesterday's training, Mina said as she entered the classroom. She lifted her shirt to show off a new purple bruise that now decorated her torso. I'm really sorry, Mina. I didn't mean to hit you that hard. Uraraka apologized while bowing her head, slightly embarrassed. Don't worry about it, Chaco. It was totally badass. To sell her remark, she pumped her fist into the air, but all it did for Hitoshi was make him squeeze his eyes shut more. Why did they have to bring their loud noise with them into the classroom? The rest of the class made their way to their respective desks and started talking to their friend groups. Hitoshi felt relief wash over him because the class wasn't actually being as loud as they usually were. He made a move to get comfortable at his desk again so he could at least try falling asleep before Mr. Aizawa came in. Apparently, there was still a god out there, and he did not like him because once again as he was about to doze off, his slumber was interrupted when he felt a hand slap onto his back. Why? What did I do to deserve this? Is this because of the dog incident when I was 7? I apologized to the kid for leaving him when he fell as that rabid dog was chasing us. How was it my fault that he fell ... even though he tripped on my leg ... that I might have stuck out? Maybe I do deserve this. The kid did lose a finger. Hey, Shinsu, did you know the tongue is the strongest muscle in the body? Kaminari smirked as he saw Hitoshi reluctantly raise his head at the perpetrator of his newest headache. What? Wanna wrestle? Kaminari leaned into the point they were only a few inches apart and lifted his eyebrows. The blonde had made sure to say that last line in the most suggestive way possible. Hitoshi could feel the other teen's breath and he realized their lips were really close. He also realized Kaminari's lips looked really soft. Hitoshi moved away so fast that one may assume that he had used it as quirk. Nope. It is too early for me to have gay panic right now and to be thinking of kissing Kaminari, Hitoshi thought as he felt his face heat up. To save himself from his reddening face and the cause of his problems, he slammed his face onto his desk, then groaned after he had done it because it had been slightly too hard. Seriously, Kaminari, it is too early for this, Hitoshi mumbled, rubbing his now sore forehead. Come on, compared to yesterday's pickup line, this one was much better, Denki replied as hopped on the empty desk behind Hitoshi. I didn't even think your pickup lines could go any lower than life without you is like a broken pencil. Pointless, but here you are proving me wrong. While saying the pickup line, he tried to do his best Kaminari impression, even adding a few finger guns at the end. He cringed at the memory and tried to think of ways to permanently banish it from his thoughts. Sleep. Yes, sleep will do the trick. He placed his arms on the table and tried once again to place his forehead there as well. Hey, that one wasn't even that bad. Kaminari used his legs to push Hitoshi's chair. This caused Hitoshi's head to slam into the desk again, causing him even more pain than he was already. He groaned and finally set his head down, flipping Kaminari off at the same time. Yes, it was, Jiru called from her desk. Trust me, I've had to listen to your pickup lines all year and that one was a pretty low point. Kaminari made a face of shock and let some big crocodile tears fall from his eyes so he could be even more dramatic. Betrayed by my two best friends. What a world, what a world. Kaminari wailed as he got up and laid himself on top of Hitoshi. Ugh, get off me, Kaminari, Hitoshi complained, lightly shoving the other teen off of him. I'm too tired to deal with this. Fine. I shall leave you, knowing that I was betrayed and abandoned by the ones I hold closest to my heart. Kaminari slowly moved toward his seat, dragging his feet all the while placing a sad look on his face. To Hitoshi, he looked like a cat that just got kicked off its owner's warm body, which now that he thought about it wasn't too far off from what just happened. The door to the classroom opened to reveal a very tired Aizawa who looked like he hadn't slept in days. That description was how Hitoshi would usually describe the man. But something today made the hero look even more tired and done with life than usual. He was sporting darker eye bags that rivaled Hitoshi's own, and his hair was placed into a half-up, half-down, which Hitoshi knew he only wore when he went to important meetings. When Hitoshi looked at his eyes, he saw that tiredness was not the only thing he had found. Annoyance, irritation, and sadness. That's what he found. Everyone quieted down and quickly returned to their seats, seeing as their teacher had arrived. 5 seconds. Better, but could still use some work. Now I have 2 announcements to make today. Before anyone asks if you have questions about a certain announcement, you can ask after the announcement is made. Understood. Aizawa looked up and saw the nods and the yes senseis, so he placed a stack of papers he had been carrying onto the podium and continued. The first announcement is that starting today, you will start weapons training with both me, Snipe, and some other heroes that specialize in weapons. This specific class will be a joint class held with Class 1B, so don't pick any fights with them. Aizawa's eyes glanced over the students, lingering on Bakugo longer than the others. The boy glared right back at the hero with annoyance at being silently called out. Weapons training. That should be interesting. I've already started working with the capture scarf, but this class should be fairly useful. Hitoshi nodded to himself, thinking about what weapons would best suit his fighting style. Why the F do we need to learn about weapons? We have quirks for a effing reason, Bakugo exclaimed, letting little explosions pop into the air. The class nodded along with Bakugo, also voicing their questions about the class. So they think this class is useless. I honestly shouldn't have expected anything different with kids with such flashy, combative quirks. Since the whole apocalypse thing happened and coming to UA, Hitoshi had been trying not to be so judgy when it came to quirks, but old habits die hard if he were to say so himself. He looked around the classroom to see his classmates and found a couple of them looking awkwardly, with the majority of the class's exclamation. A wave of quiet crossed the class when Aizawa activated his quirk and gave the class an agitated look. Quiet down. This class is to further your usefulness in this world, because not every quirk will be useful outside those walls. Bakugo, your quirk is very powerful, and it would be considered a superheroic quirk to some. Bakugo had a smug look on his face from the praise, and Hitoshi couldn't help but roll his eyes. But your explosions are very loud and carriers hunt by sound. The mood seemed to sober up immediately, and Bakugo's mouth was left hanging open at the implication that his quirk was more of a hindrance than anything else. My quirk doesn't work on carriers either. I've tried, but they don't directly respond to my question. They just scream and groan, so I'm left effectively quirkless against them. Hitoshi spoke up from his desk. Soon 18 sets of eyes all trained on him, and it took everything inside him to keep his impassive, tired look on his face and to not slam his head back onto the desk because of the attention. See, not every quirk is compatible in the apocalypse. Quirks are just tools in your arsenal, and UA wants to make sure you have more than one tool to help you, hence the weapons training, Aizawa said. He glanced over the class's faces and saw a lot of them look like they just had their world flipped. Moving on to the second announcement, seeing as you all look like you don't have any questions. Next month, in December, UA will be sending both Class 1 and Class 1B to different cities on their own. You will be in groups of 4 through 6 people, and these groups may include some people from the other heroics class as well as your own classmate. With your group, you will be sent into your city to gather equipment and tech UA needs as of right now. The class remained silent for a few seconds before erupting into thousands of questions. We get to go on a mission outside of UA without the heroes. How are we being split up into groups? We actually get to do something for once. What are the cities we get to go to? Who decided this was a good idea? That last question was Hitoshi's, and he genuinely wanted an answer. They had been at UA for a couple of months, and so far the most they've done is go on short supply runs just outside of UA. Even then, they've always been accompanied by at least one hero, and none of them have really had to deal with a carrier by themselves. He, like the rest of his classmates, wanted to do something to be helpful, and they have been properly trained, but it just seems a little rash to send first years out on their own into infected cities. Is UA really so desperate for whatever equipment they need that they will send literal children to get it? Hitoshi thought as he felt a grim expression replace his previous impassive one. Aizawa held his hand up, and the class immediately quieted down and waited for the man to continue. I would reprimand you all, but that seemed like a fair response to that information. To answer those questions in order. Yes, you will be going on a mission with your year mates without the heroes. The class started to murmur but quieted down when they received another harsh stare. Over the next month, your classes will increase in difficulty and you will be monitored by the staff. Groups will be decided by how well you've been doing over the month, quirk compatibility in the city you are given, and overall relationship compatibility with others. Hitoshi, as well as a few others, had taken out a notebook to write down the information being given to them. The cities that students will be sent to are Tokyo, Korusan, Jaku, Deka, Fukuoka, Esuwa, and Musutafu. Silence. Absolute silence is what entered the classroom. Everyone seemed to freeze, and it seemed as if everyone had forgotten how to breathe at the mention of the last city's name. It was so quiet that you could drop a pin and the sound would be crystal clear. And no, this must be a logical ruse. UA wouldn't send us there. There can't be anything there that could be worth sending us. It's practically a suicide mission. No one dared to break the silence in the classroom. That was until Yaoyorozu gathered her courage as the class representative and asked what everyone was thinking. Mr. Aizawa, isn't Musutafu the epicenter of the Vafram virus? Isn't it surrounded by concrete walls built by Cementos? Is UA really sending us there? Hitoshi looked up at Aizawa and noticed the mixed expression that was on his face now. The purple-haired teen had grown to know the underground hero over these past few months and was probably one of the best at reading him. At that moment, Hitoshi couldn't read him at all. Finally, Aizawa spoke up. Yes, UA is sending a group of people to Musutafu. There is a very important piece of equipment located at a lab in the city that is crucial we get. I'm not allowed to enclose what that equipment is though. Yes, Musutafu is the epicenter, but we believe most of the carriers have died out over the months. Yes, Cementos and a few others did build a wall around Musutafu, and yes, it still stands. The group going will be given the proper equipment to deal with the wall and get through it. Everyone still remained quiet, even Bakugo having a worryingly, concerningly blank face compared to his usual scowl. Hitoshi didn't know what to think honestly. It was a lot to take in. To answer your question, Shinsu, it was Nezu's idea and the teachers had a vote. It was a close vote, just to let you know. Aizawa gave Hitoshi a look that answered his unasked question on the man's thoughts on all this. Aizawa glanced around the classroom, taking in the looks of horror and shock. I want you all to know that I will make sure you are ready and prepared to go out there. That you will have the right tools in your arsenal to save you and to save others. You can have the rest of the homeroom off so you can digest all of this. I'm going to go talk to Mike about letting you relax at the dorms for your next class. He made his way across the room and left without another word. Well, we actually get to leave UA and be real heroes for others, Zero said, trying to break the silence that had fallen upon the class again. I know, I can't believe it. Hagakure squealed and hopped up and down. Well, Shinsu thinks she is, judging by the bouncing uniform. Hey, Bakubro, are you excited to actually go out of the UA walls? Kirishima asked, turning to look at Bakugo. Of course I am. If I'm going to be the best of the best, then I'll need fieldwork to do that, Bakugo said in response, sounding slightly on edge. Bakugo, aren't you from Musutafu? Denki innocently asked, not having noticed Bakugo's change in mood like everyone else had. Bakugo, from Musutafu. Now that sounds interesting. Hitoshi knew everything started there and it had the worst casualties. So he knew it would be one hell of a story, but probably a very sensitive one as well. F off Dun's face. Yep, definitely a sensitive topic. Best to avoid that unless Hitoshi wanted to die a very quick death. I can't believe they are actually going to send us to Musutafu. Like the Musutafu. That's like a suicide mission to whoever gets it. Yororaka moved her chair to Tsu's desk and leaned against her as she said that. She looked fairly distraught and her girlfriend just ran a hand through her hair to try and calm her down. If the UA staff thinks it's okay, then I guess we must trust their judgment. But I do have my doubts, Ida said calmly, as though he wasn't internally panicking like the rest of them probably were. Hitoshi was honestly so tired at that point, and he just wanted to sleep and let future him worry about all this information. For the 5th time that hour, he rested his head on the desk and tried to get to sleep. He felt his eyelids get heavy and thanked that troublesome God out there that he was finally allowed some rest. His last thoughts before finally letting the darkness consume his vision were of Musutafu and the ruins it had been when the walls went up. I really hope this is some elaborate logical ruse. After homeroom was finished, Aizawa came back into the classroom and informed the class that they would have the rest of the morning off, and that classes will start again after lunch. He told them that if they had any questions or needed him at all, he would be in the warehouse working with some civilians on food storage. Hitoshi honestly didn't mind getting the morning off. Usually he would have used the time to get more sleep, which he so desperately needed. After waking up at the end of homeroom though, he realized that not even a short nap could help him at that point. He would need at least an hour or two to become fully functional. So the break period would ideally be a great time to do just that, except he needed to talk to Aizawa. This whole situation seemed like it came out of left field to Hitoshi. They only just learned how to do proper sutures in their first aid class this month, and now they expect them to go out into the apocalypse by themselves, grab apparently important items, and come back alive. Yay, sure. There had to be another reason Yue was doing this, and he needed to talk to Aizawa to see if he could provide him better insight on the situation. Plus he did say that they could ask him questions if they wanted to. And Hitoshi most definitely planned on exploiting their teacher's softening heart. His classmates, slowly but surely, made their way out of the classroom, not really talking much since Aizawa had come back. He lagged behind and waited till he saw the last person leave before heading towards Aizawa. The man was placing the last of his papers in a folder and grabbing his sleeping bag when Hitoshi finally reached him. "What the hell is going on here, Aizawa?" he said, throwing a soft punch at the man. He and the hero had gotten fairly close over the apocalypse. Hitoshi would even go so far to say that he considered him sort of a pseudo-father and cared for him very much. Too bad he was too cranky and sleep-deprived to actually care for having a filter. Aizawa paused what he was doing and gave him a look. "Good morning to you, Shinsu. I see that you've slept well." Hitoshi ignored the sarcastic comment from the man in favor of continuing. What in the ever-loving hell was Nezu thinking when he came up with the brilliant idea of sending literal children, and let me stress the word children, out into an apocalypse full of practically brain-dead zombies? I knew he was sadistic, but this is a whole nother level of sadism. Aizawa let out a huff air that vaguely resembled a laugh and continued on packing his things. "Trust me, you have not seen the half of the chaos the sadist causes when he's not running the school. Hell, even when he is running the school." He placed the now full folder into his capture scarf and proceeded to walk towards the door. And I honestly don't have the slightest hint on what the rat was thinking when he decided this was a good idea. Hitoshi rolled his eyes. "Bullshit. You have to have some idea of what's happening, even if it's vague." Aizawa sighed and opened the door to the classroom, motioning for Hitoshi to follow along with him. He hurried and grabbed his bag before leaving the classroom along with his teacher. They both fell into silence as they walked down the halls of the school, avoiding other students who were on the way to their next classes. It wasn't a comfortable silence by any means, but neither wanted to talk over the loud students in the halls. As the silence between the two began to drown them, Hitoshi's thoughts swirled in his mind. Why in the world would Nezu do this? There has to be some reasonable explanation. Aizawa was a man of logic and made his decisions based on it as well. He clearly didn't agree to the idea of sending them out there this early in their careers as heroes, but other teachers had. What could Nezu have said to sway their minds? Did they not understand that doing this could cause more people to die, kids to die? They made their way out onto the courtyard and walked along a path that wasn't widely used by others thanks to the overgrown bushes and thread of poison ivy that never got taken care of. The path led them up a hill, giving them a decent view of the rest of campus. Aizawa took a long sigh, and at a second glance Hitoshi finally saw the true exhaustion on the man's face. The apocalypse, as well as his class, had led to the hero getting a few strands of gray hairs on his head that really shouldn't be there considering he was only in his early 30s. "Shinsu," he said seriously, breaking the silence they had fallen into. Hitoshi slowed his pace to match Aizawa's, who had been slowing down. He took a deep breath in and prepared for whatever the man was about to tell him. knowing what that tone of voice would mean. I want you to look around and tell me what you see, Aizawa said, coming to a full stop. That was not what Hitoshi was expecting to hear from him. He gave him a questioning look, only getting a curt nod in return, telling him that he was indeed serious when asked the question. Hitoshi looked around, glancing for anything in particular that stuck out. Well, I see. He smirked when he saw something in his peripheral view. A bunch of loud upperclassmen who should honestly learn to keep it down if they plan on surviving. He looked back at Aizawa and saw that the man had a stoic, deadpan expression. He got the hint that his humor wasn't wanted right then. Fine, I'll be serious. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath in. When he released the air, he opened his eyes and started to attentively look around him. Well, I see a couple of civilians walking with each other near the greenhouse. Near one of the tall trees there's some little kids, around the age of 8, playing on my think tag. Yay tag. Kamui Woods and Mount Lady are over there talking with some second years. I really don't get why you are having me do this, it seems. Aizawa cut him off by walking again. Hitoshi went to catch up and the hero began to talk. When all of this started, Yue was fairly prepared with things to help in the case of an emergency that could hit Japan. That comes from Nezu being a paranoid and a genius quirked rat. We had a couple of spare buildings that weren't training grounds prepared for civilians and had a decent stash of food store. We even had lunch rush to make us food with his quirk. A small smile crept its way onto his face but almost immediately disappeared when he continued. Our preparations were only meant for short-term problems though. Nezu may be smart, but he could have never imagined what would happen to the world. When the initial outbreak came of the third strand of the virus, we all know it was in Musutafu. The government had one of our staff members, cement us as you are very much aware of, build walls around the city hoping to contain it in just that city while scientists hurried to find the source and cure. It seemed like the plan had worked until cases of the strand showed up across the country. The carriers of this strand couldn't be contained, so UA opened its doors to survivors while simultaneously activating the barrier. He paused and looked up at the sky. A lot of the population didn't get the transmission that UA was taking in survivors before the internet stopped work, and a lot of radio channels went dead. Though there were a good number of people who still came through because they had been close by. Hitoshi couldn't help the questioning look that fell onto his face. He knew most of this already. Why bring it up now? Apparently Aizawa caught onto Hitoshi's confusion. The reason I bring all this up now, Shinsu, is because UA wasn't prepared to take this many people over this long amount of time. We lost a lot of heroes, with really useful quirks in the beginning months, including Lunch Rush and Cementos. Resources don't last forever, and we are on our last dregs here. We have Yaorazu now, but she requires fat storages for her quirk to function, and we just don't have enough food for her quirk to be used at its full potential. We are constantly losing heroes out there to the carriers, Shinsu. This isn't a normal fight like the ones heroes used to deal with. There is no villain who caused all this and who can be stopped. There's only a virus that has devastated our world. Hitoshi turned slightly and his face paled. He knew that UA wasn't as prepared for all of this as they made themselves out to be, but for him to be told that they are on their last dregs terrified him. Hitoshi tried to find the words, but nothing in his brain could come up with a reasonable response. I know, was all Aizawa said back. So that's why we are being sent. In all those cities, there's important equipment and probably information UA needs to keep going. And you guys don't have the manpower to send full-fledged pros to get it. So you're sending us. I don't agree with it. You guys are too young to go out there on your own. You could be killed. It's simply not logical. Hitoshi chuckled at the man's argument of it not being logical, even though both of them knew to some degree it made sense. No offense, Aizawa, but even before carriers were around, we could have just as easily been killed during an internship or work study. Aizawa paused for a second, having briefly been reminded of Shirakumo, but pushed the memories to the back of his brain like he did every time he thought of his late best friend. They soon arrived at the warehouse that stored their food supply, and Aizawa turned to Hitoshi. I trust you will be careful with this information. If civilians heard about this, it would cause hysteria and chaos. You're allowed to tell your classmates about all this, but make sure to just keep it in the class. Okay. Hitoshi nodded in understanding and muttered a low okay to his teacher. He turned to walk away but was caught off guard when Aizawa gave him a full-on hug. He was pressed into the man's chest and he could hear the man's heartbeat. It was nice. Hitoshi, I want you to know that I wasn't lying earlier when I told the class that I would do everything I could to make sure you guys survive. As much as you all give me a headache, I do care for you all and I'm proud of how far you've all come. He paused and looked Hitoshi right in the eyes. I'm proud of you, Hitoshi, for how far you have come. Hitoshi felt tears prick at his eyes at not only the use of his first name, but also because of the praise he was given. Aizawa deepened his hug at the sight of his tears. When he realized he was crying on his teacher and soaking his shirt, he could almost immediately feel his face heat up and he was quick to wipe away the tears. Great job, Hitoshi. Now I've embarrassed myself in front of my sorta pseudo-dad and soaked his shirt. After Hitoshi recovered from his embarrassment, they both said their goodbyes, and Aizawa went inside the warehouse to start organizing the civilians for food supply duties. Hitoshi checked his watch and saw that he still had a good hour and a half before lunch, so he decided he would catch another nap before heading to his afternoon classes. He would tell his friends what he had learned from Aizawa after he got his well-deserved slumber. "Yeah, I still wish this was a logical ruse," he thought as he marched back towards 1A's dorms. "G morning, youngins. Welcome to weapon trainin'," Snipe drawled, having used Japanese but a heavy English accent present. "Usually we would start this course here in your second year, but since y'all are heading outside the walls in about a month's time, we decided to get you set up now." In Gym Gamma, both first-year classes quieted down as they heard the hero begin the class. Hitoshi stood with Jiru and Yaoyorozu, who had just been talking about possible weapon choices for the both of them. Aizawa, who had been standing next to the man, spoke up. "If you look around the gym, you will find multiple stations set up for different types of weapons. Each station has a pro who specializes in that type of weapon, and they will help instruct you on how to use a weapon and how not to kill yourself or anyone else." Everyone started to murmur about the training, and Hitoshi could hear Mina talking about how fun this could be, and Hitoshi could just feel it when his quirk disappeared at the activation of Erasure. Had she not learned her lesson from the last time she said that during their quirk assessment tests at the beginning of the school year? The murmuring almost immediately quieted down when everyone saw Aizawa's harsh gaze. "Fun. In a little over a month's time, you will be going outside these walls and out of UAS safety into dangerous city. I'm going to be completely blunt with you since there is no point in lying. Some of you may become seriously injured out there, possibly even die if a situation comes to that point." The mood died down as everyone was reminded of the dangers of the outside world. If you survive depends on how well you pay attention to your classes over the next few weeks, particularly to what I'm about to say. Out there, we aren't there to save you, it's only you guys. So you all will need to work together and build your trust in one another. That means no fighting with each other. He paused and gave a quick glance to Bakugo and Monoma, the two who were notoriously known for instigating fights. "Another thing I brought up with my class this morning, but I want to reiterate. You may have a strong quirk, but that doesn't mean automatic survival. Use your head to analyze the situation on whether your quirk is useful in the situation, and if it's not, come up with something else. Improvise. That's why we are providing this course for you early. Make sure to have flexible thinking out there or you might not make it." Snipe took that moment to speak up once more. "Thank you, Aizawa. I think these youngins here fully understand their situation. Now I want y'all to head to a station y'all want to start working on today. You won't have to stay at that station every day, but you should start thinking of a permanent weapon to add to your costume if you don't have one already." As everyone started heading to different stations with their friend groups, Hitoshi paused, wondering what he should choose. He knew that he didn't have to stay with the type of weapon he chose that day, but he still wanted to get a handle on which one would best benefit him and complement his fighting style. He already had the capture weapon that Aizawa had been training him with. He primarily used it for close-ranged fighting and well capturing, but he was an amateur at best. And even after months of training with it, he still managed to get tangled up. He couldn't rely on the scarf if that kept happening, because getting tangled in it during a fight could be deadly. With only a little over a month left, he couldn't possibly master it enough to feel truly confident in his abilities in it. So if he were to follow that chain of thought, it would be best if he practiced with another close-range weapon to have just in case. But he also didn't have any means to fight in long-range battles and fights. Sure, a close-ranged weapon would be good to have just in case he encountered a carrier, and he couldn't put distance between them, but ideally, it would be best to fight long-range to avoid the risk of getting infected. But learning a long-ranged weapon would probably take more time because he has little to no experience with those types of weapons. If he were to learn a long-ranged weapon, it would take up the whole month to get fully situated with it. Ugh, there's not enough time to learn both, Hitoshi thought as he let his right hand slide down his face. He could already feel a headache approaching because of his little predicament. "Hey Shinsu, how is everything going over here? Have you chosen a weapon?" Denki said as he made his way over to Hitoshi and slung an arm around his shoulder. "It's going pretty crappy over here, honestly. I can't choose whether I want to use a long or short-range weapon, and there's too little time to efficiently learn both. So I'm stuck in a limbo between my choices, and I'm debating on whether I should just choose between the two by doing a nai mini mini mo. Same, I can't really choose between them, and there are so many different weapons. I just passed a station that had actual nunchucks. Real nunchucks. Like, how do they expect us to choose between all of them?" Denki said, leaning into the other boy who just pushed him off him in response. "I honestly expected you to just go towards the swords or something. You seemed pretty interested in them earlier when we first arrived." "Yeah, of course I was. They were literal swords. I totally would have gone with them. But recently I've been thinking about ways to apply my quirk differently than I usually do, and I want to incorporate my quirk with whatever weapon I end up choosing." Like, hear me out. I remember reading this book, and before you say it, yes, I do actually read books. I just only read the ones I find interesting. Anyways, it talked about engineering and wiring and all that crap, and a light bulb went up in my head. What if I use a weapon that conducts electricity? That way I won't just attack everyone in my group when it comes to fighting out there. Denki finished, taking a deep breath, having said a good portion of his rant in one breath in his excitement. Hitoshi could just stare at his vibrating friend in amazement after what he had just said. Hitoshi knew Denki wasn't dumb. The rest of their classmates made him out to be and would joke about it all the time. Sure, Denki could be dense and childish, but he definitely wasn't dumb, and the blonde just proved it. Honestly, Hitoshi wished he could have an effective quirk to incorporate with a weapon. Wow, you sure have put a lot of thought into this. How could you come up with all that? But you still can't figure out how to do a good pickup line, Hitoshi said with a smirk. I don't know, but I blame my ADHD. Also, on an earlier topic, I think you should probably try doing a long-range weapon like a gun or a crossbow. Not only would it help when it comes to range, but you would most definitely look badass doing it. Denki jumped into a pose as if he was about to shoot a gun, and Hitoshi couldn't help the small snort that came out of his mouth. Yeah, sure, I'll give guns a shot. I'm sure you're just suggesting it so you could have a new variety of pickup lines to try. Since we are giving each other advice, you should start out with a close-range weapon. Maybe a quarterstaff or just a plain old regular staff. Once you get one of those down, you could get one made in silver or copper with plastic grips and add them to your costume. First off, stop attacking me and my pickup lines. They are not that bad. Second, good idea about the weapon choice. I'm gonna go over to the quarterstaff section and see if it's a good fit, Denki said as he started jogging towards the station on the other side of the gym, occasionally tripping over his own feet. Thanks, Shinzu. I'll talk to you after class. Hitoshi let himself smile slightly as he walked off to join the students at the gun station. I think that's everybody who's going to join us today. Welcome, youngins. I'm going to be teaching y'all how to properly shoot a gun and how to be safe while doing it, Snipe said with a clap of his hands. Hitoshi stood on a white line along with the 4 other people who had chosen to start with guns that class. Yaoyorozu stood to the left of him, and out of all of them here, she was the one he had actually expected to come to this station. Her quirk, while useful, could only make so much before it began to wear down on her. She couldn't make the big cannons she used to do at the beginning of the school year because of how much fat it took to make them. Making a gun and cartridges of ammo though would limit how much she would have to make while still being effective. To the right of Hitoshi, Uraraka and Sue stood, with the former fidgeting with her fingers waiting to get started. It wasn't too out of the question for both of them to be at this station. If he thought about it, they were kind of in the same boat as him, with their quirk being less effective as they usually would be. Uraraka had a 5-finger activation requirement for her quirk to work, which involved close combat, which also involved the possibility of getting infected. Similarly, Sue could use her tongue to capture the carriers, but they could easily bite her if the circumstance allowed. Finally, standing on the other side of Yaoyorozu, Monoma Nito stood, with his presence exerting a confident and proud aura like usual. To Hitoshi, he was the one he had least expected to come over here, well second to Bakugo, but still. Monoma always went on about how support gear wasn't needed and how his quirk was truly a great one that rivaled even Todoroki's or Bakugo's. Maybe he just didn't want to depend on others when it came down to it. His quirk did require other people to actually work, so if he ended up alone for a brief period of time, he would be rendered effectively quirkless. Now if you look to the right of me, you'll notice that we got a bunch of different types of guns. Today though, we'll only be using a pistol, that way I can see the base skill we're working with. Now does anyone here have any prior experience with a firearm? Yaoyorozu raised her hand and Snipe nodded to himself. It's okay that most of y'all don't have experience. In any case, it's fine since y'all came here to learn and get better. Yaoyorozu, since you have prior experience, I reckon you already know the 4 basic rules to using a firearm. The girl nodded, using her fingers to count them off as she listed them. Yes, I do know. Always keep firearms pointed in a safe direction. Treat all guns as if they are loaded. Keep your finger off the trigger until you are ready to shoot. And always be sure of your target and what is beyond it. She finished rubbing her forearm self-consciously. That's correct. Firearms are not toys to mess around with. They could easily take a life if you ain't careful. You should all know where we as a society stand when it comes to killing the carriers out there. They all nodded, remembering the big debate people had on how to deal with the infected. Since I see you all nodding, you should all know that killing the carriers ain't exactly illegal, but it should only be used as a last resort if anything. We still don't know if there is a cure out there to save them, or if there is still even a them to save. But it's best to not kill potential innocents. Then why offer guns as a potential weapon to learn if we are not aiming to kill them? Sue asked bluntly. The rest of them sent her a look that could be read as seriously. Did you just ask Snipe, the gun hero, why he is teaching them guns? Snipe looked surprisingly thoughtful at the question. That's a good question, and to answer it, Guns can certainly be lethal, but they can also be used to just do damage and incapacitate. There are also different types of guns that could be used that are non-lethal as well. Oh, okay, was the only response Tsu gave to the answer. Now that we got questions out of the way for now, let's get started. Today I'll just be teaching you the different parts and terminology of a gun and also the proper stances and how to handle your firearm. T-minus 23 days until Iri's birthday, 10:35 a.m. Okay, Ria had 4 boxes of 21 balls. She then lost 20 of those balls. How many balls does she have now? Do we have to do this? There's not even school anymore. Why do we have to do math? We could be spending our time doing something actually important, like watching Tangled, or doing extra training. Literally anything other than math. Iri whined as she threw her head back in exasperation. Izuku sighed. Iri, the world might have ended, but that does not mean I'm letting you fall behind on your studies. You were already behind on what most kids knew at your age, so don't come complaining to me that you don't want to do this. Plus, math can be fun and it's very important. But Izunai, it's math. She spit the word out as if it had personally offended her. Honestly, Izuku could emphasize. If he were in her situation, he would have complained too. And math is still work. I do not care if there are actual infected people at our door. You will be doing your work. You might as well stop complaining and just do the problem already. She knew he was telling the truth about the fact that she would be doing work for as long as it would take. Even if there were hordes on their doorstep. It had happened once before and she would rather not repeat that terrifying experience. She knew her getting out of school early was a losing battle from the start. She begrudgingly picked up her pencil and got to work trying to figure out the answer. The scrap piece of paper she had been using for her work that day has been filled to the brim with different types of answers, ranging from simple addition problems to some word problems involving division and subtraction. Izuku was proud of how far the 7-year-old had come in the past months she had been with him. When they had first met, she had barely been able to write and now she could write most of her work in kanji without messing up. I think the answer is. She looked back down at her paper to double-check her answer before nodding to herself. 64. That's correct, Iri. Good job. He flashed her a bright smile before he flipped the page of the math book they were using. We'll do one more problem today and then I'll make us both some lunch. How's that sound? Yeah, no more math. Izuku sent her a deadpan expression and she backtracked, realizing her excitement wasn't mutual. Sounds good to me, Izunai. Oh, and for lunch, can you pretty please make SpaghettiOs? I don't know, Iri. I was just going to, he started before getting cut off. Pretty please. She batted her long eyelashes at him while pouting her lip. Izuku tried to ignore looking at her face, knowing that if he did look, he would no longer be able to keep his resolve. Unfortunately for him, he did manage to get a glimpse of her face and he was immediately melting. He cursed himself and his weakness to her puppy dog eyes. They always got him in the end. He sighed but let a small smile appear on his face. Fine. I was just going to make rice anyway, but I guess I can make us some SpaghettiOs instead. First though, we need to work out this last problem. She nodded and her pencil went right back over the scrap sheet to get ready to write. Okay, on a Friday evening a pizza shop had orders for 4 pepperoni, 97 vegetables, and 335 cheese pizzas. If the 4 cooks working there each made an equal number of pizzas, how many did each cook make? She began to write it out on her paper, her pencil flying as she wrote down the numbers. Her tongue slightly stuck out as she concentrated on the addition part to the problem. When she got to the division part this time, he could tell she was slightly struggling. Her writing had stopped and she was thrumming her fingers on the table. She had her eyebrows furrowed, but she still looked as determined as before. She looked up at him, question not leaving her mouth, but still clear. He moved his chair closer to her and grabbed his own pencil. Okay, I guess we can do this part together. T-minus 19 days until Iri's birthday, 6:28 p.m. I am going to crush you, Izunai. Today's the day I finally beat you and your high score, Iri said, putting in her wireless earbuds. Iri, my dearest sister, my lovely princess. I love you more than anything in this world and normally I would say I believe in you and in your ability, but I also don't like lying to you. So that's why I say this to you now. You are going down. He placed his own set of earbuds into his ears and connected them to the TV so they could both hear the music. Iri got up from where she was sitting on the couch and placed their Nintendo Switch into the console. Both of them watched the TV screen light up and the title Just Dance flash before the opening started going. You know the rules, right, Iri? Both of us get to pick a song and the winner of rock, paper, scissors gets to choose first. Whether it's a duo, solo, or a group song depends on which one of us picks. You obviously win a match if you have the highest score at the end of the dance. And one of us is declared the true winner when either the other is too tired to continue or when we hit 9 songs. If we hit the limit of songs, the person with the most match wins as the overall champion, he said, grabbing his green Joy-Con and tightening it onto his wrist. Yay, Izunai, I know the rules already. Let's get this started. Iri pumped her hand in the air and did a tiny little jump. Izuku nodded, and once he saw she had her white Joy-Con on her wrist, he got into position to do rock, paper, scissors. "Ready, Yuri?" he asked, slightly smirking. "Let's do this," she exclaimed. "Rock, papers, scissors," they said at the same time. Izuku knew he would win rock, paper, scissors. While Yuri thinks it's a game of chance, oh no, he knew that it was truly a high-intensity psychological warfare. Yuri always does scissors on a good day. And when Izuku looked down, he could see her index and middle fingers prying out of her fist to signify that once again she was choosing scissors. When will she ever learn? He thought as got ready to place his hand in a fist for rock. Also, earlier Izuku has walked into her cutting some paper with scissors for her latest art project. From that instance, he knew the probability of her subconsciously choosing scissors was inevitable. "There's no way I could lose," he thought. "Shoot," they both said in sync, doing their respective moves. Izuku was about to start laughing at her mere innocence and naivety, but went comically wide-eyed when he saw what she had ended up playing. "How?" Izuku gasped. Instead of playing scissors like she should have done, she had played paper but with her hand vertical instead of flat. When asked the question of how, all she did was laugh chaotically. "You thought I was going to play scissors, didn't you? Little did you know I knew I would play scissors. I told you, I will win today." Ha ha ha. He gave her a noogie on her head and asked, "How in the world can you be this menace to society one minute and the next the sweetest little thing to ever walk this earth?" All his question received was a shrug and more laughing. "Fine, Yuri, be like that. Sigh, I guess you did win fairly. Just pick the song before I do it for you." "Okay," Yuri said, beaming brightly and innocently once more. She scrolled through the options on the menu until she landed on one of her favorite songs. "Izunai. Let's do this one," she said, pointing excitedly at the screen. "Moves like Jagger. You sure you want to start out with that one? I don't want you losing too early on," Izuku said, crouching down to her level and mocking a concerned face. "Yeah, I'm totally going to beat you," she said before pressing start. They both stepped a few paces away from each other. That way they were out of each other's way. Their earbuds crackled for a moment before the music started. Izuku grabbed a hair clip from the ground quickly to pin his bangs back, and then they waited for the dancer on screen to start moving. On the bottom of the screen, the first move showed up, and so Izuku placed one of his fists in the air, and the other on hip, bopping his head side to side to mimic the character on screen. Along with his head, he popped his body left to right in sync with the beat of the song. He took a glance at his score and saw great and perfect continuously popping up. A smug look made its way onto his face but quickly faded when he saw the same thing appearing on Yuri's score. She, like him, had a proud and smug look on her face and even had the audacity to wink at him when she caught him staring at the score. "Oh, it is on." The score was tied. 4 versus 4. 8 out of 9 songs played. They had both been dancing to their best of their abilities, but after 8 songs it was finally starting to wear on them. Well, that's a lie. It had started to wear on them back at song 6 when Izuku had them dance to Rasputin in hopes of tiring Yuri out. There were so many squats and jumping around in that one that Izuku honestly was close to just forfeiting and letting Yuri win by default. He continued and won that match, but his thighs and knees were already sore and he would most definitely regret this by morning. Now it was Yuri's final turn to pick a song and Izuku was slightly nervous for this one. Today, she has been on her a game trying to beat him. This was the closest game they've had in a while, and the matches she didn't win she was close to winning. Izuku knew he had to dance his heart out on this one so that she wouldn't be able to keep up with him if he wanted to keep his title as Just Dance champion all to himself. Last match, they had danced to new rules and he was still slightly winded from the final dance moves and the combo. When Izuku looked over his shoulder he noticed Yuri looked a little worn out as well. All he could do was hope that for her last song, Yuri would choose an easy one. "You chose Bang, Bang, Bang. What in all might are you doing choosing that song? It's an extreme level dance," he said at his sister. "Are you nervous that I'm going to beat you, Izunai? You tired?" she asked, brushing the thin layer of sweat that was on her forehead but still wearing a smile nonetheless. "What? Be tired and nervous? Of course not. I will be keeping my title of champion," he lied. In all honesty, Izuku was really nervous. He had done the song a handful of times and had barely been able to keep up. Yuri hadn't been any better, possibly worse, so he couldn't help himself from wondering what on earth was she planning. "Well, if you're so confident, why don't we make a deal? If I win, on your next supply trip, you have to get me some of that freeze-dried ice cream from that one store across town." He did not like where this was going. "And if I win," she grinned, "if you win, I'll do nighttime prep for the next 2 weeks. And you get your choice at movie night next time." Izuku knew this was a bad idea, especially since she had been the one to make the deal. The shop that had the freeze-dried ice cream was on the other side of town, and would require him to leave at dawn if he didn't want to be caught outside without sunlight. It was a lot of work just to get some freeze-dried ice cream that only Yuri would even eat. He shouldn't be betting on something like that when the game was so close. So no, he would not be making this deal. But 2 weeks without having to do nighttime prep would be nice. Also, the fact that he would get to choose the next movie at movie night sounded like a dream come true. If he had to watch Tangled or Frozen one more time, he might just cry. After another minute of debating, he stuck his hand out and finally said, "Deal." "Deal," she said, sticking her out and shaking his hand. As Izuku watched the screen show that tiny warrior unicorn had the highest score, all he could do was stare blankly. He at one point must have fallen to his knees because now he was on the ground. For the first time ever, he had lost his title of Just Dance champion and to a 7-year-old of all people. It wasn't even a close match either. 3 had left him in the dust and managed to get to 4 stars in the end while he was at a measly 2. He had been played like a fiddle and he just couldn't believe it. "You practiced this one specifically, didn't you? To make me feel like I could win, just to show off and be spectacular. That's why you made the bet," he mumbled. "Yep, but I'm really sorry for tricking you, Izunai," she said before walking over to him and giving him a big hug. Izuku felt slightly better knowing she felt bad about the whole ordeal and even returned the hug. As she leaned in close to his ear, he thought she was about to apologize once again. He made a move to tell her it's okay, but before he could get any words out, he was quickly interrupted. "Just so you remember, I like the dried ice cream shaped like unicorns, not the nasty ones you got last time that were shaped like dinos," she said with a slight smirk. Izuku sighed and realized his sweet little princess was still a little menace no matter what. T-8 days until Iri's birthday, 3:02 a.m. Izuku had long since tucked Iri in when he had finally made any new developments on his research for Project Hope. He had been studying the virus ever since his mom got sick. It was slow at first, trying to figure out what could possibly be going on and how the Vafram virus could even exist. He didn't make any headway into his research until the 3rd strand developed and the apocalypse officially began. He got to work on making an antidote a little while after he had met Iri, but until now nothing has come of his work. Today he could just feel like it would be different. Izuku went over to his desk, opened the top drawer, and started rummaging around inside. Sorting through the papers and knickknacks, he finally found a small camcorder he had stowed away from his last time in the basement lab. He grabbed the cord connected to the camera and plugged it into his PC. After a little messing around with the settings, he pressed the enter key on the keyboard, which started the recording. "Hello, I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's December 13th, 22XX. I've finally made some progress on Project Hope today. Yes, it's called Project Hope, and yes, I know it's a very creative name, but my sister named it so the name stays," he said to the camcorder. He grabbed his notebook before walking over to the other side of the lab with the camcorder until he stood before something covered by a cloth. He didn't want to waste any time, so he ripped off the cloth, revealing multiple see-through compounds containing mice. "Over here we have multiple quirk-proof clear containers containing infected quirked mice," Izuku mentioned to the camcorder, stepping a little closer to one of the compounds. He zoomed the camera in, and when it finally focused, it revealed a gray hostile mouse clawing at its container trying to escape. The mouse's eyes were fixed with a gloss overlaying them. On its side was a fairly large bite mark that appeared to still be scarring over. Surrounding the bite were multiple black veins that could be seen along the skin heading in the direction of the heart. "I'm sorry, little guy, you shouldn't have to go through this," he muttered. The only sign the mouse even heard him was the fact that it got even more aggressive and was actively trying to bite him. He sighed and stepped away so he could get a larger shot of all the mice with the camcorder. "I'll give some background info on the virus before I start talking about my recent progress. The Vaframentum virus, or the Vafram virus, is a virus that is transmitted through direct contact with the saliva of a host. In fact, the virus is transmitted very similarly to how the rabies virus was spread back when it was around in pre-quirk times. It's most commonly been seen to spread when an infected host bites another individual. Once someone has been bitten, the virus slowly travels to the brain through the blood. As the virus slowly makes its way to the brain, it starts turning the blood a darker shade and the veins turn black. When the virus inevitably reaches the brain, it attacks almost all parts of it except the brainstem and the parietal lobe. These two seem to be left alone, so the virus can essentially control the host and spread to others. From my research, I've found the virus leads to something akin to brain death, with the host's heart rate dropping all the way down to 27 BPM on average. The virus essentially makes the host into a beating heart cadaver. Most organs are still functional, it appears, he finished the while beginning to pace the room. What else? Oh, similarly to the rabies virus, the Vafram virus has a negative response to sunlight. Unlike the rabies virus, though, it won't actually die in the sunlight. Instead, it will just cause the host to have a more sluggish nature. So in the day, it won't actually try and actively spread unless it's provoked. Though at night, the host will actually hunt and try to spread itself to non-infected people. He looked back over at the mice before continuing. It's nighttime right now, so these little guys are a lot more aggressive and hypersensitive to sound than they usually are. He opened up his notebook and flipped through a few pages. Now for the symptoms. Over the course of the pandemic, the virus has mutated multiple times and the symptoms have slightly changed from when it first started showing up. So the symptoms before the host is fully turned are as follows: headaches, hallucinations, black veins, darker blood, and fixed pupils. From the initial time of infection, it takes around 6 minutes 12 hours for someone to become fully turned. But it honestly depends on the person. Oh, also, someone doesn't have to exhibit all symptoms to be infected. Okay, now on to the symptoms for fully turned hosts. The symptoms I know of are fixed pupils with a sort of gloss over them, sensitivity and hypersensitivity to noise, struggle with motor skills in the day, and aggression. Lots and lots of aggression. I honestly have no explanation for this one, but fully infected hosts seem to be able to move even with seemingly lethal wounds. The only permanent way to kill a host is to lethally injure the head, more specifically the brain. He took a deep breath after finishing the background information. Setting his notebook down, he took a seat in one of the stools nearby. I guess the one big thing I didn't cover is the other thing the virus does. He sighed and let a hand run through his messy curls. The Vafram virus doesn't just attack the brain. It attacks the quirk factor as well. It's one of the biggest differences compared to regular viruses. While the virus travels to the brain, it also goes on to a deeper level and basically destroys the quirk itself. From what I could gather from Miri over these past months, she was once being held by the villain named Overhaul, otherwise known as Chisaki Kai. He had apparently thought that quirks were some sorts of disease and that everyone needed to be cleansed of them. So what does he do? He makes a quirk-erasing virus made from a little girl's blood and spreads it throughout the country. He barked out a laugh at the mere irony of his last statement. The mice began to fight their containment again, so he looked over at the mice and gave a sheepish look and mouthed a sorry. He moved back over to his desk and grabbed 5 different vials that were held in a carrier. These are 5 different antidotes I've been working on over the past 2 months. This time I think I've finally got it down. So today I'm going to test it out on 5 of these 8 mice. Today's lucky winners to try and save the world with me are Stuart, Pinky, Jerry, Mickey, and Little Basil. As he said each name, he moved the camcorder over each mouse. He put the camcorder down on one of the nearby tables, pointing it to the wall with the compounds, and started to put each of the vials in the empty water bottle that each compound had. Okay, here we go, he said, crossing his fingers and picking the camcorder back up and aiming it at the mice. After a few seconds of hesitation, the mice started to drink from the tube connected to their bottle. At first nothing seemed to happen, and Izuku was starting to wonder if it actually would work. Then Stuart started spasming, then Pinky, then Jerry, and soon all of them were spasming on the bottom of their compounds. Izuku perked up when he saw the black veins receding on their skin and their eyes starting to lose the glossy effect that once was there. It's actually working, Izuku mumbled to himself, unconsciously stepping closer. The mice continued to spasm for a few more minutes before suddenly going still. Izuku rushed over to Mickey to get a better look at what happened. He tapped the front of the glass, whistled even, to try and see if there was any reaction. Once he saw there was none, he decided to take a closer look at the mouse. The mice don't seem to be reacting to sound or anything like usual. Now that I'm looking, Mickey's chest isn't moving. The realization of what had happened dawned on him way slower than it should have. God damn it. Izuku slammed his fist into a nearby desk and muttered out a few more curses. He sat at his desk chair and laid his face down in between his arms on the table. A lot of tears escaped his eyes in his frustration. I thought I had it this time, and now I'm crying. Great, now the infamous Midoriya tears have made an appearance. Now we can call it a night. He got back up and walked over to the compounds. Compounds containing Stuart, Pinky, Jerry, Mickey, and Little Basil all confirmed dead. He paused for a second, taking a closer look. Hold on a second. Little Basil seems to be slightly moving around now and is showing decreased aggression response. Skin appears to be normal. He grabbed a flashlight from a nearby shelf and waved it in front of the container. And there is slight pupil constriction. Antidote serum PM 425 seems to have been successful. Izuku paused for a second, not moving or even breathing in fear it was a dream. After pinching himself and realizing it was real, he allowed himself to get excited and do a little victory dance while jumping up and down. In his excitement, he dropped the camcorder on the ground. He picked up and wiped the lens before smiling brightly. Sorry, that was really unprofessional, but I did it. An actual 16-year-old just found a candidate for a cure. Okay, he calmed himself down. Over the next few days I'll do a few more tests with the serum, and if it continues to be a success then I guess I'll move on to human trials. He turned back to Little Basil. Hang in there, little guy. He walked back over to the computer and set the camcorder on top. I'll be sure to update this the next time I do tests, he stated before finally turning the camera off and heading back upstairs to go to bed. T-1 day until Iri's birthday, 10:13 p.m. Iri plopped down next to him, bowl of popcorn in hand and TV remote in the other. She set the popcorn down into Izuku's lap and he had to catch himself from drooling all into it. Eri pulled out another container, this one filled with a bunch of unicorn-shaped treats that she oh so loved and that her brother oh so hated getting. They both grabbed their wireless earbuds from the coffee table in front of them and placed them into their ears. Eri turned on the TV, and Izuku got both of them connected. Okay, so what are we watching? Tangled? Great suggestion. I'll go put it on right now, she said, hurrying to try and put it on. She was quickly stopped by Izuku politely snatching the remote from her. Nope, we've watched that 1,000,000 times already. Pick something new for once, he told her, trying his best from sighing at the thought of rewatching the movie. I let you choose last time though. And you made us watch the most boring movie ever. She threw one her hands up and placed the other on her forehead to be dramatic. Excuse you, The Sword in the Stone is a great movie, thank you very much. You just can't appreciate it because you've been blinded by your 2000 seconds and 2010 seconds movie rose-tinted glasses. I bet if you. He stopped himself from saying anything more when he heard the sound of snoring. Eri had her eyes closed and was quietly snoring as if she was in a cartoon. After a few more seconds she shook herself awake and had the audacity to look sheepish. Oh sorry, I must have fallen asleep by just hearing the name of the movie, she said through a yawn. You can't be talking Mrs. I Love Boss Baby over the B movie. Like both are complete garbage, but at least the B movie is actually funny for a good majority of its run time, Izuku said, slightly nudging Eri in her side. Okay, hold up a minute. At least I have taste, Mr. I like Mona over Frozen. Like, are you even okay? Eri said while shoving Izuku back. Mona has an amazing soundtrack. Frozen can't even compare to it song-wise and plot-wise. I can't possibly in good conscience let someone pick tonight's movie if that someone actually thinks that Let It Go is better than How Far I'll Go, he said back to her. It's catchy. Plus it's my birthday tomorrow, so you have to let me pick the movie. It's the rules, she responded with a shrug. I don't know, baby, instead of letting you pick the movie, I'll just tickle you. He set down the popcorn and proceeded to start tickling the 7-year-old on her stomach and armpits. Eri tried to stifle her laughs but to no avail. She tried to kick him off but he just kept tickling. No, stop it. Not there. Get away. Please. Okay, I'm sorry Izunai. Please stop it. We can pick the movie together instead. She managed to get out through her laughing. Okay. He got up and sat back down on his side of the couch. Smiling, he grabbed his popcorn and the remote and propped his feet on the coffee table. After Eri composed herself, the two of them debated on what movie they should watch. The conversation went on for a good 4 minutes before they finally settled on a movie. Lion King, he asked. Lion King, she confirmed. As Rafiki lifted Simba on Pride Rock, Izuku and Eri did their best to try and mimic the scene. Izuku had climbed onto the couch, lifting Eri up by her armpits towards the ceiling. He was a little wobbly but stable enough to not topple over. It's the circle of life, and it moves us all. The song continued in the background and Izuku was about to start singing along but hesitated when he felt his arms start getting tired. He felt his grip on Eri start slipping and quickly pulled her in before jumping into a sitting position on the couch. Through despair and hope, through faith and love, till we find our place. Eri let out a squeal of surprise before giggling and laughing along with her brother. In the circle of life. Long, live, the king, Scar said before he threw Mufasa off the ledge. Nuo, not Mufasa, Izuku said, crying into one of the nearby pillows. Eri was seated next to him for his emotional support, patting his back on occasion. He had seen this particular scene dozens of times already, but it always managed to get the waterworks going. He didn't. He paused what he was saying and wiped the tears and snot from his face with his sleeve. He didn't deserve to die. Eri scooted closer to Izuku and went in for a deep hug while rubbing circles in his back. I know, Izunai. I know. As the end credits rolled on the screen, Izuku went to look over at his sister and tell her it's time for bed. The last act of the movie she had asked to lie down on him, so he had to do a bit of maneuvering to get a good look at her. Once he got into a good position to see her face, he realized she had already fallen fast asleep. He smiled to himself because how adorable she looked asleep. Her long hair had fallen into her face and a little line of drool was coming from her mouth. After a few seconds of moving around the sleeping girl, he managed to get his arm out from underneath her so he could get a good look at his watch. When he tapped the screen, it read that it was 12:07 a.m., meaning it was now December 21st and a very special day. Happy birthday, little princess, Izuku whispered into Eri's ear. He got up from where he was seated and picked her up. He reasoned that they could clean up the mess they made during their time down here in the morning since it wasn't too bad, so he grabbed the remote, turned the TV off, and moved towards the stairs to tuck his little princess in. December 21st, 9:56 a.m. Musutafu. Eri slowly came to consciousness from vaguely hearing her name being called. She opened one of her eyes, slowly looking around to find the source of the noise but found nothing. seeing as it must have been her imagination. She closed her eyes once again and slowly started to drift back to sleep. Nestling further into her comforter, she waited for the embrace of slumber to return to her. It never did. Ari, the voice called again. Huh, she quietly responded, confused as to why she was being called again. Ari, the voice said again, slightly louder and closer than the 2 previous times she had heard it. Seeing as the voice wasn't going anywhere, she opened both her eyes and was immediately blinded by the light coming from her window. She instinctively covered her face with her hands and slammed her head into the pillow she had been lying on. Yeah, she yelled through the pillow. I would think you would be up by now, princess. It's late. Though you did stay up pretty late last night, so I honestly shouldn't be surprised. Anyway, I have a stack of pancakes waiting down here with your name on it. So hurry up and get ready. The voice, she now identified as Izuku, said back. She heard a series of footsteps retreating down the stairs and she was then left in silence. She lazily sat up and looked at the time on her clock. 9:58 a.m. She glanced at the calendar right next to her clock and saw the date circled, December 21st. What was so special about December 21st that it had to be circled in red marker? She honestly had half a mind to fall back to sleep so she could get back to her dream with Anna and Elsa. She and Anna had been playing in the snow Elsa had created and she wasn't quite ready for that fun time to end. She stared at the date a second longer, trying to pick it apart to see why she felt like she was missing something. December 21st. She mentally sounded out. What was she? Oh. Yuri kicked off her blanket and jumped up from where she was lying down, running to get ready. December 21st. How could she have almost forgotten her own birthday? She quickly changed out her pajamas and slipped on her favorite pink and purple sweater that had tons of cute little cats and rainbows all over it. It even had frills. Grabbing one of her many colorful skirts, she pulled it on over some pink leggings she had gotten from her bin. She looked at herself in the mirror to check to make sure she looked all good but gasped as she realized she was missing something essential. She rushed over to her drawers, sorting through all the articles of clothing that had accumulated since her brother had last helped her organize. She quickly found what she was looking for and grinned. She hopped around as she tried slipping on her brightly colored All Might-themed socks her brother had gotten her when he had first found her. Now looking at the array of colors she had put on for the day's outfit, she nodded in approval and pride at picking it all by herself. After she was done putting her hair up in a ponytail, she sprinted downstairs. This was her first ever birthday that she could remember where she wasn't with any of the bad men she had once been with. When she was with Chisaki-san overhaul, he had always kept her locked away in her room. There was no cake, no presents, no smiles. The only reason she would even know it was actually her birthday was because the Birdman in white would slip her a little more food than he usually would. Even with the Birdman being extra nice, Chisaki-san overhaul wasn't any different. He still used his quirk on her and took her apart before putting her back together. He still claimed that she was worthless, that her curse was something that no one would love, that she was something that no one could love. She felt tears well up as the nasty memories resurfaced. It's different now, she told herself. I'm with Izunai and he's really nice. He promised that the mean Birdman can't hurt me anymore and Izunai would never lie to me. She smiled once again and skipped down the last couple of steps of the staircase before making her way to the kitchen. Just from where she was, she could smell the sweet aroma of pancakes and sweets. It was almost enough to make her mouth water. She entered the kitchen and just like her smell had led her to believe, she was met with a full buffet of foods for her to choose from. On the table sat a stack of pancakes with a bottle of syrup to the side of it. The American dish had become a favorite of hers over the months and never failed to disappoint, especially when it had sprinkles or syrup on it. To the left of the pancakes was a big bowl of oatmeal that Izuku must have made for the both of them if they still were hungry. On the right, she saw there was a kettle filled with some tea and at a close glance she saw it was green tea. Her favorite. Looking behind the kettle, she saw a bag that looked fairly small in comparison to the banquet that was prepared that day. On the bag, there was a logo of the company with a big apple in the middle. Wait, you got me cinnamon freeze-dried apples. She screeched at Izuku before running into him and giving him a hug. Only the best for the best. He smoothly replied, quickly returning the hug. Happy birthday, Eri. Thank you, she said quietly, pressing her face into Izuku. She loved her brother so much. He would just do stuff like this for her without expecting anything in return. She didn't have to use her curse quirk on others like she would have to do with the Birdman. She didn't have to sit there as Chisaki-san overhaul, and the others used her blood to make his ultimate cure for society's disease. All Izuku said she had to do was be herself. Of course, now let's eat before the food gets cold. Today we aren't doing any schoolwork or training. I've got a full day of fun planned out and I'm not having any math stop us from having a good time. Izuku pulled her away from his chest and smirked. Plus I have a few surprises for you later on. Eri absolutely beamed at that. This definitely would be the best birthday she's ever had. December 21st, 11:22 a.m. Musutafu. After they finished eating as much as their bodies would allow, Izuku got up from where he was sitting and got to work on washing the dishes. As he did that, Eri got out containers so that they could store their leftovers so the food wouldn't go to waste. They made quick work and soon the kitchen was once again spotless. Today, everything has to go perfectly, Izuku thought. He wasn't stupid. He knew that before he met Eri she had been living in a horrible environment with an even worse villain. He also knew that she blamed herself for the world ending and his mother dying. Which no child should ever carry that burden, especially if it's because of something their abuser did. Overhaul should be glad he's already dead, because if he weren't, Izuku would have made him wish he was. As of a couple of months ago, Eri had finally come out of her shell and was comfortable with him. So today, her first birthday without the bird, everything had to be perfect. Izuku moved towards the living room after finishing drying his hands, with Eri close behind. When they entered, they were met with the sight of his early morning work. That morning he had cleaned up their mess from the night before and taken out a cardboard box he had hidden away after one of his recent supply runs. Inside the box were various decorations he had gotten from a multitude of stores, though all the items had two things in common: unicorns and cats. So as they looked around now, rainbow streamers hung from the ceilings with little cats sprinkled on them. Unicorn balloons took home in the corner across from where they stood. In the center of the room on the dining room table, there were about a dozen different-sized presents with the same obnoxiously colored All Might wrapping that his mom had once used on his gifts. "All this is for me," Eri whispered, starting to tear up looking at the banner reading "Happy 8th Birthday, Eri." "Of course, Princess," he answered easily. "But this would have taken weeks to get all this stuff. Plus you had to put this all up and make that big breakfast." She mumbled quietly. His heart broke at that. When he looked at the little girl before him, he saw a piece of himself. The same things had run through his brain when he was young and his mom did things for him. The world was too cruel to them both, and he hated that she had to go through it at such a young age. He kneeled down to get down to her level and turned her towards him so they met eye to eye. "Eri, you're worth it, okay? Don't let any voice in your head say that you aren't." She let out a quiet sob and he pulled her into the second hug of the day, whispering affirmations and its okays into her ear. They stayed like that for a minute, with Izuku shedding a few tears of his own because her crying always tended to cause him to cry eventually. Now, he wiped away the tears in both their eyes. "I think that's enough crying today. We can't have the birthday girl being sad, can we?" She giggled and shook her, wiping the snot that had started to come down her nose. "How about we have some fun and open up the gifts I got you?" His question received a nod, and they both hurried over to the coffee table to have a good time opening some gifts. December 21st, 9:10 p.m. Musutafu. The day had gone by fast, with both Izuku and Eri having a great time. They had opened presents and Eri was thrilled with the gifts Izuku had given her. She claimed her favorite ones were the new pajamas set he had gotten that were themed after Mirko, and the new unicorn stuffed animal that was almost twice the size of her. Though if Izuku were to guess based on her reactions, he would have to guess her actual favorite was the new bow he had gotten her. She had been squealing for 5 minutes after she had gotten a peek of the weapon. He had been training her with an old bow he found, but it was slowly falling apart with every use. He knew it wouldn't hold up well out there with the hordes, so he thought it best to give her an upgrade. Throughout the rest of the day, the two did various activities that Eri had come to love. They played a few games of Just Dance, watched a couple of movies, and even did a bake-off similar to the ones they did before Quirks. Eri had made apple crumble and Izuku had made a makeshift birthday cake with what he had to work with, that being a lot of non-perishable foods that mostly resided in cans and bags. He considered the fact that it was edible a success. Eri had declared it a tie between the two desserts, not being able to choose which one she liked better. Izuku brought out 8 candles to place on his cake and sang his rendition of Happy Birthday to her. It was nighttime, and they had long since done nighttime prep and were now relaxing in Eri's room drawing. The younger of the two had already started to yawn and show signs of sleepiness. So Izuku knew he had to do his last surprise soon before she fell asleep on him. "Hold up, Eri, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere," he said, rushing out of the room and heading towards his own. When he arrived, he went straight to his closet and started sifting through clothes trying to find what he was looking for. After moving one of his t-shirts, he found the last wrapped gift that he had gotten his sister. He ran back into Eri's room holding the present behind his back. He shut the door and walked back over to where he was once sitting. "Okay, so I know earlier I said those gifts were the only ones I had, but I have one more. Close your eyes and hold out your hands." She complied quickly to the request, screwing her eyes shut and holding out her hands. He pulled out the present and set it in her grasp. "Go ahead and open your eyes, Eri." "What is it?" she asked, inspecting the box. "Go ahead and open it and find out," he said through the smile that had been slowly growing on his face. She smiled and went to tear off the wrapping that had been covering the box and was soon ripping open the flaps of the gift. Her expression turned confused when she saw another set of clothes. These ones fairly dark, so she just glanced up at Izuku for an explanation. Over this past month you've been working extremely hard in your training, so I think I uphold to my promise that I made all those weeks ago. I think you're ready to go out with me on a quick run." "Really?" she exclaimed, excitement written all over her once tired face. Really. I already got you a new bow so you can have a weapon out there, but I think a princess deserves a costume as well. So I made you the ultimate outfit to wear out there with me that's fit for my little warrior. It even matches the one I have," Izuku said as he pulled out the outfit. The outfit he had made was, by all means, an outfit fit for a tiny warrior princess. For the top, there was a black turtleneck that would cover her arms all the way down to her wrist. Also included for the torso was a thick black Kevlar vest that went over top of the turtleneck. The vest also included pink and rainbow straps that were attached to the various pockets located around the front. The pants followed the same format, with it being black cargo pants that would be fairly loose on the 8-year-old with pink and red straps hanging off of them. At the bottom of the box, there was a pair of fresh black high tops with white and pink unicorn accents on them. There were also some gloves and elbow and knee padding to help with falls. "Whoa," was all she could say. "Whoa indeed. I hope you had a good birthday, Eri." "Best birthday ever, Izunai," she said tiredly while moving her chair so she could lean against him. "You deserve the world, princess, so I'm glad you enjoyed it." He planted a kiss on her forehead as the little girl yawned. "I love you, princess." "I love." Another yawn escaped her mouth. "You too." December 21st, 9:56 a.m. UA High School. Today's the day, Hitoshi thought as he got ready in his dorm room that morning. December 21st. It had been a full month since they had first announced the expeditions, and yet Hitoshi didn't feel ready yet. He felt that he had barely scratched the surface of all that he needed to know, and now they were all heading out into a very lethal world. It's as if UA was their mama bird and they're pushing them out of the nest and out into the air to fly, except their wings hadn't fully developed and they still needed more nurturing before they could take to the skies. When had he become this poetic? He hadn't even had his coffee yet and he was already thinking way too hard. If Hitoshi were to blame something, he would blame his insomnia and the fact he had been up for the past 30 hours. The past month UA had been pushing them a lot harder than ever before. The training truly lived up to the school's motto of Plus Ultra, and normally it would have been alright, but along with the Plus Ultra schoolwork, it had led to his mental and physical exhaustion. This week had been the toughest out of all of them, with the first years finishing up their weapon training unit while simultaneously taking exams in their academic classes. Though today they were granted the day off until the assembly later on. But Hitoshi didn't have that luxury. Instead of sleeping in like he knew most of his classmates were probably doing as of right then, he needed to head to the support workshop to work out the last kinks and modifications to his costume. And that meant he had to go see Hatsune, Class 1H's personal god of chaos and destruction. The few times he had met her had always ended with an explosion, so he knew today would most likely be no different. It's a part of the design process, his ass. If he hadn't known what her quirk was, he would have just assumed explosions and fires were a part of it. He reluctantly slipped on his purple hoodie and sweatpants and headed out of his room towards the elevator. After a quick ride down, he arrived in the common room where he saw only a handful of classmates lounging around. Not in the mood to conversate, Hitoshi slipped by into the kitchen and started a new pot of coffee. The cup was only half full when he heard footsteps entering the kitchen. Turning to see who it was, he immediately sighed and went back to looking hopelessly at the coffee machine, wishing it would go faster. "Hey Shinsu, feel my t-shirt. It's made of boyfriend material," Denki said, walking up to Shinsu and relaxing his head on his hand as he leaned down on the counter. "Tim, how about no? I still haven't had my coffee this morning and it's way too early for your crappy pickup lines," Hitoshi grumbled back. "First off, my pickup lines have increased in quality over these past weeks, thank you very much. Even you have to admit that. And second, it's already 10. You should be up by now." Hitoshi just shrugged and poured the cup of coffee into his thermos. "I've been up since 4. Denki shook his head. "Shinsu, I restate it's only 10. Compared to other nights of you waking up at 4, it isn't even that bad." Hitoshi looked him dead in the eyes with a sleep-deprived stare that could rival Aizawa. "Kaminari, I've been up since 4 a.m. yesterday. That is 30 effing hours without sleep and limited caffeine intake. So don't mess with me until I've had my coffee at least." Hitoshi went to take a sip of his coffee, but before a drop could enter his mouth, Denki snatched the thermos out of his hand and took a big gulp of his caffeinated miracle. Hitoshi immediately saw red. "Give it back," Hitoshi growled out as he took a step closer to the electric user. That was delicious," Denki said, wiping his mouth and smirking. "If you really want it back, Shinsu, I'm going to have you ask nicely. Give it back, or I will break your kneecaps. Grouchy are we? Come on, Shinsu, it's either ask and say please or you gotta admit my pickup lines are good," Denki said, grinning while going for another sip. 1. Denki heard the threat in the other boys counting and took a cautious step back. "Don't be like that, Shisu." 2. A bead of sweat rolled down Denki's forehead and he continued to take quick steps back from Hitoshi. Seeing the look in the other boy's eyes, Denki knew he wasn't making it out of this encounter unscathed. So in a burst of stupidity, Denki chugged the rest of the coffee down his throat despite how bitter it tasted to him. 3 was the last thing Denki heard before Hitoshi's face took on a wicked smile and the taller of the two pounced. December 21st, 1:03 p.m. UA High School. As the sun blazed at the top of the sky, both Class 1A and Class 1B made their way into the auditorium for their assembly with Nezu that would also double as a mission debrief. The open space was filled with mumbling and whispering as they all sat down in their respective groups, occasionally glancing at the empty stage. While there definitely was excitement and anticipation in the air, that was also the feeling of worry and dread as well. Hitoshi sat at the bottom of the stands with the majority of his class. While they all conversed, Hitoshi took the time to really study all of them in depth, seeing as it might be the last time he would get to for a while. He mentally remembered that all of them might not come back and that these last few days before they are sent out might be the last peaceful this class will get to live. He might not be particularly close with a majority of the class, but he didn't want to see them go. His thoughts were interrupted when he heard little footsteps make their way up to the podium that stood center stage in front of all of them. Taking a closer look, Hitoshi saw the white fur and small paws of their principal and knew that it was all starting. Am I a dog, a bear, a mouse? No matter, because I am the principal. Welcome, first years, to the assembly regarding your expedition. I want to first start off by saying congratulations to you all for sticking it out through this month while also keeping your grades up. The students applauded for each other to show their appreciation of their and their classmates' hard work. Once the applause calmed down, Nezu continued. The teachers and I will also like to thank you for participating in this mission. I'm sure you all remember the importance of it. I will also like to send out a special thanks to Yaorazu-san, Komori-san, Fukadashi-kun, and Awase-kun for staying behind and helping our support course students with your quirks. It is most appreciated and our gratitude is with you. It's really no problem, sir. Yaorazu spoke for the called-out group of students. They all bowed in thanks and sat back down. The mouse turned around and pointed to the screen that had been set up behind him while also clicking a button on a remote, causing the projector to come to life and display images on the screen. Now, before I tell you your cities, I'm going to give you a brief mission overview. The estimated time for all your missions to be complete will be around 1 to 2 weeks, with some taking longer or shorter depending on what situations you encounter. Tomorrow, everyone will meet up with their respective groups along with a teacher and start working on their strategies for when they enter the city. The day after that is when we will be sending you into your cities with a quirk. In every single one of these cities, there lies important equipment and information that UA needs to get their hands on. Hitoshi mentally took note of all the information being given to him. 1 through 2 weeks didn't seem too bad. If he and his team were to find a decent spot to stay at, then they should be set. He knew of a few places in Esuha from when he lived with a foster family a few years back. In Tokyo, engineers had been working on a new device called protonic adeno cutter. The device was made to cut your adeno with protons with minimal damage. This machine was still in the experimenting phase, but if our support technicians could get their hands on it, then I have faith that they can get it running. We will be needing that soon, seeing as Recovery Girl is largely overworked in the medwing as of lately. Now in Fukuoka you'll be getting. And Hitoshi had officially zoned out. He didn't necessarily need to know this information at that moment, since once they get their locations they would be briefed further in detail. Right now all Hitoshi wanted to do was take a second to himself so he wouldn't start panicking in front of others. Slow deep breaths. Hitoshi, you're fine. You're still in UA. Nothing to worry about as of right now. Now that I've gone over the basic objectives of your missions, it is now time you find out where you are going. Keep in mind these decisions were based on various factors, most notably including what style of fighting you tend to specialize in, your relationships with others, and how well you would adapt to the environment. All of your teachers' input was placed into your locations, so for those thinking of any bias, I can assure you there was none. Now if you turn your attention to the screen and you'll soon see your locations and teammates. Nezu proceeded to go on his laptop he had brought and worked to bring up the list on the screen. As Nezu worked on that, Hitoshi could just feel the waves of nervousness pouring out of Denki as he anxiously twiddled with his fingers. Shinsu could honestly relate and could feel the pit of dread in the bottom of his stomach. Figuring they might as well be nervous wrecks together, Hitoshi scooted in closer and held one of Denki's hands. The action caused the other boy to slightly jump and blush, but Hitoshi could tell he was grateful by the way he clasped onto his hand. Nezu finally pulled up the list and displayed it on the screen for all the first years to see, and Hitoshi didn't want to look. He instead stared at Denki, who was also staring at him instead of the list. Look together on 3, Denki asked quietly. Hitoshi hesitated but nodded his head. 1, 2, 3, they said at the same time, with both their heads slowly turning to face the screen. As Hitoshi's eyes traveled farther and farther down the list, he felt the need to vomit and cry arise. The only coherent thing running through his mind was the ever so graceful phrase, F my life. Korusen, Kirwaro Shihai, Shishida Jiroda, Siro Hanta, Takeami Fumikage, Deka, Ida Tenya, Sato Rikido, Shoji Mizo, Shizeki Ibara, Fakuoka, Ayama Yuga, Ajiro Mashurao, Koda Koji, Suburaba Kosai, Tokyo, Kirishima Ijiro, Bakagu Katsuki, Kodai Yui, Takage Setsuna, Honiki Juzo, Inagi Ryaiko, Yue, Iarazu Momo, Oase Yosutsu, Kamori Kinoko, Fukadahi Manga, Jaku, Todoroki Shoto, Kendo Itsuka, Shota Nairanjiki, Bondo Kajiro, Monoma Nito, Esuha, Hagakure Toru, Kaibara Sen, Kamakiri Tagaru, Tsunotori Pony, Tetsu 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 Tetsu, Rinhuryu, Musutafu, Ashido Mina, Asuitsuyu, Uraraka Ochaku, Jiru Kyoka, Kaminari Denki, Shinsu Itoshi. T-43 hours until departure to Musutafu, 1:23 p.m. F my life. This can't be happening. Denki whispered under his breath. Oh my god. Itoshi could hear someone say that coming from beyond his peripheral view. That sounded very similar to Mina. Nezu clicked the button on the remote he had in his paw, turning the screen off. The rat cleared his throat and spoke up above all the chatter happening before him. As I said earlier, there will be no more classes today. Use this extra time to relax and catch up on sleep. Tomorrow morning, in the common rooms of your dorm buildings, there will be a list posted on the bulletin board. The list will tell you what teacher will be helping you strategize for your mission and what classroom the debrief will take place in. Once those meetings are over, you will have some free time, so use that time wisely. Finally, I would like to reiterate that our staff and heroes here are truly grateful towards all of you for taking on this mission and that we have the utmost faith in your ability. Thank you. The assembly is now over. As Nezu left the auditorium, the first years bursted out with the sounds of multiple conversations all happening at once. Some conversations were with joy of being paired up with friends and classmates, while others were celebrating on their chosen location. Class 1 specifically was a mix of these two, but they also held another type of conversation. Calm down, Mina. There's no reason to get loud. Plus, it's not very manly of you to lash out like that at Zero, Kirishima said, standing up slightly, trying to place a comforting hand on his friend. Mina jerked back and glared at the other. She pointed an accusing finger at him and quickly stood up. Calm down. Calm down. Don't you dare tell me to calm down. Mina snapped back at the redhead, making a move to walk away. Mina, how about you just sit down so we can all talk about this? We don't need to make a bigger scene than we already have, Zero tried. No, I have every right to be this upset. You guys aren't the one being sent on a suicide mission. At least you guys have a chance to survive. We don't even have a chance in that city. Simon, Mina, don't be like that. I'll be what? Fine. Bullshit. I'm going to effing die out there. Don't you guys understand that? So don't you dare try and tell me to calm down. Mina turned and stormed out the door, looking like she was on a path for war. The two other boys were quick to follow suit of their friend to make sure she was okay. I'm going to effing die out there. That line Mina had said kept repeating in Hitoshi's head. Will he die out there? Will his group survive? Hitoshi turned his head when he heard crying coming to his left. When he looked over, he saw a clearly distraught Uraraka lying on Sue's lap. The brunette was crying and murmuring incoherent things to her girlfriend through her tears. Sue looked slightly more upset than she would usually let on, but to Hitoshi she seemed to be holding it together so she could be there for her crying girlfriend. Sue was gliding a hand through Uraraka's hair, and from what Hitoshi could hear, she was whispering affirmations and fun facts, trying to help the other calm down. To his right, Jiru was being held in a tight hug by Yaoyorozu, and she looked upset but not visibly bad as the others. The two were quietly talking to each other, but Hitoshi was too far away to make out anything they were actually saying. Oh god, we are effed. The world has effed us over so hard, he thought, rubbing his temples with his fingers. I see that Class 1 isn't taking the locations too well, especially the Musutafu group. Oh, and would you look at that, only people from Class 1 students are in that group as well. This just proves that Class 1B is superior to its sister class, Monoma remarked as he sauntered over to the group of Class 1 students. The blonde's classmates tried to stop him, but he just brushed past their futile attempts of grabbing him. Hitoshi really wanted Monoma to shut his mouth for once, before he said something that crossed the line. Over the course of the month, Hitoshi had to endure constant conversations with the blonde, with them both choosing guns as their weapon for weapons training. The blonde could be fairly intelligent at times, but his need to be better than Class 1 overshadowed the trait. Once he got started on a tangent, it was hard to get him to stop, and Monoma was known for taking a step too far at times when he didn't watch his words. The situation was already delicate as is, and Hitoshi felt like he needed to cry and sleep already, so he didn't want the blonde to do anything to aggravate any of them. I guess the teachers finally saw the students of 1 as what they truly are. Expendables. 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 Dude, not cool, dude. That's a little too far. Even for you, Oase called out from where he was sitting. What? I'm just stating what we've all figured out. The people getting sent to Musutafu are the weakest links, and it's probably for the best anyway. You know the saying, survival of the fittest? Well, it seems no 1B members were sent there, only those in 1A. So logically they must be weaker. Monoma taunted. Hitoshi heard louder crying coming from Uraraka and some sniffles coming from Denki, and he was already on his feet moving. He walked up to Monoma and with no hesitation punched him in the face. Shut the F up. He spat from over top of the blonde. Monoma rubbed the side of his cheek in which Hitoshi had socked him and chuckled to himself. What? Can some expandables not handled? Hitoshi quickly knelt down and picked Monoma up by the collar, holding him to eye level so he was looking directly into his eyes. We are not expandables. We are just as capable as anyone in the grade. None of us are effing expandables, Monoma. We are heroes, but even more so we are effing children. So how about instead of demeaning one because of your inferiority complex disguised as a superiority complex, you go fix your own problems and worry about your own group out there. Hitoshi could feel the pure rage he had momentarily been feeling towards Monoma fade away. He held onto the boy a second longer, never breaking eye contact, before throwing him to the ground. I can't deal with this bullshit right now, he thought right before he turned and quickly left the auditorium and into the hallways of the building. Panic attack. As Hitoshi continued through the halls, he truly felt the reality of the situation settle in. He was going to die. His group was going to die. Dying isn't even the worst fate. If anything, it would be mercy compared to what else could happen out there. He stopped walking and paused, suddenly feeling like he couldn't breathe. He moved his back up against the wall and slowly slid down till he was on the ground with his knees tucked in close to him. Hitoshi could feel his breathing picking up speed, but at that moment he could find it in himself to care. His head was becoming fuzzy. Tears began streaming down his face at one point. His chest tightened to the point where he felt like his lungs were being squeezed. It hurt. It hurt so much. It felt wrong. Everything felt wrong. He felt like he was dying. He didn't want to die. He didn't want his classmates to die either. He wanted to live. He wanted to stay with Aizawa and Shinsu. Look at me. You need to breathe. You are having a panic attack and you're hyperventilating. If you don't slow down your breathing, you will pass out. A voice softly murmured beside him. He lifted his head and saw it was only Jiru. She was kneeling on one knee beside him, close enough to help if the need arise, but far enough to give him his personal space. He felt another sob rack through his body. He wanted this to end. Pain swelled throughout his head and he squeezed his eyes shut. His breathing picked up speed again and he soon started seeing black dots forming at the edge of vision. Shinsu. No response. Shinsu. Not a single coherent word left his mouth. Only quiet sobs. Hitoshi. His breath hitched and the sounds of erratic breaths came to a stop. The mention of his first name had caught him off guard, especially the way it was said so softly. It made him relax, and Jiru had obviously caught on to that. Hitoshi, I need you to breathe. Okay. Do you remember the lesson Aizawa had taught us on calming panicked civilians? The one where we had to go to different civilian housing areas. Use those techniques we learned on yourself. Hitoshi could vaguely recall the lesson from all those months ago, but even after all this he still remembered a few of the techniques their teacher had taught them to help others. He closed his eyes and slowly tried to calm his breathing. I am not dying. This will pass. I will be okay, but I need to breathe, he thought. He moved his hand to his heart. See, it's still beating. You're still alive. Just calm down and breathe. In. Hitoshi closed his lips and took a deep breath in through his nose, continuing to do it till he mentally got to the count of 4. As he held his breath for 7 counts, he tried to calm his mind and slow his thoughts. Out. He released the breath over a course of 8 counts and he felt the pain in his head and chest lighten. In, out, TW over. What felt like an eternity was in reality only 20 minutes. Over the course of that time his breathing had eventually evened out and throughout all of it Jiru stuck with him. She was quiet most of the time, but every once in a while she would hum a tune that both of them knew and enjoyed. He appreciated it and it helped distract him. Only once had she left saying she would be right back. And when she returned she brought a nice cold water bottle. She held out the water bottle and motioned for him to grab it. Mutely chuckling at her mother henning, he grabbed the bottle and took a big gulp. The cold water felt really nice against his throat, raw from his loud sobbing and cries. Better? Hitoshi only nodded, not trusting his voice to not give out after he said a single word. He hadn't had a panic attack in a few months, and he had almost forgotten how terrible and truly exhausting they were. Is touch okay? Jiru asked, looking cautious but patient. He shook his head. Okay, how about you use the wall for support and I'll just be over here if you need any help. He nodded and took a deep breath, preparing to move. He could do this. Placing a hand on the wall for support, Hitoshi slowly but surely hoisted himself up from where he had been sitting. He stumbled slightly trying to move around, one of his legs having fallen asleep from sitting on it for too long. Where do you want to go? She asked, moving up to stand beside him. My room, he rasped out after a few tries. Okay then. Next stop, your room. T-minus 21 hours until departure to Musutafu, 9:18 a.m. Hitoshi woke up to the sound of birds chirping outside and a stream of light pouring out from his window. He glanced around slightly confused as to how he had gotten in his room before the memories of the day before came flooding back into his mind. He quickly turned to the side, looking to see what time it was. It's already 9 o'clock. The assembly was at 1 o'clock yesterday. Did I sleep for 20 hours? He supposed it wasn't out of the question for him to sleep that long. He had just pulled a 30-hour all-nighter with minimum sleep before that. He also could remember being very drained after the assembly. But 20 hours, that was probably the most sleep he had ever gotten since he was a little kid. He's been so used to living on little sleep and caffeine for so long. Feeling naturally energized felt like a foreign feeling to him. His stomach grumbled slightly, signaling that he was hungry from skipping dinner last night. He reluctantly rolled out of bed and pulled on a new shirt. After pulling on a nice cozy hoodie, he opened his door and went to walk out when he ran into something. Now on the floor, he looked up and saw Uraraka standing right in front of his door looking sheepish and concerned. "OMG Shinsu, I'm so sorry." She held out her hand and Shinsu grabbed onto it while she pulled him out. "The others just sent me to tell you that breakfast is ready and that we are all eating together for once." "Well, they didn't necessarily send me. I just volunteered myself." "It's fine, Uraraka. Thanks for coming to get me, I guess." He said, "Is there coffee down there?" "Yeah, we made a big breakfast since this is our last full day with each other. That's why we are eating together actually," Uraraka chirped as she walked alongside the boy. They walked in quiet for a bit after that, just relishing in the peace and quiet of the empty hall. This lasted until they finally arrived at the elevator at the end of the hallway. The two wordlessly stepped into the elevator and Uraraka pressed the first floor button. The doors slowly shut and they began their slow descent from the 4th floor. "Why'd you volunteer, Uraraka?" "It's not that I'm not grateful, but we aren't actually the closest in the class." Hitoshi finally spoke up. Uraraka blushed slightly and she shuffled her feet. "Oh, well, I just thought that since we are going to be in the same group I thought we might as well get closer. It would help with our teamwork and all. Plus, I bet you would have just slammed the door if Kaminari and his, questionable pickup lines came and knocked." Hitoshi nodded his head at the logic she had been using. It was a pretty decent idea, getting to know your group. Of course, they knew each other to some degree because they had been classmates since the beginning of the school year. But he didn't really know them on a personal level sans Denki and Jiru. The elevator let out a ping sound as it slowed down and reached the 1st floor. The doors opened once again and the two stepped out and made their way to the kitchen. If Hitoshi had to describe the situation of breakfast, he would only need to use one word: awkward. All 19 members of Wano were seated at one big table they had made by moving the individual tables together. The tension in the room was so thick that if Hitoshi had a butter knife he probably could cut through it. They ate the food Sato and Bakugo had prepared that morning, but no one dared utter a word, afraid they would break the fragile silence they had going. Well, that was until one spoke up. Guys," Mina said, standing up from where she was sitting. "This is really awkward and I'm pretty sure no one wants to upset anyone, but we can't just ignore the tension in the room. So I'll start off. I'm sorry for how I was acting yesterday. It was totally not cool of me to explode at you all like that." "It's okay, Mina. We should have been more sensitive," Siro assured her. "Thank you, Ashido-san. Though I did not condone the yelling yesterday, I do agree that you had every right to feel that way," it affirmed. "Thanks, guys. I just wanted to try and break the ice because I really couldn't stand it with all of us so tense. I really love you guys and today's our last day before we all head out," Mina said, slightly teary-eyed. Bakugo rolled his eyes. "Can you shitty extras not share your feelings right now? It's disgusting and I'm trying to eat." Hitoshi chuckled along with the rest of the class at Bakugo's annoyance. This was the class Wano he knew well, cracking light-hearted jokes and having a fun time. "No, but I'm serious though, I love y'all. And since this is our last night together till we all get back, I was thinking we all do something fun tonight," Mina exclaimed. A chorus of agreements echoed around the table and soon people were throwing ideas around. "A movie night. We would just argue about which movie to watch on Jiro. A seance. Takoyami. We don't want to summon any demons or ghosts right before we go on a very dangerous mission. A bake-off. Some of us have the cooking abilities of a toddler Sato and we don't want to start a fire. Again, watch Frozen. Todoroki, sweetie, no, just no." As the conversations continued, Hitoshi watched as Denki rapidly stood up and slammed his hands onto the table. "I've got it. We can do a karaoke night. And we can even invite some teachers if y'all want. It would be totally cool to hear all of us sing. We can even make it a competition," Denki announced, throwing his arms around for emphasis. "Well, I'm down. A karaoke night sounds fun," Jiru said next to Hitoshi. "If Jiru is okay with it, I guess I'll participate as well," Yaoyorozu said with a resigned face. "If it's a competition then I will beat every effing one of you," Bakugo shouted before continuing on eating his food. "I think it'll be super manly." Then it's decided. Around 7 we'll do a karaoke night for both us, the teachers, and even Class 1B if they really want to come. Then, when we all come back in about 2 weeks, we can do another one." Mina cheered, pumping her fist into the air with excitement. "For now though, let us eat the rest of our food because we as UA students need the nutrients," Ada said, trying to calm everyone down. Hitoshi snorted and nearly spit out the water he had been drinking when he heard a quiet "yes dad" come from Denki. Hitoshi on his part didn't really mind the idea of a karaoke night. It would be loud, that's a given, but he could see the fun he'll have making fun of his classmates. Hitoshi walked up to the bulletin board that held the rooms they were supposed to be meeting in. Reading down the list, he found that Team Musutafu's debriefing was being held in Class 3B's classroom, which was on the other side of campus. That's a lot of walking. "Hi Shinsu," Uraraka called from behind him with Tsu closely in tow. "Hey Uraraka, did you need something?" Hitoshi said as he went to slip on his shoes. "Oh no, well yes. Tsu and I were wondering if you wanted to walk to the mission debrief together with the rest of the group." "Sure, I guess. I can wait up at the front door while you get everyone else together." "Thanks Shinsu." "Hiro, we'll be right back," Tsu croaked. Hitoshi walked away from the couple and towards the front door where he stood waiting against a wall. After waiting a few minutes, the two girls strolled alongside the rest of the group who were happily conversing with each other. "Ready to go?" "Yep, let's go," Denki cheered, skipping out the door. The others soon followed and they were on their way. They walked along the sidewalk, passing civilians and other students as they did. "So who do you think our teacher is going to be today?" "I would have thought they would put it on the sheet along with the classroom we were going to, but nope, it wasn't there." Mina prattled on. "Knowing the rat, he probably didn't tell us for his own entertainment. He seems to love chaos, so I wouldn't put it past him," Shinsu remarked. "Hey Shinsu," Uraraka started. "Hitoshi." "Huh?" Uraraka paused, slightly confused. "Just call me Hitoshi. We all might as well be on a first-name basis already," Shinsu stated. He knew that their team needed to trust each other. Uraraka had already tried extending a hand of friendship. He guessed that he should as well. "Okay, you can call me Ochako then. It's only fair," Uraraka said, all bubbly. "Call me Tsu." "Taioka. Most of you already call me Mina, but those who don't, feel free to call me that if you want." "Same here," Denki said, slinging an arm around Hitoshi's neck. Hitoshi glared and shoved the other boy off him, causing him to trip on his own feet and fall on his butt. After they all calmed down from laughing, they continued on their trip to the classroom, just slightly closer and more friendly than when they began. T-21 hours until departure to Musutafu, 9:34 p.m. Hitoshi laughed as Uraraka recounted one of her recent pranks on Bakugo where she had hosed him down with water right before taking his favorite hot sauce. Denki was crying from laughter as she told how Bakugo screamed in frustration because his quirk was working to its fullest potential because of the water that had washed all his sweat away. He looked up at the signs in the hallway till they all stood in front of the door to Class 3B. Not wanting to waste any time, he pushed open the slightly ajar door and strolled in. Taking a glance at the man in front of him, he honestly shouldn't have been surprised at this turn of events. "Of course it's you," Hitoshi grumbled out, making his way to an empty chair that was placed around a circular table. "Oh joy, it's a pleasure to see you too," Shinsu Aizawa retorted. "Hi, Aizawa-sensei. You're our teacher who's going to help us?" Uraraka questioned, moving to sit across from where Hitoshi sat. "Yes, I'm going to be helping you today. Nazu thought I would be the best help for your group since I've had the most experience in the area of Musutafu out of all the staff because of my underground work." "Oh, so like you're going to be giving us the ins and outs of where to go and where to avoid, right?" Denki interrupted. Hitoshi could see Aizawa's eye twitch in annoyance, and he had to stifle a laugh when Aizawa threw his capture weapon out, capturing Denki by the neck. "Yes, now would you brats sit down and wait till after I debrief you to start asking your questions?" Aizawa hissed before releasing Denki. They all nodded, and the ones who were still standing quickly took their seats. Aizawa took the time to set a disc on the center of the table and hand them each a thick packet of paper. He then turned off the lights and the disc lit up, showing a hologram. This is a hologram of Musutafu. As you all are aware, the outbreak was largely centered here and is considered the epicenter of the whole virus. When the government had pro-hero Cementos build walls around the city, they decided to stage a city-wide evacuation for those who tested negative for the second strand. This evacuation was meant to get as many people out as possible. Around that time, though, the third strand appeared and started to rapidly spread. Many people who left in the evacuation had been carrying the third strand, causing further spread. And many people who tested negative for both strands were left behind in the city when the government ultimately closed the walls off. Aizawa reported, tapping on the disc. The image changed, and in the city's place stood a hologram of a group of people. Of those people who were left behind, Dr. Nagedasu and his team of doctors, scientists, and engineers never made it out, and neither did their research or inventions. That's where you all come in. The display turned back into the city, and Aizawa used his fingers to zoom in on a tall glass building on the east side of the city. From what we could dig up, the team's main research facility was in this building. Your mission is to make it into the building and grab the research they were working on, along with a few of their inventions if the situation allows it. What the hell were they researching that's so important for us to be sent there for it? Jiro asked incredulously. Aizawa huffed a dry laugh and responded. Dr. Nagedasu and his team weren't just ordinary doctors. They were specialists working on a cure. All their eyes got a little wider and they involuntarily leaned in closer. They had said they had just had a breakthrough on their research when evacuation started, and it was the most extensive research any professionals had done. Nazu believes that this information is what he and the other heroes need to make an antidote. Why didn't you send someone to get this information earlier? Too many carriers at the start of the whole apocalypse for one. We couldn't risk losing more heroes just for the possibility of a potential cure. We had tried sending drones, but once they entered past the wall they stopped operating. The consensus is that someone's quirk had gone haywire in the panic of the evacuation, and it cut out all connection from outside the walls to inside the walls. So drones and other electronic devices won't send anything back here. Oh, Itoshi lifted an eyebrow as he flipped the pages of the packet. How are we getting into the city? I think you've failed to remember that the walls are over 164 feet tall and 10 feet thick, and may I say overkill. How do you expect us to make it all the way through that wall? Because you certainly don't have it in this informative packet. Drop this ass Shinzu. Tomorrow morning we are using a civilian's quirk to send you to the city. Due to the nature of her quirk, she can only transport you if you are outside of the walls. That still doesn't answer the question of how. Let me finish, Aizawa cut in. She will be sending you outside of the wall, and from there, you will enter from the one intact exit that was left behind. The entryway is made of a quirk-made metal that was supposed to be able to withstand almost any explosion. Aizawa fiddled with the hologram and it zoomed into one of the sides of the walls. For you all to make it in, you will need a key we will provide. That key is the only method to open that door, so don't lose it. Do we know how many carriers are in the city? Tiro, Tsu questioned. Only 65% of the people in Musutafu were able to evacuate before the walls were sealed. That leaves 40% that we know of that are left in there. Aizawa answered, going to turn on the lights. Any more questions? What are our chances of survival out there? Itoshi bluntly asked. Aizawa sighed. Look, I won't lie to you all. It wouldn't be logical to do so. You guys have the most dangerous and arguably most important mission out of all the first years. Unlike the other first years who can just radio back to us if they need to be extracted, you all will have to wait until you're outside of the walls. Of course, the tools they are out to get are important, but what you're after is invaluable. I will say this though, you all must do your absolute best to survive out there. That means trusting your teammates and thinking outside the box. If it becomes a choice between the research or any of your lives, don't be a hero. Save yourselves. Your lives are important too. Always sensei, you do care about us. Mina cooed while smiling softly. TCH, do not repeat this to anyone. Our carriers are the least of your worries. But of course I care about you problem children. Itoshi snorted when he saw a faint blush on his sensei's cheeks. He supposed that Aizawa wasn't immune to embarrassment after all. It was nice knowing that he cared. Aizawa walked to the front of the class, grabbed a piece of chalk, and began right on the chalkboard. Now here's the plan. T-13 hours until departure to Musutafu, 7:08 p.m. Welcome to the party, everyone. The cheers of both first-year classes rang out throughout the dorms. Tonight we are here to celebrate our hard work over this school year and to have some fun before we leave tomorrow. Snacks and drinks are over on the table for those who want them. I just want to tell everyone that there is sadly no alcohol for us first years to drink. Apparently it's not the best idea to send us to potentially dangerous places with a hangover. We are underage, Siro-kun. We shouldn't be drinking regardless. Ida lectured as he shook his head disappointedly. Yay, okay. Well anyway, there are sodas instead for all of us to drink. Tonight we are doing karaoke for those who want to show off their voice. If you want to sing a song, just head over to where Koda is sitting since he is running the music tonight. Now let's start this karaoke party off with a bang with 4 of us boys who are going to be competing for the group competition we have going on tonight, Siro said before walking over to the lights and dimming them while also flipping on the colorful lights that Yue had let them use. Everyone cheered out and whistled as Siro, Kirishima, Tetsu, and Denki made their way to the front. Each of the boys grabbed their own mics and Kirishima gave Koda a thumbs up to start the music. The latter nodded his head and turned on the karaoke machine that Yaozu made. The music slowly started to come on and the crowd clapped along as the boys began singing. You're insecure, don't know what for. You're turning heads when you walk through the door. Don't need makeup to cover up. Being the way that you are is enough. Tetsu and Kirishima started off the song first with surprisingly decent singing voices. Itoshi was saddened at that fact. He was honestly hoping he could poke fun at the 2 boys for their voices, but they actually weren't too bad. Also, Hitoshi couldn't help but roll his eyes at the song choice. Like really, out of all the songs out there they chose a One Direction song. It wasn't surprising considering who was up there singing, but nonetheless disappointing. Everyone else in the room can see it. Everyone else but you. As the other two boys began to sing, Hitoshi came to the realization that Denki was going to be their lead singer. He watched as Denki made his way to the front of the quartet and looked directly at him. He even had the audacity to wink at him before he began singing. What, baby, you light up my world like nobody else. The way that you flip your hair gets me overwhelmed. But when you smile at the ground it ain't hard to tell. You don't know, you don't know you're beautiful. Yeah. Hitoshi mumbled to himself while he continued to watch the boys sing. Denki could sing. Since when? The electric user had never sang before, but to hide a skill like this seems like something he would never do. The quartet began to jump upstage as the crowd of teenagers began cheering them on. Hitoshi must have had his mouth open because Jiro nudged him slightly. Jiro smirked. You might want to close your mouth. Flies might get in. Shut up, Hitoshi hissed at her, crossing his arms and looking away. He could still feel the smirk on her face, but he chose to instead pay attention to his friend on stage who was beaming at the crowd and soaking in the attention. If only you saw what I can see. You'll understand why I want you so desperately. Right now I'm looking at you and I can't believe. You don't know, you don't know you're beautiful. That's what makes you beautiful. Bang bang, there goes her heart. Back seat of your car. Wait a minute, let me take you there. I can't believe the girls actually choreographed a dance to this in less than a day. Zero gaped as Hagakure and Uraraka continued to sing in the background while dancing. The crowd was going wild as the girls danced in the sink in the front of the room. Are you kidding? Mina has been waiting for this night to come since forever, and she had taught all the girls this dance weeks ago. Kirishima huffed while he watched his best friend prepare to sing. It's Mix Moscato. It's Frizz in a bottle. It's Mina, full throttle. It's swimmin' into the grotto. We winnin' in the lotto. We dippin' in the powder blue, for sure. Kitten so good, it's drippin' on wood. Get a ride in the engine that could go. Batman robbin' it, bang bang, cocking it. Queen Mina, dominant, prominent. It's me, Chaco, and Toru. If they test me, they sorry. Ride as like a Harley pull off in this Ferrari. If we hangin', we bangin'. Phone rangin', we slaggin'. It ain't karaoke night, but get the mic cause I'm singin'. They won the group battle, didn't they? Zero sighed, slumping into his chair. You all never stood a chance. Hitoshi chuckled at the other boys' resigned faces from their prominent loss. From what Ochako had told him earlier on their way back from their debriefing, they had been practicing this in their spare time, not just for the fun of dancing together, but to improve their coordination and endurance, as she put it. Wait a minute, let me take you there. Wait a minute till you. Hagakure sang the final lines of the song, and the girls got in their final positions. They were all heaving and slightly sweating from both singing and dancing at the same time. But they all wore proud grins and were laughing like madmen. But then they'd always seemed right. There was nights of endless pleasure. It was more than all your laws allow. Baby, baby, baby. As Yaoyorozu began to sing the climax of her chosen song, the lights suddenly turned off. Hitoshi swung around from where he was sitting and saw Aoyama standing at the light switch, beaming and sending a thumbs up to someone. He followed Aoyama's line of sight and saw something that made him do a double take. Sitting right in front of Yaoyorozu were both Jiro and Shoji. Jiro had a huge ass fan, which had definitely not been there before that point, and was blowing wind into her girlfriend's hair, causing a windy effect. Shoji had multiple different color flashlights in his many hands, and he waved them around Yaoyorozu like a multicolored spotlight. When you touch me like this, and when you hold me like that, it was gone with the wind, but it's all coming back to me. She's like a goddess, Denki whispered beside him. His mouth was hanging open and his eyes were comically wide. It's not fair. She gets a huge fan for wind and pretty lights all around her. How are we supposed to compete with that? Kirishima yelled. Hitoshi made his way to the snack bar to get a refill of everyone's cups. Present Mike and Midnight were drunkenly singing along to CPR, and boy was that something to hear. Ada looked close to passing out at how scandalous he thought the lyrics were in hearing his own senseis singing it. Hitoshi was having a blast listening to them, but the true blessing was seeing Aizawa suffering in the corner, being the sober friend of their friend group. He didn't want to miss any second of it, but he had drawn the shortest straw, so he had to do refills. When he reached the table the snacks were at, he realized he wasn't alone. Standing by the chips was Bakugo, looking like he was simultaneously having the worst and best time of his life. Hitoshi was planning on leaving the blonde on his own, but it looked like the latter had different ideas when their eyes met. Hey, eyebags over here, Bakugo barked. Seeing no immediate harm in doing so, Hitoshi set down all the cups he had been holding and crossed the distance between him and Bakugo. Yes? He asked. You're one of the ones heading to Musutafu, aren't you? Yeah, what of it? You gonna tell me I'm gonna die out there or something? If so, Monoma already beat you to it. Bakugo rolled his eyes. To ch. F no, I ain't that much of in a hole. One of you extras in that group can handle yourselves just fine. Even Dunce face. I called you over here because I need you to do something for me when you get to Musutafu. What? Now Hitoshi was confused. Bakugo had somewhat mellowed out over the school year, even more so this last month, but he's never asked for help before. Did I effing stutter? Before you, I used to live in Musutafu, dipshit. I need you to get something for me and my old hag. Bakugo stated. What's so important that you didn't grab it during the initial evacuation? It's not effing ours, idiot. It belonged to my auntie and co. She died from the second strand of the virus, and my old hag wants to get the ring she always had with her. It has some effing sentimental value. It should be in her and Deku's house. Wait, who's Deku? Doesn't that mean useless? Hitoshi asked, lifting an eyebrow. Deku's a shitty-ass nerd I've known since diapers. He was Auntie's son, and he was so damn annoying with his muttering and big green eyes. Always cacking this and cacking that. Both of us wanted to be a hero duo when we were younger. I'll get back to that whole cacking thing in a bit, but what happened to him? He isn't a student here from what I could tell. The damn nerd was quirkless, and I was in a hole when I was younger. I did a lot of effed things to him that I now know are wrong. It's complicated, okay. To answer your question, Deku wasn't one of the lucky ones to make it out in the evacuation, and so his ass got left behind. Oh, that was a lot to unpack in that one statement. Like the fact Bakugo knew a quirkless person and the fact that he probably bullied him if the word complicated meant anything. Hitoshi felt a little sad being reminded how kids his age were just left to die by the government for the sake of the majority. Yayo, so can you get the ring and one of the nerd's notebooks off his shelf for me or not? A slightly more agitated Bakugo asked. Yeah, I can get it. What's the address? After handing him a slip of paper that had the address written on it, the blonde stalked away back towards his room. That wasn't what I was expecting, Hitoshi thought. Shinsu, what's taking so long? Jiru yelled from across the room. Hitoshi sighed and went back to where he placed all the cups. I'm coming. Just wait a second, would you? T-8 hours until departure to Musutafu, 12:45 a.m. The party had long since ended, and Hitoshi was still lying on his bed staring at the ceiling like he had for the past hour. He knew logically he needed as much sleep as he could get, but both his insomnia and his worries wouldn't grant him the pleasure. The what-ifs kept flashing through his mind anytime he closed his eyes. He let his eyes slip shut once again, trying to count sheep once again to make himself more sleepy. Knock knock. Hitoshi didn't bother to open his eyes at the noise coming from his door. It was almost 1 in the morning. Whoever it was would eventually get the hint that he was asleep and leave him alone to try and rest. Knock knock. Hitoshi slammed a pillow over his head as he tried to drown out the knocking. Knock knock knock. Hitoshi, Denki whispered loudly. Hitoshi, I know you're still awake. Let me in already. It was Denki. He would definitely not get the hint. Hitoshi had to wonder what the other was still doing up at this time. By now he would usually be out like a light, and happily snoring through his dreams. I'm asleep. Wait, really? You can actually talk in your sleep. Hitoshi slapped a hand onto his face at how the blonde truly believed his previous statement. There was no getting through to him. Feiyin, come in. Just be quiet, all right? Unlike us, others are actually sleeping, and I would like to keep it that way, Hitoshi said, turning to his side to try a new position to sleep in. The door opened and a disheveled Denki dazedly walked in, almost forgetting to shut the door behind him. Denki had light eye bags under his eyes. His hair wasn't styled so it lay flat on his face, and his PJs were obviously random ones the other had just thrown on, judging by how none of the articles of clothing he wore went with each. Denki looked over at Hitoshi and shrugged, walking over and sitting at the edge of his bed. They stayed like that for a bit, neither of the two talking or sleeping. Kaminari, what are you doing here? Couldn't sleep. What are you doing up? Couldn't sleep. Insomnia is a beach and won't leave me alone, so I'm just staring at my ceiling. That's a mood. I was doing the same thing in my room, but I got really lonely, so I thought I might as well see you, Denki said, resting his hands on the bed and leaning back. They sat in silence for a bit, and Hitoshi had almost thought Denki had passed out. That was until he felt movement at the bottom of the bed. Do you want a spoon? Denki suddenly asked like it was the most normal question ever. What the F? I'm just wondering. It's been shown that spooning is said to help the nervous system relax and get people who have sleep problems to sleep. The blonde listed off. Of course you know that. Am I just not supposed to believe that this is just a ploy so you could spoon with me? Denki chuckled. Oh, it most certainly is, but it'll also help both of us fall asleep. So why not? Hitoshi was sure he was blushing slightly when he said yes. What? If it would help him sleep, he was willing to make some sacrifices. It was awkward at first, getting into their spooning positions, but the physical touch felt nice. Hitoshi felt a yawn escape his body and his eyes getting heavier every second. Don't breathe a word about this to no one, Denki, he said before letting his eyes slip closed. Good night to you, to Hitoshi. T-0 hours until departure to Musutafu, 8:11 a.m. Hitoshi and the rest of the group walked down the hallway of the school for the last time as they made their way out to the courtyard. They had just changed into their new upgraded costumes that had been custom made for this mission. While all of them held their unique qualities that were carried over from their original outfits, Hatsune made sure to include some similar things in all of them. Each costume was equipped with custom boots that were more resistant and would even silence their footsteps. Their costumes were made slightly darker and covered more skin. Hatsune made sure they were largely made of thick black material that was easy to move in but would protect better than normal fabric. They also came with tons of pockets, which Hitoshi was glad about since his previous one lacked them. Finally, on the right shoulder of each of their outfits was a patch with the letter M written on it, symbolizing their city name. Hitoshi's own costume had some more changes since he last wore it. He still had his capture weapon, but on his belt he now had a silent pistol held in a holster. He also had his costume made tighter so there would be less of a chance it would get caught. "We are looking good today," Mina exclaimed while observing their new outfits. "I know. I'm glad to be out of those heels and finally in some boots for once," Uraraka said. "Plus our new outfits make us look hot," Denki remarked, which caused everyone to turn to him with a pointed look. "What? We definitely do." They continued to banter until they reached the courtyard where the rest of the first years were all gathered. Their group seemed to be the final group to arrive because as they joined the others, Nezu seemed to deem it appropriate to start. "Students of Class 1 and 1B, I would like to properly introduce you to Yuso-san. She will be the one transporting you to your cities today with her quirk. Each group should make their way to the designated area with the sign of the city they are going to. Yuso-san will be with you momentarily." "Thank you. Okay guys, let's go I guess," Hitoshi suggested. Their group made it over to a grassy area under a tree that they were designated to, and each of them started shouting their goodbyes to their friends and classmates who were in different areas. Hitoshi really had no one else to say goodbye to that he hadn't told earlier that morning, so he decided to double-check his backpack for everything he would need. "Do you have everything you need, Shinsu?" Hitoshi looked up and saw Aizawa of all people asking him. "Yay, I got everything," he answered easily, going back to sorting through his belongings. "Your extra suit, of course, your knives and ammunition cases. Yes, your coffee grounds. Jesus Christ. Yes, I have everything I need, Dad." The words left Hitoshi's mouth before he could even process it. He slapped a hand over his mouth and quickly looked away. He felt his face heating up in embarrassment, and he was cringing at himself for even uttering the word Dad in Aizawa's vicinity. "I'm sorry, I didn't." His apology was cut short when Aizawa pulled him into a hug. "It's fine," the older hero said as he tightened the hug. "Please just remember what I said yesterday. Hitoshi, don't be a hero if it comes down to it. Don't die. Survive." The hero pulled away and gave him a soft smile before walking away to another group. As Aizawa walked away, Nezu and Yuso-sen approached them. She looked fairly nervous, which was reasonable since she was probably just sending them all to their deaths. "Okay, I'm going to use my quirk on you and it's gonna tingle a little, but it'll only last a few seconds. Then bam, you're at your location," she exclaimed nervously. "Go ahead and fire up your quirk, Yuso-san," Nezu encouraged, gesturing a paw towards them. Okay I guess. Everyone stand close together. My quirk will light up for a few seconds before sending you all away." They all nodded and she began to power up her quirk, which caused a bright blue light to form around them. Hitoshi quickly turned to his group and raised an eyebrow. "Ready?" They glanced between each other before resolutely nodding their heads. "Ready." December 23rd, 8:16 a.m. Musutafu. Yuso-san's quirk flashed brightly before they were all suddenly falling from the sky. They were falling from about 20 feet in the air, so it wasn't that high compared to past falls Hitoshi had taken, but he certainly wasn't taking any chances. Moving quickly, he made sure he had a tight hold on his backpack before bracing for the fall. He hit the dirt with a roll and landed on his back facing the sky. The others seemed to have the same idea as him and went to slow their fall. Uraraka and Tsu had used the former's quirk to float slowly to the ground, while the latter used her tongue to hold onto Jiru. As they slowly floated down to earth, they went to check on Hitoshi, who was slowly sitting up. Unlike the four of them, Denki and Mina didn't seem to get the memo of bracing themselves and went hurtling down to the earth. Denki landed and rolled around a little, albeit not the proper way, and laid on the ground before Mina suddenly crashed on top of him. Both of the two groaned as the pain of their fall set in, but ultimately made no move to get up. Tsu stuck out her hand towards Hitoshi and he happily took it, brushing the dirt and dust off himself and checking for scratches. After he deemed all his cuts and scratches superficial, he went to check on his bag to make sure nothing important was damaged. "Is everyone all right?" Uraraka asked as she went to help a still groaning Mina off of Denki. "I'm all good thanks to you and Tsu, though I wish Nezu would have told us we would be in for a crash landing before he let Yuso-sen use her quirk," Jiru remarked, making her way to help Denki. "I'm okay, I guess. I only got some superficial scratches, but nothing a band-aid won't heal. Everything in my bag is undamaged though, so that's a plus," Hitoshi said. Denki huffed a laugh as he pushed himself off of Jiru. You all might be fine, but Mina and I are most certainly not. Look at my face. It's all scratched up now and our outfits are all dirty. We're suing you all because you didn't freaking save us like you saved Jiru. We didn't even have a quirk useful enough to help with a landing. I didn't need a quirk to fall properly. All I needed was basic reaction speeds and quick thinking. 2 things I'm sure you're lacking, by the dirt in your teeth and hair. Hitoshi walked over and plucked out a chunk of dirt that had nestled itself into Denki's hair. Denki promptly smacked his hand away and glared at him. Okay, first, there's no need to insult me this early on in the mission. We just got here, and I've already received both emotional and physical damage. Also, I tried to roll like Aizawa had taught us, so technically I did think quickly. How'd trying work out for you? Hitoshi said with a smirk. Would you two quit flirting for just a minute? Jiru asked. We weren't flirting. That's considered flirting but not my pickup lines. We need to get everything situated so we can get this mission over with. So Hitoshi, if you would be so kind, would you? Wow. Jiru paused what she was saying and was staring behind all of them with her eyes as wide as saucers. Hitoshi spun around on his heels to see what Jiru was looking at and his mouth dropped in shock. The walls of Musutafu were huge. No, they were massive. They had all seen pictures of the walls, both before the apocalypse when they were first being built and also when they had to strategize for this mission with Aizawa the day before. The pictures gave this wall no justice. The wall stood at around 164 feet and it towered over all things around it, sans a couple of skyscrapers peeking over the top of it from in the city. Vines crept up the wall, stems and leaves clumping together the farther they went up. He had to crane his neck to get just a glimpse of the top. Lining the top were barbed wire fences, stretching the entire length of the cement monstrosity. The wire had to add another 6 feet to the height of the wall, and Hitoshi had to wonder if they actually electrified it at one point. Glancing down the length of the wall, he could see sporadically placed watchtowers that had long been abandoned by whoever used them. Now this is overkill, Hitoshi marveled out loud. They all nodded their heads in agreement with his statement, still too flabbergasted to put their thoughts into words. After a few seconds, Sue spoke up. It makes sense in a way. The government wanted to stop a country-wide apocalypse that would cause widespread death and anarchy, and they had the means and resources to do so. Kiro, though I do have to admit making it this tall is a bit excessive. Who is even going to make it to the top of the wall for the barbed wire fence to even be necessary? Guys, let's get back on topic. We don't have all day for idle chatter, you know. The faster we get this mission done, the sooner we can leave. Uraraka pointed out as she made her way to a clear patch of dirt near the walls. Hitoshi nodded along and moved to join her. She dug in her bag for what she was looking for and pulled out a plastic bag holding a bunch of customized masks for all of them to wear in the city. When they had been given them, the only explanation they had been given was that they didn't know the current state the city was in after the panic of evacuation. Hitoshi already had his own mask to change his voice, but it really had no use since his quirk didn't work on carriers. Sue, do you have the key? Uraraka asked as she handed the masks out. Yep, it's on my necklace I'm wearing. Good. Now Uraraka started but was quickly interrupted by Denki. Why did Aizawa give Sue the keys and not me? I'm not carrying anything important. It's because, unlike you idiot, Sue is actually responsible with her things and won't lose it immediately, Jiru retorted. Guys, Uraraka said, stepping in between the two with her arms crossed. Fine, we'll be quiet, Denki muttered, walking over to where Hitoshi was standing. Great, now Aizawa-sensei was nice enough to pack us a paper map to use. I'll answer why he gave us a paper one in a second so you can put your hand down, Denki. A hand slowly went back down to his side, and when eyes turned to him he just whistled and stared off into the distance. Okay, the heroes don't know if electronic maps will actually work inside the city or if it's just electronics that send info outside the walls that are messing up. Either way, it's better to be safe than sorry. Hitoshi leaned over Uraraka's shoulder. We should be right next to the door if this map is accurate enough. Sue nodded. Yeah, it should only be a couple of feet away from here. Hero. Hitoshi grabbed a marker from out of his bag and started to write on the map. So the building with the information we need is all the way on the east side of the city. He circled the mentioned building and started to make a dotted path from there to the entrance. If we take these roads here around the outer edges, we should be able to get there in possibly a couple of days with minimal encounters with carriers. Why days? Shouldn't it take us a couple of hours if we walk non-stop? Mina questioned, tilting her head in confusion. He shook his head. If it were last year, maybe, but this is a different time now. Not only is that time accounting for rest times we may take and time taking back alleys and detours, but it's also accounting for the fact we can't really move at night. Remember, daytime equals quiet and good while nighttime equals scary and death. Right? You and Jiru no sign, right? You can all communicate without talking. Mina asked. Yeah, we both had prior knowledge before UA, so we're both fluent. We'll be primarily talking through sign when we are in the city. Whispering should be okay at times when we aren't near any groups of carriers though, and there is always writing what we have to say if it comes down to it, Jiru said. Are we all ready to head to our imminent deaths? Hitoshi asked sarcastically, pumping his fist into the air. Yes, Mina and Denki shouted in unison. Guys, let's stay positive, okay? I know we don't have the best city out of the bunch, but we can still do this. We might not be the heaviest hitters in our class, but we were selectively chosen to do this mission. The teachers must believe in our abilities to do well out in Musutafu if they sent us here, so what we are going to do, Uraraka said, walking up to stare out in front of them. What? They all asked. We are going to give it our all and go plus ultra, just like a true hero like All Might would have done. I guess, Hitoshi said, shuffling his feet. She excitedly nodded her head and gathered them up for one last picture with the Polaroid camera Jiru had brought along. Now everyone smile and say it with me now. Plus, ultra. They all cheered as the Polaroid snapped a picture of all of them either beaming, or in Hitoshi's case, fondly smiling. What's taking so long, Kyoka? We've been here for hours. Mina whined as she sat against the wall. Jiru unplugged her ear jack from the door and looked up at the other girl and gave her an unimpressed expression. Mina, it has only been 10 minutes since I've started working on opening the door. Please, just be a little patient with me while I try to work on this and keep complaining to a minimum. But why is it taking so long? I thought you just had to use the key to open it, not crack open a whole safe. Well, apparently there's a code to go along with the key and the heroes didn't think to mention it to us. So now I'm stuck cracking this code. And I would appreciate it if you kept it down so I could do my job. Jiru replied. Mina eventually nodded and went back to doodling on her sketchpad with Uraraka. The group had found the door a little less than 15 minutes ago hiding behind a bunch of overgrown vines. They were all ready to go when Tsu inserted the key, but after trying to push it open they soon realized there was a second locking mechanism with a combination wheel lock. Since then Jiru had been using her quirk to try and open the door, but since she lacked experience it was taking a little longer. Hitoshi was analyzing the walls in more detail while simultaneously sketching out what it looked like in his notepad. The walls truly were a sight to see in his opinion, especially considering they were built in such a brief amount of time. The door on closer inspection stood about 10 by 10 feet. And just like Aizawa said, the walls seemed to be made of a quirk-proof metal. Yes, I got it, Jiru exclaimed as the lock clicked, signaling it had been unlocked. Hitoshi and the rest of the group quickly got up from where they sat and moved to stand over the girl's shoulder. Everyone, stand back a little. We don't know what's behind this door. Hitoshi nodded and stepped back slightly, falling into a fighting stance along with the 4 other members of their group. Jiru took one last glance at them to guarantee they were ready before slowly pulling open the door with the help of Uraraka's quirk, making it lighter. As she opened the door, they were immediately met with a cloud of dust falling towards them. Hitoshi coughed and fanned his hand around, trying to disperse the filth. Once the dust had settled around them, they soon got a glimpse of a small, seemingly abandoned building. Surprisingly, the first out of the 6 of them to move was Denki, who took a hesitant step into the building. He of course was shaking in his boots while he walked in, but he nonetheless still did it. Hitoshi quickly followed suit, walking upright beside him and holding his hand as they continued into the building. Denki looked on in disbelief between their clasped hands and Hitoshi's eyes before smiling fondly. I knew you'd come around, Denki whispered as they stepped into a dark room. Shut up, was all Hitoshi said in response. The 2 boys tried to get a good look at the dim room they were in, but to no avail. Denki took off his backpack until he found 2 flashlights for them to use. The blonde flicked on the flashlight as they walked deeper into the space and was met with the sight of an empty office filled with scattered papers, destroyed computers, and ginormous cobwebs. I really hate spiders, Hitoshi murmured, checking the room for anything useful to them while avoiding the webs. Denki leaned over and moved to whisper in Hitoshi's ear. I heard that the huntsman spider is one of the most commonly found spiders found in Musutafu. Plus it can grow up to a foot long. Hitoshi lightly shoved the boy away and glared. Shut up, Denki, you are not helping. The boy in question just quietly snickered as they went to rejoin the rest of the group in the front of the building. The front area they were all in didn't seem to have any windows and only had one visible exit, which was made of another metal door, this one an actual normal size. Hitoshi hesitantly opened the door and immediately covered his eyes as the sun blinded them with its rays. As their eyes adjusted, they were met with the putrid smell of the city. If Hitoshi were to describe the smell, he would have said that it smelled as if death came and left 1,000 bodies on your doorstep. The next thing he noticed was the horrific state the city had been left in. The group slowly made its way out of the building and almost, if not all of them, had to fight the urge to throw up where they stood. In front of them was an empty street devoid of all life except wild plants that grew from the grounds. Buildings around them were in ruins from what looked like fires and collisions between cars. One particular shop had all its glass windows broken and left in shatters on the ground. Bags and suitcases laid on the ground, with some looking worse for wear, most likely because of the weather that had no doubt crossed the city in the past months. A newspaper blew into Hitoshi's legs and he cautiously bent over to pick it up. On the paper, it read, "Government staging citywide quarantine with negative citizens being allowed to evacuate. Seek help at one of the government tents located near you for testing. Do we have an epidemic on our hands?" The wind blew it out of his hands into the distance before he could read any more of what was written. He stared off into the general direction the newspaper went in before catching a glimpse of what seemed to be a massive pileup of cars at the end of the street they were on. He looked back at the rest of the group and saw the rest of them making their way to explore the little area they had found themselves in, so he thought it would be okay if he did the same. Walking down the street, he saw dozens of cars all piled up on each other. The interiors were completely wrecked, and the people who would have been driving the vehicles would have died due to some sort of injury if these damages were anything to go by. He stepped back to get a better view of the wreck when his foot met with something both mushy and hard. He felt a pit form in his stomach when his mind jumped to conclusions he never wanted to come true. He slowly spun around to get a look at what his foot hit, and the need to vomit came back in full force. Lying on the ground beside him was an almost fully decomposed body of what seemed to be a middle-aged woman, judging by the height of the corpse. What was left of it, that is. The body was practically only bones at that point, likely due to the harsh spring and summer weather and insects that had expedited the decomposition process. There was nothing left to identify the woman's body, just bones and decomposing skin. Bugs crawled in and out of her skull, slowly eating up the rest of the decaying skin. He realized he still had his foot in the woman's decaying skin and quickly removed and rushed over to an empty alleyway to throw up, not being able to keep down the bile that had slowly been rising. After a few minutes, he wiped the bile from the corners of his mouth and also the tears that had also formed in his eyes and rejoined the group who had made their way back to where they had initially been before splitting up. Once Jiru caught a glance at him and his disarrayed look, she sent him a concerned glance. "Are you okay?" she signed while moving closer to him. He held up a hand to stop her from moving any closer and went to sign back to her. "I'm okay, just pay attention to the group for now. I'll be better in a few more minutes." She sent another glance, this time out of disbelief and slightly more concern. "You sure?" He nodded his head, and after a few more seconds of staring him down, she resigned and moved to stand next to Uraraka, occasionally sending him quick looks. "This place is just so desolate and lifeless. I remember I came here with my cousin a few years back and it was just so full of life and energy. Now it's just an empty shell of what it used to be like," Mina said while holding a dirty doll she must have picked up off the street. "I know it's sad, but we have a mission to complete. We can reflect on all of this later, but we shouldn't stay in one place for too long. Let's get a move on our journey before it gets dark." December 23rd, 10:29 a.m. Musutafu. They had been walking for a little over 2 hours now, and they had managed to miraculously avoid all carriers they had heard. From taking back alleys, jumping over fences, and hiding behind boxes, they had done whatever it took to stay away from carriers and swarms alike. Hitoshi was glad their masks muffled most of their breathing. Without that, they'd probably have had to engage 3 times over. Thankfully for Hitoshi's sake, along with his friends, most of the dead bodies they had come across were in dry decay, meaning they were practically just skeletons and not actively rotting. He didn't think he could handle seeing another body full of maggots and bugs ever again, let alone on the same day. He also couldn't imagine his friends seeing a decaying body like he had, especially Mina or Denki. As of right then, they were all just walking down another empty road along the side of the city. They hadn't really talked since they had first left the entrance of the city, and would only do so when they took their breaks every so often. Out of all of them, Sue and Uraraka seemed to be the most put together. The latter was still slightly distressed anytime they heard a screech in the background or when they came across skeletal remains, but she seemed to be putting on a front for the rest of the group. Sue seemed distraught whenever they would come across remains, but it usually wasn't visible. He could only just pick up on it because she would squeeze her girlfriend's hand a little tighter than she would have been a few seconds earlier. Denki and Jiru stood with one another, the latter taking pictures with the Polaroid they had brought and the former being pretty somber compared to his usual self. While taking pictures, Jiru was occasionally plugging her ear jack into the street, listening in for any nearby swarms of carriers. She wasn't visibly upset as often, just like Tsu, but she would tense up every once in a while, cluing him in that she probably was nervous of an encounter. Denki was visually paranoid of something sneaking up on them because at the slightest noise he would tense up, and Hitoshi could see little arcs of electricity appearing on his fingertips. Nina, out of all of them, had to be handling this the worst. In her arms she still carried the little doll they had found back at the first street, and she was clutching onto it for dear life. Earlier, about 1 hour into their journey, she had started to cry once they saw a pile of remains lying on top of one another, with one being the size of a child clearly lying next to their mother's remains. Since then, Hitoshi has stuck close to her, keeping an eye out to make sure she didn't need any help and just overall comforting her. Hitoshi was walking behind Jiro when he suddenly ran into her after she abruptly stopped. He moved to get a better look at her and she was wearing a terrified expression on her face. She quickly unplugged her jack from the ground and started to frantically look around for the apparent noise she had heard. Hitoshi could notice the panic rising in her eyes and was quick to place his hands on her shoulder, firmly keeping her in place and grounding her. "What is it, Kyoka?" Hitoshi whispered to her. Jiro stared directly into his eyes while saying, "It's a swarm and it sounds huge." Hitoshi went on high alert almost immediately and started to grab all of his teammates' arms and pull them in the opposite direction Jiro had been looking. They had all yelped at being pulled but swiftly gained their bearings and started running alongside him. "What the hell, Hitoshi? What's going on?" Uraraka hissed quietly while they abruptly turned a corner. Hitoshi continued to run instead of answering her question, so Jiro took the liberty of doing it for him. "I heard a swarm. It had to have at least 50 or more carriers by the noise they were causing. It also seemed nearby and I would very much like to avoid fighting off zombies that we are not allowed to kill." The loud screeching of the carriers was heard getting closer to them and they picked up the pace. Hitoshi could see the outlines of what must have been the carriers down the street, and so he made a point for his team to know to go faster. They continued running until they heard a barrage of car alarms suddenly going off in the opposite direction. They spun around trying to figure out the origin of where it was coming from but couldn't find anything. After running so much, they decided to break into a 2-story warehouse to take a short little resting period before heading out again. Like most places they had explored, the place was dusty and thankfully empty. Hitoshi plopped his bag down on the nearest wall and slowly slid down it. That was stressful. 1 out of 10 experience. Would not recommend unless you're some adrenaline junkie who loves running, Hitoshi remarked while taking a swift drink from his water bottle. "No kidding. That was horrible and stressful," Mina whined against him. "Honestly, Jiro, we are very lucky we have you on our team. Like your quirk is super useful," Uraraka pointed out. Jiro blushed slightly and tried brushing off the comment as if it was nothing, but Denki was having none of it. "Seriously though, thanks for the heads up. It's nice to have our own little warning system with us. Like, what could go wrong?" Once the phrase left the boy's mouth, everyone turned to stare daggers into his soul. "What?" Denki asked warily. "You don't ever say the phrase what could go wrong, especially in a effing zombie apocalypse. It's as if you're asking for Murphy's Law to strike you dead right where you stood." Hitoshi hissed. "Yeah, God has a record for hating us mere mortals and sending everything into chaos once those words are uttered." Denki chuckled slightly and placed a hand on his neck. "Guys, I think you are overreacting. Nothing bad has happened yet, so I don't think." He was abruptly interrupted by banging on the front doors to the warehouse. The door was being bashed in by something and wouldn't hold up much longer if Hitoshi had to guess, judging by the hinges coming loose. "You were saying," he whispered to Denki. Hitoshi grabbed his bag from off the floor and made his way to hide behind some crates along with everyone else in his group. After a few more moments of pounding, the door finally gave out, and in walked a carrier looking pissed beyond relief. It looked decently built, standing at around 6 feet and presumably male before turning. It looked fairly muscular, so Hitoshi had to guess it was to do with its previous profession. His analysis was interrupted by a light tap on his shoulders. He looked over and saw Uraraka gesturing to a notepad that she had written on with a pen also stuck out for him to use. "How'd it find us?" Hitoshi lifted an eyebrow at the written question and went to write his answer on her notepad. "We weren't exactly the quietest. I wouldn't be surprised if this carrier is one of the ones from that big swarm. The carrier seems to be pretty tall compared to us, and it looks pretty strong, so hand-to-hand should definitely be avoided." She nodded her head in agreement and went to strategize on what to do. The carrier was moving around the warehouse searching for the noise it must have heard them making earlier, bashing in different crates and leaving no corner left unchecked. When it came closer to where they were situated, they slowly maneuvered around the crate to the other side. The carrier reeked of death, and Hitoshi could hear its harsh breaths from where he was crouched down. Not being able to find anything, the carrier seemed to go slightly more passive and started to move to the now broken down door to leave the warehouse. The group let out a silent sigh at its retreat and moved to back up when they heard a floorboard creak from under one of them. Hitoshi glanced between a panicked Mina, who had managed to find the one creaky floorboard in the entire building apparently, and the now enraged carrier who was looking directly at them. "Go, go, go," Hitoshi yelled while booking it up the stairs of the building. The others quickly followed after him and they made their way into a smaller room on the 2nd floor. He slammed the door shut right in time before the carrier started banging on the door trying to get in. "What do we do? What do we do? Oh my god, we are going to die in here all alone," Denki ranted as he paced the room. "Calm down, we aren't going to die. We just need to think of a strategy like Aizawa-sensei told us to do. Remember, Uraraka, ever the positive, tried as she also paced the room. Well, we need one soon because this door won't hold up long." I'm not particularly keen on being squashed and bitten today, Hitoshi snapped, putting all his weight against the door trying to keep it from opening. You can help come up with a plan, you know, Uraraka argued. I'm kinda busy if you couldn't tell. Guys, now is not the time for this. We need a plan, okay. One that doesn't involve our imminent deaths would be preferred, Jiru yelled over their bickering. Hitoshi was still preoccupied with keeping the door closed, but decided to go over the info he had gathered on the carrier. Okay, Hitoshi, think back to those analysis classes you had last semester with Aizawa. What do you know? Well, the carrier is aggressive and strongly built, but because of that, it isn't that fast. I also saw that it had some previous injuries to its limbs, so it probably isn't the most mobile it could possibly be. What can we do about this? Think, Hitoshi, think. He glanced around at all his friends who were still talking and panicking. The cogs in his head started to turn as he slowly remembered multiple different lessons from different classes in UA. Suddenly a light bulb went off in his head and he grinned. Denki, do you have your discs for your sharpshooter? What? Yeah, I do, but why? Mina, can you change the pH of your acids and determine its strength? Yeah, Aizawa-sensei suggested it and I've gotten super good at it, but why do you ask? Do you have a plan? Hitoshi's grin just grew in size as he nodded. You bet your ass I do. Kyoka, I need you to come over here to take over keeping the door closed. Jiru made her way over to where he was and placed her back on the door, firmly keeping it shut against the pounding and banging. Hitoshi shuffled back until he was standing in front of everyone. Now, who's ready for a chemistry lesson? If we do this, we should probably be able to come out of this unscathed. Probably. You guys got it. He turned around to get a look at all his friends but was met with amazed stares and slightly ajar mouths. I said, got it. That seemed to knock everyone out of their stupor and they all responded with a yes, sir. He nodded and got into his position. On 3. 1, 2, 3. On his count, Jiru backed off the door and it was immediately sent flying off its hinges. The carrier glowered at all of them, seeming to look for its first target. Once it had laid its eyes on Mina, it raced into the room to try to get her but tripped instantly on one of Jirus's ear jacks that was hovering just above the ground. The carrier went tumbling to the floor, where it landed in some of Mina's strongest acid she had sprayed out on a tarp they found. The pH level she had managed to hit was so high, it caused the carrier to screech out in pain. It slowly stood up, movements unsteady, and tried reaching out again. Denki was quick to fire off one of his discs at the carrier and sent it into shock as the thousands of volts of electricity flowed throughout it. Uraraka seized the opportunity and ran in, slapping it on the shoulder, causing it to slowly float up towards the ceiling. Even with its injuries, it tried to maneuver around in the air, but Hitoshi and Tsu were quick to restrain it with both his capture weapon and her tongue. The carrier kept thrashing in the air and its muffled screeching could still be heard, but for the group of teenagers, it was a major success. Oh my god, we did it. We actually did it, Mina cheered and was immediately shushed. She turned slightly pinker and apologized. Jiru turned incredulously towards Hitoshi. How did you even think to come up with a plan like that? The rest of the group turned expectantly at him as well and he just shrugged. I just sorta thought back to different lessons we've learned in class. Denki and Mina's part was based on a lab we did in chemistry a few months back. In any case, it was an amazing plan. You totally saved our butts. Uraraka quietly exclaimed. It was nothing. Let's just dump this carrier in an empty room before more of its friends pay us a visit. After dumping the carrier in a locked room in the warehouse, they hastily made their way back into the streets. Jiru took out their map and pointed them in the right direction for them to start heading in. They all went back into the silence they had once been walking in, this time slightly less tense and a little giddier after their first takedown of a carrier. Like always, the silence didn't last long when they heard some shuffling coming from around the corner of the street they had been walking on. They all sighed at their crappy luck and stood against the wall they had been standing next to. Hitoshi looked between all his friends and saw all of them looking at him again, and boy did that feel weird. People looking to him for instructions was a new feeling, but not necessarily a bad one. He took out a notepad and wrote down another basic plan that followed a similar format as the last one, and they all gave him a thumbs up. He used his fingers to count to 3 before they all jumped out from behind the corner to engage. Tsu shot her tongue out and it immediately wrapped around their target. Uraraka dashed in without a second thought, moving at speeds that could rival Ida's, and tapped on the target. Denki was about to shoot his disc out when they heard a yelp and a giggle coming from their supposed carrier. Hitoshi knew the only sound that carriers made were screeches, so he was quick to turn around to see what they had just captured. Well, I'm floating, the little girl with silver hair they had captured said through her giggles. Just like Wendy does in Peter Pan, except I have a tongue around me. She glanced down at all of them for the first time and her eyes widened. Wiggling her hand out of Tsu's tongue, she stuck it out and smiled brightly at all of them. Emery, who are all of you? December 23rd, 7:02 a.m. Musutafu. You were meant to be mine. I am all that you need. You carved open my heart. Can't just leave me to bleed. Izuku paused his singing and poked his head out the shower when he heard loud pounding coming from the other side of the bathroom door. Izunai, would you hurry up already? I really have to go, Eri screamed from behind the door. I'll only be in here another minute. That's what you said 5 minutes ago. Just hold on a second, Eri. I'm about to get to the best part of the song. Just, I don't know, go downstairs and use that bathroom, he yelled back over the running water. The toilet down there is broken. And you said you would fix it last week, but you didn't. So hurry up. She punctuated her whining with more obnoxious pounding. Izuku rolled his eyes. You can wait till I finish this last part. I see you and I. The rest of her screams went unheard as Izuku stepped back into the shower and resumed his singing. Veronica, open the door, please. Veronica, open the door. Veronica, can we not fight anymore, please? Can we not fight anymore? Veronica, sure, you're scared. I've been there. I can set you free. Veronica, don't make me come in there. I'm gonna count to 3. Izunai, I'm gonna count to 3. And if I don't hear that shower turning off and you getting out by the time I finish, then your favorite All Might hoodie will never see the light of day ever again. Ri shouted, this time sounding more impatient and definitely more agitated. You wouldn't dare, he challenged. 1. Izuku could just feel the smirk radiating off of the 8-year-old through her satirical tone. I'm not scared of you, Eri. 2. Okay, you can stop counting already. I know you won't do it. 3. As the last number was called, Izuku could hear retreating footsteps heading in the direction of his room. Terror filled every inch of his soul at the thought of what she could possibly do to his merch, and he quickly turned the shower off the shower and hopped out. He messily wrapped a towel around himself, not even bothering with his hair, and swung open the door. Waddling in front of the door was a clearly distressed Eri who looked like her bladder was seconds away from bursting. She scanned over Izuku's wet form, before seemingly becoming too impatient and tried to shove past him. Move. With that shout, Izuku quickly shuffled out of the way and allowed Eri to rush into the bathroom. The door was harshly slammed behind him and he was left by himself in the hallway. He could feel the water pooling under him from his still soaking hair, so to prevent it from making an even bigger puddle he rushed to his room to finish drying off. Once he reached his room, he shut the door and dried his hair and the rest of his body, not wanting to go through the ungodly hassle of brushing through his bird's nest hair properly. He grabbed a clip from a tray on his dresser and clipped his bangs back. He then made his way to his closet and pulled out his freshly cleaned and newly upgraded supply run outfit. Today was the day. Azuri had taken to calling it over the past couple of days. Izuku, though, he had taken to calling it the Doomsday. If not obvious by the name, he wasn't thrilled that he was taking his literal 8-year-old sister out into the city, but he had made a stupid promise last month and he wasn't one to break someone's trust like that. Izuku knew Eri could handle herself fairly well for her age. The training she had been doing the past couple of months spoke wonders of her skills. It's just that life seemed to have it out for him and anything associated with him. Be it him, his mom, his friends, or even the city, all things connected to him seemed to meet some tragic end. It wasn't fair by any means, but life wasn't fair either. He didn't want to give life that extra push to involve Eri in his unfortunate curse that had caused him to be so lonely. He ceased his rather depressing thoughts so that he can fully concentrate and pay attention to putting on his outfit properly. Though at first glance it looked relatively plain and simple, there were a lot more straps and buckles involved with keeping everything secure with all the jumps he had to do. In a way it was kinda like him, unassuming on the outside, but on deeper levels much more complex. Stop, Izuku. No more depressing or philosophical thoughts. After you eat breakfast, fine, do whatever your brain desires. Until you have your cup of tea though, no more depresso espresso for you. Once he finished getting the last of his many belts and straps attached, he grabbed his All Might hoodie and slipped it on. Not only was it cold from the December temperatures, but his outfit for supply runs was mainly designed for warmer climates and summer months. The fabric did little to protect against the winter chill that had fallen upon the city. Plus, it was All Might merch. What was he supposed to do? Not wear it around at all times. He made his way down the stairs and crossed through the living room into the kitchen. At the kitchen table, Eri sat looking much happier than when he had seen her earlier, eating a bowl of oatmeal. He had failed to notice earlier, with the whole threatening All Might merch and dripping wet situation, but she was already fully dressed in her custom outfit, her hair tied into a ponytail with her little cat hair clips keeping her bangs out of her face. Once she took note of who it was, she immediately got up from where she was sitting and scampered over. Morning, Izunai, she greeted happily as she went in for a quick hug. Good morning to you too, Eri. You seem to be in a better mood than earlier. Izuku chuckled as she flailed her arms around in embarrassment, reminiscent of how he was whenever he became flustered. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to threaten your merch. I just really needed to go and you were taking so long. Izuku cut her off with a short chuckle as he shook his head fondly. It's fine, Eri. You don't need to apologize for being cranky. When you gotta go, you gotta go. Eri smiled and started to usher him over to the table where she revealed another pre-made bowl of oatmeal and a fresh cup of tea. Well, how about you eat? That way we could spend some quality time out on our supply run today. So that's what you want. You want me to hurry up so we can head out already? Yes, I mean no. I just want you to have a nice healthy meal so that way you can be a nice and strong big brother for me. She looked up to him and her eyes just twinkled with faux innocence. Shuri, he hummed as he sat down in his seat. He grabbed his chopsticks and grabbed a small portion of the serving and held it in front of his face. Then if that's the case, I think I might just take my time eating this nice, delicious, and delectable meal. What's the rush, right? He very slowly moved the chopsticks closer and closer to his mouth until it hovered right in front of it. At that point, Izuku could see Iri's jittery energy barely being contained at his tortoise-like pace. He stayed still and didn't move a muscle, just keeping the chopsticks centimeters away from his mouth. He only started to move again when he heard a loud sigh come from the chair beside him. Okay, fine. I just want to go on the supply run. There, I admitted it, Iri lamented. But Izunai, it's the day. Yes, and it's also too early, so you're going to have to wait a little bit. The sun's barely coming up over the walls right now, thus we barely have any sunlight out there. But Izunai, nope, you're just going to have to wait on me. He shoved his mouth full with oatmeal. We also have to double-check your arrows and bow to make sure they are all good and ready to use. Fine, but could you at least speed it up? I really want to go already. December 23rd, 8:45 a.m. Musutafu. Izuku and Iri made their way out the back door into the grassy area of the backyard. After about an hour and a half of waking up and slowly getting everything else ready, they were now almost ready to head out. All they needed to do was double-check their weapons for any signs of damage and they were good to go. Hey princess, how about you get warmed up while I get your bow? Izuku suggested as he walked over to the shed. Iri nodded enthusiastically. Okay, on it. Izuku couldn't for the life of him figure out how she still had this much energy even after all this time. The 8-year-old, at his request, went straight into doing her stretches and warm-up exercises. Even then, the exercises did nothing to deter her jittery energy. He opened the doors to the shed and grabbed out her bow and a quiver full with all her arrows. Along with her bow and arrows, he pulled out a pistol and wooden bat and slotted them into their designated pockets and slot. He snagged a hand-sized case full to the brim of ammunition and shoved it into one of his many pouches. He slid the doors closed and walked back over to Iri just as she was finishing her lunges. She continued on her stretches while he looked down each arrow to ensure that they were all straight and sharp. Arrows after arrows were checked, and once he confirmed that all her arrows were good, he gave a little cough to signal to Iri she could stop. Hearing the noise, she got up and looked expectantly at him. Okay, Iri, we are about to head out, but I have some ground rules I need you to follow for your safety. All right. Okay, I need you to engrave these in your memory because these are important and non-negotiable. Don't leave my sight at any point. Keep talking to a minimum and use the words I taught you in sign instead. Don't engage with any infected person unless I deem it necessary or if it's life or death. Izuku listed off. At every rule, Iri nodded her head as she committed them into her memory. His face darkened as he knelt down to be at Iri's eye level. Now, these are arguably the most important ones, so I will hear no ifs, ands, or buts about them. You will listen to what I say no matter what, without any arguments. I don't care if you think you know what's best. Your safety comes first. Which brings me to my next point. If it comes down to my life or yours, save yourself. Iri's eyebrows furrowed and she tried to argue back. But Izuku held up a hand and cut her off. No, you are my family and I'm not letting any more of my family get hurt out there. So if it comes down to it, save yourself and leave me behind. I can handle myself just fine out there, so don't even worry about it. Just run home as fast as you can or get to a safe spot you know you can stay in. Izunai, what if? Nope, I don't want to hear it. This isn't negotiable. You go out on a run and you follow my rules. Now, open your hands. She held out her hands and Izuku placed a flare gun in her grasp. She raised an eyebrow both in curiosity and alarm and looked back at Izuku. This is a flare gun. I'm giving this to you in case we get separated, which shouldn't happen, but it's just for extra precaution. Only use it in case of an emergency. Got it. Iri fiddled with it a little, inspecting the weapon until she set it in her backpack. Got it. Izuku grinned and handed her her bow and quiver to quickly put on her back. Your arrows look all good and I set your bow to the strength you like it at. She placed the bow on her back and gave him a half hug. Thanks. No problem, princess. And since both our weapons are good to go, we can finally head out. We can finally go. Iri shouted out, jumping up and down in her spot. Let it all out before we head out. Yeah, I'm finally going. Yahoo! Iri exclaimed as she danced around Izuku. You got it all out. She nodded her head. Good, now let's go. December 23rd, 9:10 a.m. Musutafu. We're almost there, Izuku said as he reached up to grab another window ledge to hoist himself up. Izunai, shouldn't we be more quiet? Iri whisper shouted up to him from the ledge below him. There's rarely any infected in this neighborhood. You don't have to worry about it too much, just don't start screaming and we'll be fine. Now, keep climbing. The two continued to climb up the side of the building, using both the ledges of windows and different pipes to climb up. Izuku was the first to reach the top, and he lifted himself up onto the rooftop. He placed his hand on his knees, trying to catch his breath from the brisk workout getting up there was. After a few moments, he felt his energy come back and he straightened himself out. Looking out before him, Izuku smiled. "Hey Eri, come take a look." Eri lifted one leg over the ledge and slowly rolled onto the roof on her back. She was heaving heavily and looked as if she had just run a 10K marathon. It was still cold outside and her breaths were visible. She took a glance over at Izuku, who was walking to the other side of the roof and staring out at something. Groaning from her sore muscles, she pushed herself off the ground and plodded towards Izuku. As she reached Izuku, her mouth hung open at the sight of what was in front of them. "Whoa, it's a nice view, isn't it?" From where they stood, they had a pretty spectacular view of the desolate city. The sun was just appearing over the wall, illuminating all the glass buildings. Though a portion of the buildings were destroyed, it was still a beautiful sight to see. The trees were long dead thanks to the winter weather, and dead vines could be seen climbing their way up apartment buildings. Izuku tapped her shoulder to knock her out of her stupor, and he started to walk off and jump down a smaller ledge. She followed after him, and he could tell she was doing her very best to stay as silent as possible by the way she walked on her toes and slowed her breaths. He slowed his walk as he approached the edge of the rooftop that overlooked a small street below them. "All right, Eri, just follow my lead and do exactly as I do. We practiced this. Just don't look down." Izuku did a quick hop and slid down the slanted roof onto the gutter below. Without pause, he used his momentum from the slide to grab onto an overhead arch over a balcony. He caught his balance with his arms and placed his feet onto the railing on the balcony and shuffled along the metal. At the halfway point, he swung around so that his body was facing the street and the building across from them. Izuku closed his eyes and took a deep breath before pushing off the railing and leaping to the other side of the street on the rooftop. He landed in a crouch, but straightened himself off and smiled to himself for his hardcore parkour skills. He turned around to see if Eri had followed, but found her still on the other rooftop staring down at the street, eyes wide from fright at the height. She was trembling slightly, and Izuku could just tell she was in her head doubting herself. "Eri, look at me. What did I tell you earlier?" Izuku called from across the street. Eri continued to look down below her, not visibly acknowledging his question. "That you believe in me." "That's right, princess. So trust your skill and do what you know you can do." Eri nodded and took a deep breath. She scooted closer to the ledge before sliding down it. She was unsteady going down, her arms moving all around her trying to balance her before she harshly landed on the gutter. She let out a squeal when she reached out to grab onto the arch a few feet away, but eventually found her footing on the railing. She let out a sigh at completing part of the complex movements and slowly scooted down the railing until she found herself in the position Izuku had once been in. She spun around so that she was now facing the opposing roof and took another deep breath. Using all her strength in her legs, she pushed off the railing and roughly landed on the very edge of the roof. While trying to steady herself, she lost balance and started to wobble backwards. Izuku quickly saw this and grabbed onto her stretched out arms and hoisted her upwards. She looked between him and the fall and smiled fondly. "Thanks. I told you I'll be right there to help you if you need it. I knew you could do it the whole time though. I'm proud of you." Izuku gave her a little punch on the shoulder and she dramatically threw her left hand to her shoulder to symbolize her pain. He just rolled his eyes at her dramatics and motioned for her to follow him again. Their steps were cut off by a groan down below them and both of them immediately tensed. On the street, a lone infected person wandered down the pavement with no clear motive in mind. Izuku saw Eri reaching towards her bow and quiver, eyes slightly widened and shaking. He moved in front of her, blocking her side of the street, and shook his head. Eri raised an eyebrow and signed, "Hear us." Izuku just shook his head again and raised a finger to his mouth to signal to her to keep quiet. He pivoted on his heel and moved out of the way so they could both keep an eye out for it and any hordes. The one below hadn't seemed to hear them, which was a miracle thinking back to all the racket they had caused. It continued to wander down the road until it made a sharp turn and ran away. Izuku could hear some scuffling down an alleyway in which the infected went down, so it had probably heard a rat if Izuku had to guess. "We're clear," Izuku whispered as he walked down the rooftop once again. Eri was still staring down the road in wonder before shaking herself out of her head and catching up. "Izuku, why did you just let it go? Either one of us could have gotten it since it was alone." Izuku stopped and turned towards Eri. "Just because we can doesn't mean we should. Under all that aggression and underneath that horrible virus was a human being like you and me. We only kill to survive because though it doesn't look like it, they are still in there. That's why I'm always in the basement. It's because if there is any humanity left in them to save, then I'll do it." "I'm sorry, Izuku." "It's okay, Eri. I know you meant no harm in asking, and I probably would have asked the same thing. Let's just hurry up and get this supply run started. There's a store a few blocks from here that is very essential we visit. A video rental store." "That's what's so essential?" Eri asked incredulously, slowly closing the front door to the shop. Yep, Izuku confirmed as he locked the door with his key. He looked around the dusty store and twirled around. This heaven is where I get our movie DVDs from. We've watched every movie at the house multiple times, so I think it's about time we get some new ones. Christmas is only 2 days away, so think of it as last-minute Christmas present shopping. I'll get you 3 movies that I know you'll love, and you get me 3 movies that I would like. Harry beamed. Ooh, that sounds like fun. I bet I'll get you the best movies you'll ever watch. Sure, now scurry along and find your wonderful brother some movies. Stay quiet while you're at it and try avoiding any potential spiders. I don't want you carrying any of those devils home. You got it, Izuku. With that, the two divided down the aisles of the archaic store. The store itself hadn't suffered much damage from the initial anarchy of the apocalypse. It was in a secluded area on a less populated street near the outskirts of the city, so not many people lived near here or even knew this place existed. Izuku had known the owner of the shop, and he was an incredible man who was the one who pointed out Odyssey Video to him. DVD rental stores were unheard of in his age, most dying out long before quirks started to even show up. Pre-quirk things were just forgotten about a lot of the time, and in Izuku's opinion it was stupid that these things ever died out. Izuku traveled down the aisles, skimming through each of the DVD cases to find which one he would like the best. He inspected different ones and read the summaries, but usually would put them back. He was halfway through H's when he found something that made his eyes sparkle. Is this the limited edition All Might and Floating Hero Skywalker team-up movie? How? Hope's Last Stand came out over a decade ago and only produced 300 copies. He thought as he carefully inspected the front and back of the case, using a light touch to not damage it. Oh my god, it is. How have I never seen this before in all my times of coming here? This is a collector's crown jewel, for crying out loud. He continued to scrutinize his lack of awareness to himself while he marveled at the item. Okay, I'll just slip this into my book bag and... Wait, I'm supposed to be getting movies for Eri, not myself. I had told her to only grab 3 movies for me, so it's only fair I do the same. He set the DVD case gently onto the shelf and began to continue down the aisle. But it's limited edition, Izuku. Could you really forgive yourself if you didn't get it right now? He mentally argued with himself as he found himself standing right back in front of the shelf. No, you said only 3 movies for Eri. You can always come back next supply run. He countered against his previous question. But it's All Might related, Izuku. All Might. How would Eri feel about this, Izuku? In his mind, he could just envision 2 little hymns arguing back and forth on his shoulder about this like a mini angel and mini devil would. The angel hymn tried to make him do the right thing, while the other just flipped the other off because it was literal All Might merch. He sighed and began to once again walk away, opting to listen to the little angel hymn instead. Izuku rushed back and, as gently as he could, stuffed the case into his backpack and wandered away. What Eri didn't know couldn't hurt her. He continued down the aisles and in the end got Eri her 3 movies which he knew she would most likely love. The first was the Care Bears movie, which Izuku used to love to no end at her age. He was a mama's boy at the end of the day, so of course he loved heroes and their fights, but he also loved the message of friendship, compassion, and caring. It's what he attributed to being his best traits. The second movie was Shrek, because that was a classic that every kid should see in their lifetime. He had referenced a few quotes from the movie a couple of months ago and had come to the realization that she had never seen it before. He was filled with shock and sadness at the fact that she had never experienced the cult classic of All-Star thanks to the Bird Beach, so he was sure he would remedy that. The last movie was a Christmas movie he held very close to his heart. As a child, he had watched every version of The Grinch that there possibly was. The live action, the reboot, the other live action. His favorite one, though, was the original. He watched it every year on Christmas Eve with his mom, and it was a tradition he never wanted to end. Now he would just need to pass it on to Eri so they could have that special tradition together. Izuku, I have your stuff, Eri called out from across the store. Are you ready to go? Yeah, I'm good. Let's head out and take to the rooftops. December 23rd, 10:20 a.m. Musutafu. As the two bounded across the rooftops, Eri was all smiles and silent giggles anytime she was in the air. It warmed Izuku's heart anytime he saw the 8-year-old jumping into the sky, because that was when she looked the most free and the most excited than he had ever seen her look before. From little parks that had frost over its grass to old art stores that had art supplies Eri could use for her paintings and drawings, Izuku had made sure to take her everywhere he knew that she would enjoy. For the most part, they stayed on the outskirts of the city, but he couldn't resist taking her to a Build-A-Bear workshop after she gave him her puppy dog eyes. It was a stupid choice in retrospect, but Izuku had thought nothing bad would come from it since it was only a few blocks closer into the city. If only he had remembered his shitty luck. Izuku, watch this. Izuku turned around just in time to see it all unfold. Eri had made a jump that was too much for her. The gap between the buildings was probably feet, way farther than any previous jump they had done. He had made sure to choose safe routes that were out of the way of hordes. but those routes also avoided big gaps. She was smiling, but once she was in the air, Izuku could pinpoint the exact point she realized she hadn't jumped far enough. Her gaze turned terrified and she quickly made eye contact with him, silently signaling to him for any help. Izuku wasted no time and moved towards her with an outstretched hand towards her. She reached out towards him too, fingers so close to locking with him, but like anything dealing with him, he was late. She didn't scream, but Izuku could see the pure horror in her face as she plummeted down the drop. "Ari," he screamed out with no care for the consequences. "Roll just like I taught." She nodded her head and went to focus on the ground. She hit the ground pretty hard but tried her best to distribute the impact by doing her best roll. It wasn't pretty or proper by any means, but it probably saved her from any detrimental injuries. He clambered down a fire escape, once again ignoring all of his instincts to stay quiet so that he could get to Iri as quickly as possible. Once he reached the ground, he took off on a sprint towards her to find out if she was okay. Once he got close enough, he could see she was clutching her ankle and scrunching her eyebrows in pain. Izuku knelt down next to her and began comforting her as she cried. From his immediate inspection, he could tell she had most likely sprained her ankle. It was largely swollen and was already bruising, so that was just great. He checked her head for any injuries and found that the back of her head was bleeding pretty heavily. He quickly moved Iri in front of him. "Hey princess, can you tell me where we are and what the date is?" She scrunched her eyes in pain and placed a hand on her head. We're in Musutafu and it's December 23rd. Izuku nodded. "Good. Now, can you answer some questions for me so I can make sure you don't have a concussion?" "Okay. Who am I?" "You're Izunai, silly." "Who's your favorite hero?" "Maruko and Eraserhead." "Who's my favorite hero?" "All Might without a doubt." "How do you spell onomatopoeia?" "I never knew how to spell that in the first place." Iri giggled. "Doesn't seem to be a concussion. Mom did always say head injuries tend to bleed a lot. It's probably just a scratch or something. Nothing to be too concerned with," Izuku mentally reminded himself. He grabbed a roll of bandages from one of the pockets in his bag and started to wrap both Iri's head and ankle with it. They sat in silence while doing it, and Iri tried to avoid his gaze any time he looked at her. "Iri, you know you really scared me." "I know. She was interrupted by a loud screech coming down the road they were near. Izuku got up and cautiously looked around before signing to Iri, "Stay." She looked ready to argue, but kept her mouth clamped shut when she heard many more screeches coming from the same direction as the last one. Izuku slowly snuck over towards the opening of the alleyway that led into the main street and peeked around the corner. At the end of the street stood a lone infected person continuously screeching out towards the sky. The sound made Izuku's ears ring, and he would have thought it had some sort of voice quirk if infected didn't lose their quirks. The infected abruptly turned towards him and he yanked his head back into the alley and slammed his back onto the brick wall behind him. After a few moments, he hesitantly stuck his head out the alleyway again just in time to see a wave of dozens of carriers approaching the alleyway he was in. Izuku shouted as he booked it back into the alleyway. Iri was wobbling around as she tried to stand and put pressure on her swollen ankle. Every single movement she made earned a pained wince and whimper out of her mouth. By the time Izuku reached her, she was harshly biting down on her lip trying to hold back a cry. Izuku ran up to her and squatted down. "Princess, get on my back." His voice was steady and his eyes were constantly darting to the mouth of the alley at every screech and scream. "What? Izunai, I'm still trying to." "Iri, it's not a suggestion. Get on my back." The 8-year-old startled at his tone but quickly picked up on the urgency and the tone of the command. Setting her millions of questions aside for another time, she climbed onto her brother's back and secured her arms around his neck. Feeling her weight on his back, Izuku stood up and immediately took off. The sound of his heavy footsteps echoed around them against the brick walls. Turn after turn, Izuku tried to find his way out of the back alleys they had found themselves in. But at every turn it seemed they just went deeper and deeper into the maze of paths. "Izunai, what's going on? Why are we running? Is that noise a horde?" "Well, Iri, as you can tell, we're in a little predicament as well as a little lost. So I need you to quiet down so we can try and lose this horde," Izuku whispered as he turned left around a corner. Loud screeching and dozens upon dozens of footsteps surrounded them, the noise echoing so much that Izuku couldn't pinpoint the exact direction of its origin. He wanted to scream and shout at the top of his lungs because of this whole situation that shouldn't have happened in the first place. He internally cursed at himself for being so reckless. What was he thinking when he yelled for Iri like that? It was one thing to do stupid and borderline suicidal things while he's by himself, but with Iri, he put her at risk with his actions. He knew he couldn't afford to lose any more family to careless mistakes. A slight movement in the tip of the alley they were in caught his eye. He stopped his sprint and paused where he stood, breathing rough and labored from running so much. Time seemed to freeze as the horde, like a wave from the sea, poured into the tight space. Every single one of those dead and dilated eyes simultaneously locked onto the two of them, which caused his muscles to tense. "Shit, Izunai, don't say shit." Izuku turned in the opposite direction of the horde and made a break for it. Don't repeat any bad words you hear me say, Eri. You're forbidden from using them until you're at least 18. He made a sharp right turn and grinned at the sight of finally making it onto the main road. By that point his heart was beating in his throat, adrenaline was pumping through his veins, and his brain was just trying to piece together where they were so he could think of an escape route. From the corner of his eye he could see the horde appearing out the exit, and both he and the infected picked up their speed. Izuku, they're gaining. Trust me, Eri, I know. Izuku exclaimed as he jumped over an open pothole, just nearly avoiding the outstretched hands reaching out to grab him. With dozens of infected right on their tail, he made a split-second decision to make a little detour through a quaint forest area and park right ahead of them. As he ran through the long overgrown shrubs and dead trees, he could hear Eri wincing at the branches that were smacking her straight in the face. He quickly made it past the forest area and onto the main park. He crossed under pavilions and overhangs in an attempt to lose the tenacious group of the horde that had followed them through the trees. Suddenly, he was violently jerked back by something. He initially thought maybe a branch had caught on his or Eri's back, but along with the jerk he heard a yelp and a thud from behind him. Izuku, help! Eri called from the ground as she put one of her arrows in an infected's jaw to keep it from biting her. Izuku saw red. He swiftly whipped out his wooden bat and ran in. Not today, you Michael Afton wannabe. Izuku put all his weight into his swing and struck down on the infected's head. The blow was so powerful that the bat launched into the skull and an audible crack could be heard. The body crumpled onto Eri and she made a squealing noise at the sudden weight placed on her. He wasted no time in shoving the body away and crouching down so Eri could climb on once more. He began his sprint through the park, smacking any infected person in the head who got in their way. As soon as they cleared the park, the chase was fully on the way again. He made it all the way to a four-way intersection before briefly pausing, trying to decide what to do. Logically, he knew they couldn't keep this chase up for much longer. He had been working on improving his endurance the last couple of months, but even he had his limits. Roofs weren't an option with Eri's ankle, and from his knowledge of the vaguely familiar neighborhood he knew there weren't many hiding places to go to. Down the street from them he saw a small horde, maybe consisting of only 6 infected if the shadowy outlines were accurate, jogging along the side. Normally this wouldn't be anything to note, but this horde seemed different. Though the huge horde chasing them was continuously screeching, a telltale sign that they were calling for more forces, the group of 6 ran away from the noise. The borderline suicidal part of him was begging him to check it out, but the logical part of him was screaming at him to run away. Izuku, look, Eri exclaimed, shaking Izuku out of his thoughts. He turned his head towards where Eri was pointing and realized there was a large parking lot going along the right street. It seemed like an ideal place to make a break towards with how many cars and trucks there were. He looked between the small horde and the parking lot for a few moments as his inner thoughts battled it out on which way to go. Choosing the safer option, he started to run towards the right and head towards the parking lot. He did sneak one last glance at the small horde and almost as if to challenge his rational decision, one of the infected looked back at them as if contemplating something before continuing on his way. Izuku dashed around the parked vehicles in a mad dash to hide or escape, literally anything other than running around like headless chickens. His eyes were darting around him until he found a large semi parked at the edge of the lot. He pushed his legs harder as he ran towards it. Once he got close enough, he began to lift Eri onto the top of the vehicle. Up you go, Izuku said as Eri used his shoulder as a ladder to get up. Once she was on top, he started to climb up himself. He barely pulled his last leg up in time before the horde fully surrounded the semi. They tried to climb and reach the 2 children, but their lack of coordination and damaged cerebellum and basal ganglia caused them to ultimately fail. Izuku lied flat on his back, looking up towards the sky and heaving heavily. The last of the adrenaline that had kept him running past his limit was exiting his system, and he was starting to feel his ache in his calves and the strain on his muscle. Even with the chill still in the air, he was sweating excessively on his forehead and through his shirt. Okay, Izuku, you're in another situation. You need to slow your heart rate so you can think clearly, he thought. Beat, 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 beat. See, now that's better. You can actually hear your thoughts over your heartbeat. Now what do we know? Well, there's dozens of infected trying to bite and or kill us, and we are trapped on a semi. The only things around here are cars and trucks, so not very helpful. He was brought out of his thoughts by the sound of sniffing coming to his left. He turned his head slightly and saw Eri curled up into a tight ball, crying into her knees. He immediately went on high alert at the sight of this and scooted closer to her. Eri, what's wrong? Are you hurt? Did you get bit? As he interrogated her, he examined her over for any new injuries or bite marks. Her eyes were red and puffy from crying so much, and her lips were raw from biting. Some hair strands stuck to her face as tears streamed down her cheeks. It's all, Eri murmured through her knees. What was that? I couldn't hear you. I said it's all my fault. Eri screamed out in frustration as she cried harder. If I hadn't tried to do that jump, then we wouldn't be in this mess. Now, we're stuck here and in danger. Izuku pulled her into a hug and glided his hand through her hair. It isn't your fault, princess. Should you have made that jump? No, it was careless and dangerous, and when you get home I'll probably reprimand you more for it. But I shouldn't have yelled out for you like that. So if anything, it's my fault we're in this situation. Plus, I should have anticipated this. If you haven't been able to tell, I get in these situations every time I leave the house. You are still a kid. I can't expect you to be perfect on your first supply run. Eri wiped the snot off her nose with her sleeve. Really? Now, wipe your nose and eyes so we can get back to hugging without you soaking through my shirt, Izuku said as he held his arms out expectantly. With no hesitation, Eri wiped her face and threw herself into her big brother's arms, giving him a tight bear hug. They stayed like that for a moment, just enjoying each other's company, until a hand reached out on the roof and grabbed Eri's ankle. She yelped at the touch and began to step on the hand. Izuku whipped out his bat and smacked the hand off the roof after a few hits. Maybe we should get off this semi before we celebrate, Eri suggested. Yay, that's probably for the best. Eri pulled away first and brushed off the dirt on her clothes. So, what do we do? Well, I counted all of them out and there's about 50 of them surrounding us. So it's not the best situation. I only grabbed one case of about 20 bullets this morning because I didn't really think we would need it. You have about 10 arrows with you, so we don't have enough to take on all of them at once. They are also surrounding the vehicle, so just jumping off and making a break for it is out of the question. Izuku listed off as he went into his analysis mode. Is there anything we can do? I don't know. I haven't been in this bad of a situation since last month at the gas station when I accidentally broke a car window like an idiot. I barely made it out of there, and the only reason I did was because I made a makeshift rocket launcher. Eri gasped and smiled. That's it, Izunai. Repeat what you just said. What? I made a rocket launcher. Eri, I don't know if you realize, but I don't have the materials to do that. No, not that. Before that, Eri exclaimed as she smacked her forehead. I broke a car window like an idiot. What does that? Izuku paused as the realization hit him. Oh, Eri mimicked. Eri, you're a genius, he exclaimed as he reevaluated his surroundings with this new and retrospectively obvious information. Can you fire an arrow off at one of the far cars at the other side of the parking lot? Izuku asked as he pointed toward a silver car. Yay, I got it. Eri pulled out one of her arrows from her quiver and knocked it on the string of the bow. Pulling back to the corner of her mouth, she took aim at the car and locked in her target. She held the string back, taking in deep breaths as she counted for 10 seconds. At the end of the 10 seconds, she released her hold and let the air string go. The arrow went zooming through the air and hit the car straight through the car window. The car alarm immediately started blaring, causing both the horde and the two on top of the truck to wince at the volume. The horde's eyes locked onto the car and they all rushed forward to try and silence whatever was making the obnoxious noise. They scampered around other cars and trucks, causing those alarms to go off as well. Seeing as the horde's focus was finally not on them, Izuku got down to one of his knees so that Eri could climb on. Once he felt her weight return to his back, he jumped off the semi and booked it to the opposite direction, heading north. F you too, life. I don't like you either, but at least I'm not as obvious about it as you trying to kill me every time I set foot outside. Izuku came to a stop in front of an alleyway right next to a tall glass building. Kneeling down, he lifted Eri off his back and set her down so she could lean against the brick wall of the alley. Okay, princess, this will be our last stop today before we go home. I'm going to have to leave you here this time, but it shouldn't take me too long. Plus, this alley should be safe enough that you won't have to worry about any hordes coming up from behind, Izuku said as pointed down the long, dark, and honestly creepy alleyway. Eri looked between Izuku and the pitch-black alleyway and began to whine. Izunai, are you sure I can't come with you? If it's the last stop, I should get to go with you. Eri, you'll be fine right here. There's some info in this Hero Commission office that I need for my research, but it's on the 20th floor. I'm not going to be able to carry you 20 flights while also avoiding alarms, Izuku said while wiping the dark blood off his bat. But Izuku stopped what he was doing and smiled down at his sister. I'll take you on more runs, princess. It may be a bit before you go out again so that your ankle will heal, but you'll get to go out with me more. Eri's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? I promise. Thank you so much, Izunai. Izuku began to walk away, but paused where he stood. In a split-second decision, he ran back into the alley and pulled Eri into a tight hug. She was startled but quickly returned the embrace with a smile. He leaned down and placed a kiss on her head. You know I love you, princess. Eri nodded. I know you do, Izunai, but I love you more. Impossible because I love you plus ultra. They stayed there for a few seconds before Izuku pulled away and began moving again. Okay, I'm actually leaving this time. You can handle yourself just fine, Eri. Remember that. You have your bow and your brain, so if the need arises, aim for the head. Oh, also if you feel like you're in danger at any point, use the flare gun I gave you. I'll only be gone 30 minutes tops, so as long as you stay there you shouldn't need it. That was the last thing Izuku said before waving to her and making his way into the building, leaving Eri all alone. Eri had been patiently waiting in the alleyway for a good 15 or so, and she was getting bored. Don't get her wrong, she was glad to be out with her brother. The adrenaline, the chase, and the new places were invigorating to her when she wasn't fearing for her life. She got to feel useful out here compared to at home when she would just sit around all day. Well, she got to feel useful until she hurt her dumb ankle. Now, not only was she just a liability to Izuku, but she also couldn't have any fun running around with him. She could stand on her ankle now, but the limp was both painful and annoying. Her boredom wasn't helping either. There was only so much entertainment she could get from playing I Spy by herself in a desolate city. As she played with a fidget cube that she had gotten from a previous store, she heard some shuffling coming from a warehouse around the corner from the alleyway she was in. She instinctively held her breath and crept farther into the alley so that she would blend in with the shadows. It's just some stragglers of Horde, she reasoned as she tried to calm her speeding heart. Just stay quiet and you'll be okay. She went back to playing with her fidget until something else caught her attention. Talking. She had heard talking. Of course it was slightly muffled and quiet because of her distance, but there was no doubt in her mind that she heard multiple voices talking. She started to head towards the noise, but stopped herself as she remembered Izuku's warning to stay where she was. She took a quick glance at the office Izuku had entered and the street the voices were coming from and went back and forth between the two. On one hand, she could stay where she was, wait for Izuku to get back, and then tell him what she learned. On the other hand, she could investigate the noise and figure out what was making it and prove to her brother that she wasn't a liability or a hindrance. In her 8-year-old mind, it wasn't a hard choice to really make. She slowly left the alleyway and limped over to the corner of the building so that way she was just a turn away from the noise. Being at a much closer proximity, she could hear multiple quiet sets of footsteps making their way in her direction. This only fueled her curiosity at what could possibly be behind this noise. She knew from her brother's rants and lessons that the infected didn't talk, didn't walk slowly or quietly. All they did was scream and limp, run. There's no in between. Curiosity finally getting the best of her, Eri finally peeked around the corner to get a glimpse of the mystery being. She was caught by surprise when a slimy tongue wrapped around her torso and her feet left the ground after a light hand hit her shoulder. She yelped as she climbed further and further into the air until she seemed to stop at a certain height. "Whoa, I'm floating," Eri giggled as the tongue tickled her exposed skin. She wiggled around and maneuvered around in the air to mimic flying, just like Wendy does in Peter Pan, except I have a tongue around me. She was so enticed by the fact that she was floating that when she glanced down for the first time since she had been up there, her eyes widened. The group of 6 teenagers that seemed to be around the age of Izuku were staring at her with a stunned expression. Her first instinct was to scream for dear life and hope that her brother would hear her before a Horde did so he could come and get her and take her home. Her breath started to pick up as her brain tried to reason how any human besides her and Izuku could be within the walls, but nothing came of it. Deciding to play nice and hope they didn't attack her or something, she wiggled her hand and stuck it out towards them. She plastered on her signature beaming smile and aimed it toward all of them. "Amiri, who are all of you?" she asked quietly but loud enough for them to hear. Eri grew more and more uncomfortable as none of them answered her question and continued to just stare at her like she was an alien. She noticed a taller teen with purple hair sign a sentence to a girl with long earlobes that included 2 familiar words, move and building. Immediately, the girl with the earlobes began moving towards a nearby apartment building across the street with the small girl that had her tongue wrapped around her following close in tail. Once they entered, each of them split away to check the different rooms on the floor. "Clear," the girl with a brown bob said. A teen with a lightning bolt in his hair nodded. "Unclear over here, guys." The rest of the group announced their rooms were clear as well, and they met up in the main lobby where Eri was still currently floating. "You can release your quirks now," Tsu and Ochako, the same tall teen who had signed earlier, said to his friends. The girl with the bob put her fingers together and whispered release, thus leading to Eri falling from the sky. The tall teen stood beneath her and caught her just before she could hit the ground. Gently, he set her down on the ground and began to pace the room. "Now that we're all safe and can talk out loud, how the hell is this kid alive?" The teen wondered out loud as he placed his hands in his hair. It was as if the question being said out loud was the cataclysm for the chaos the group soon fell into. All of them were pacing around looking frantic as they tried to come to a logical conclusion. "She has to be a figment of our imaginations," a bubbly girl with pink skin suggested as she examined Eri like a specimen in a science experiment. "And all of us have the same hallucination of the same little girl." "Not likely," the frog-looking girl bluntly stated. "Maybe she's a ghost." Eri turned around to face the boy with the lightning streak in his hair and pouted. "I'm very much still alive." Everyone must have completely forgotten she was still there and listening to them because all their attention snapped to her and they began staring at her again. Mina knelt down and held out her hand. "You said your name was Eri, right?" "Well, my name's Mina and these are my friends." The girl who looks a little like a frog is Tsu. The one dressed in pink and giving goo-goo eyes to Tsu is Ochako. The 2 girls at their names being said waved to Eri, albeit shyly and unsure. The girl who looks like she walked out of a pre-quirk era Hot Topic is Kyoka, and the idiot over there who looks clueless and frantic is the charming Denki. Mina introduced as Jiru threw a small salute at the 8-year-old, and Denki gave her a thumbs up. Before Mina could come up with some elaborate introduction for the last teen, he quickly cut in, "My name's Shinsu, but since Mina here has introduced us using our first names, you can just call me Hitoshi. Now that introductions are done and over with, can you tell us how old you are and how you survived in this city?" Iri nodded. "Okay, I just turned 8 the other day, and I've been living in the city with my brother. Well, he's not really my brother, but at the same time he is. So your brother is here as well?" Hitoshi asked with an eyebrow raised. "Yeah," she exclaimed, suddenly feeling more excited as she remembered her adventure earlier in the day. "He took me on a supply run today, and we got chased by this huge horde. It was really scary, but it was okay in the end because Izunai protected me." Iri winced as her ankle began to hurt from all her movement, and Uraraka caught sight of it. "Sweetie, are you okay? Are you hurt?" Iri nodded and pointed towards her ankle. "Yay, earlier I sprained my ankle and hurt my head thanks to a fall. It's nothing too bad though." Uraraka moved closer to her and took out her flashlight to examine her head for any injuries. "The bandage on her head has lots of blood on it. We might be looking at a concussion, guys. Plus a sprain ... It isn't looking good," she said to the other 5 teens. "You're sure your brother is here?" Sue questioned. "Of course, he's here. I'm not lying," Iri replied defensively. "No one was saying you were lying, Iri. We just wanted to double-check to make sure you were positive," Jiru said, trying to calm her down. She turned to her friends and asked, "Guys, can we talk?" At Jiru's request, the team huddled up on the other side of the lobby to avoid Iri hearing them. She could hear them murmuring and whispering from her position, and every once in a while they would throw a glance back at her. Uraraka seemed upset about something the group was saying because every time it seemed Hitoshi suggested something she would get mad. She seemed to have enough of whatever they were talking about because she threw her hands up in the air and walked off into another room. No one went after her, so Iri supposed that they wanted to let her cool off about something. The rest of the group continued their conversation for another minute before coming to an understanding. Hitoshi turned away from the group and walked up to Iri. "Okay kid, we're going to take you outside the wall so we can take you back to UA. It'll be safer there than taking you with us on our mission. We don't want to endanger you by keeping you here." "But what about Izunai? He said he'll be right back," Iri asked, backing up from the group of teenagers. "Kid, I really don't think that." Iri shook her head and crossed her arms. "No, I'm not leaving with anyone unless I'm with Izunai. He said he'll be back, so he will be back." Hitoshi looked back at the rest of his friends with a questioning look. Jiru then started to sign to him words Iri hadn't learned yet, and whatever she had said caused Hitoshi to sigh. He turned back toward her and crouched down. "Actually, we're going to come back for him. He told us to come get you first since he said you're more important." "Really?" Iri asked skeptically, slowly moving closer to the group again. Mina hopped forward and enthusiastically nodded her head. "Yep. He told us to get you past the wall before we come and get him to safety. Right, guys?" "Yeah, your brother was super nice about it too," Denki added as he fiddled with his fingers. Iri was still weary, but from their description of Izuku being nice to them and caring about her first, it seemed to coincide with how she knew her brother would act with her. To make sure they were absolutely telling the truth, she held out her pinky toward them. "You promise?" Hitoshi looked between the pinky and her eyes as if deliberating on what to do before sticking out his pinky finger and shook his with hers. "Pinky promise." December 23rd, 11:16 a.m. Musutafu. Honestly, Shinsu didn't know what was happening anymore. One minute they're on a quest to help what little may remain of humanity, and the next they are babysitting a random little girl who looks like she is dressed for the Hunger Games. There are so many things wrong with that sentence that he rather not dive into, but the main point being the literal child they are with. By all accounts, she should not be here and alive in this hell city. The odds are stacked so heavily against anyone here that not even Nezu believed people were still alive. Yet here she is proving every single statistic wrong. For the past 20 minutes, they had been resting in the apartment building, eating a few snacks before heading back towards the door. Mina and Denki were talking avidly to Iri about their time at UA. The 2 teens were munching on their protein bars as they spoke to her. Iri wrote on a sheet of paper, most likely writing what the idiots were saying word for word. The kid had this sparkle in her eyes the whole time as she listened to them ramble on. "You mean there are tons of people actually living outside the wall? Like alive and well right now?" Iri asked, voice filled with awe. Mina nodded enthusiastically. "Yep, UA, the school we go to, has thousands of civilians and heroes alike being kept on campus. We have 13 people other than us in our class, and we also have our teacher, Aizawa-sensei, along with the rest of the staff and students." Whoa, Iri looked like her head was bursting to the seams with all the new information that she was being given. "And you all are heroes, right?" Mina and Denki nodded their heads and Iri beamed up at that. "Wow, that's so cool. You guys must get to do really cool stuff and help save tons of people." Oh, that's why you're taking me and Izunai outside the wall. You're here to save us. I can't wait to tell him. He'll probably explode from the fact that you're here and that you're heroes. They all stifled at the mention of the ever-mentioned Izunai that Eri loved to bring up. Mina and Denki laughed it off, but they also tried to steer the conversation to another topic, the group's quirks, to avoid him being brought up again. The whole situation they had found themselves in was effed up in more ways than one in his opinion. Earlier, the group debated over what their next move should be considering they now had Eri under their watch. The main consensus was that the kid should be brought back to UA where she can be watched and checked over. It would be far too dangerous and illogical to keep her here with them while they were doing their mission. The problems arose among the 6 teens when the topic of her brother and how to bring her out of the city came up. Eri looked fairly put together for the most part when they had first met her. She didn't look malnourished or sickly as one would suspect a child her age to be if they survived on their own. She had scars lining the visible parts of her arms, but they looked old and none of them appeared to be from bites. Her clothes also looked relatively new if he squinted at them hard enough and looked past all the filth on them, so she could have gotten them recently. But there were also some things about her that set off red flags in his head. The first thing was that she was covered in blood, both carrier and regular blood by the looks of it. She had a hurt ankle that was causing her pain and slowing her down, and also a nasty head injury that was bleeding slowly but steadily. The head injury could be a concussion or some sort of head trauma for all they know. All the medical experience they had was from that measly first aid class they took this semester, but that only went so far. They had checked and she wasn't nauseous and she wasn't wobbling around, but she had also been complaining about a headache and feeling slightly dizzy, so nothing could be completely ruled out. If it was a head injury, then it might be affecting her memory, and it may explain why Eri thinks her brother is here. Don't get him wrong, he's all for believing in Izunai being in the city and alive, but to put all his faith in that wouldn't be rational. None of them wanted to lie to a little girl just so they could get her to cooperate, but that's all they could come up with in the end with how stubborn Eri appeared to be. Uraraka, out of all of them, seemed to be the most against the plan, outright refusing to have any part of it. Sue was in the room next door trying to calm her down, but by how long it was taking it didn't seem to be going too well. Sue wasn't okay with it, but she saw the reasoning behind it and was willing to put aside her morals to get this girl help. The rest of them were the same as well. None of them liked the idea, but they were truly just trying to help. It's been 20 minutes, Hitoshi, Jiru whispered from beside him. Eri said her brother would be back in 15 and he's still not there. Hitoshi sighed. I know. I was really hoping the kid was right about him and that her brother really was here. Are we actually going to take her back towards the door? I know we said we were, but it just feels really wrong for this to be the best option. Trust me, Kyoyuka. I know it's not morally right to lie to a little girl, but what other choice do we have? We don't know if she's telling the truth or if she's just delusional, Hitoshi voiced. Either way, we can't stand here and wait all day. It's almost a 2-hour walk back to the door, not accounting for the fact that the kid is hurt. Plus, because of the height of the wall, the sun will be setting faster here than in most places. I'm not going to be out in the open with a little kid by the time we run out of daylight. I get why we're doing it. It's just that Eri seems really sincere here and she's so convinced her big brother's coming back. What if he's actually here? Are we really going to leave a civilian out here by himself? Jiru argued back. You think I'm not aware of that? I've already told you I don't like this plan as much as you guys don't. Jiru rolled her eyes and leaned back in her chair in frustration. Oh really? Because if I'm remembering things correctly, you're the one to suggest we lie to her in the first place. Don't put this on me. I may have suggested it, but in the end every single one of you, except Ochako, agreed to it. We only agreed to it because you're practically our effing leader at this point. Hitoshi, Jiru grunted out as she pointed an accusatory finger at him. I didn't ask for that title. I can barely make a competent decision on what sweatshirt I want to wear for the day. How do you expect me to make important decisions for all 6 of us? Hitoshi asked, glaring at his friend. I don't know, but we should be able to. We're heroes. Goddammit, I know we're heroes, Kyoyuka. Hitoshi winced at his volume and shrunk down. I know we're heroes, okay. I'm surprised I'm one every single day I wake up because I didn't think I would actually get this far. I barely know anything about being a decent person, let alone being a hero. You want to know what I do know though? A hero's job is to look out and save those they can. All Might said that once in an interview after he saved 100 people out 350 from a mass bombing in Tokyo during his golden age. Right now we have a hurt little girl right in front of us who we can help. Her brother isn't here right now, and I truly wish he was because he would make things so much easier, but he's not. He may not be here, but Eri is. I for one am not leaving someone behind, especially if they can't run, because in this day and age that's a death warrant. From what the kid has said, this Izunai should be perfectly capable of handling himself for one more day. If he's been watching over Eri and himself while fending off flesh-hungry carriers, I'm sure he can wait till after we drop off his sister to more capable heroes, so we can come back tomorrow. Jiru stared at him for a few seconds before resigning with a sigh. I know, All your points are valid and logically we should be taking her, but it just doesn't sit right with me. Truth be told though, do you really think her brother exists? Hitoshi placed his elbow on his thigh and leaned down on it as he thought. I think there are 3 possible options involving how Eri's actually alive. Number 1 is that she's survived on her own, and she's just incredibly lucky and resourceful. Izuku may be an imaginary friend of some sort, or a brother in this case, to help keep her from going crazy after being alone and isolated all these months. That seems unlikely considering her age and build. I don't think she could survive by herself all this time. Plus she has weapons and clothing that looks like she was made for an apocalypse. Jiru voiced. Which brings me to my next point. Number 2 is that she has been living with her brother but he's just recently died. Eri has both carrier and human blood on her, plus multiple scratches and injuries scattering her body. She described being caught in a horde of carriers earlier today with her brother, so it might not be that far of a stretch. A head injury or just trauma in general could be causing her to think he is still alive and coming back to her. Jiru looked thoughtful at the notion as she thought it over. I mean, that's a possibility, I guess. It would kinda make sense as to why she was wandering around by herself and why she's injured. What's the last option you're thinking of? Number 3 would be that this Izuku is actually alive and we're just great a-holes for thinking we know best and kidnapping his sister and leaving him behind. Hitoshi deadpan. Wow, so in every single scenario God just hates children? Yep, that seems to be his motto in life. The door to the left slowly opened and Uraraka and Tsu walked out looking both resigned and tired. Uraraka looked the worst out of the two with slightly red eyes and a frown decorating her face, while Tsu looked just slightly agitated. The two made their way across the lobby they were all in and sat down on the couch next to them without saying a word. The 4 of them sat in silence for a few moments, just enjoying the peace in each other's presence. Uraraka chuckled a dry laugh that held no humor in it. This is really effed up, you guys know that right? Wouldn't be our group if it wasn't. Jiru punctuated her remark by pushing Uraraka with good intent. The action caused her to chuckle a little more, bringing a genuine smile onto her face. Hitoshi looked over to where Denki, Mina, and Eri were eating and smiled to himself as he saw them arguing over who they believed was the best hero. Eri looked thoroughly annoyed with Denki with his answer while Mina shook her head fondly. I'm just saying All Might is basically the standard for best pro hero. He's strong and super overpowered. He was practically unbeatable during his whole career. No hero could even come close to him. He even gave his life to protect civilians at the beginning of the apocalypse. What's not to love about him? Eri leaned back against the wall as she took a bite out of the protein bar she was now munching on. Mr. Denki, I'm not saying you are stupid, but you are. All Might's not unbeatable and the perfect guy as you're making him out to be. He was good, but he had his own problems. There are tons of better heroes out there who help do a lot but just on a smaller scale. Like Eraserhead. Mina raised an eyebrow at the mention of their teacher and smiled. Eri, you know how I told you about our teacher Aizawa-sensei? She nodded. Well, Aizawa-sensei is actually Eraserhead. No way. Yep. And when we drop you off at UA, then I'm positive you'll get to meet him. I can't believe I'll actually get to meet him. It's almost as exciting as the thought of meeting Rapunzel in real life. I can't wait to tell Izuku about this. He'll probably die on the spot, Eri said before wincing from a headache. As the group prepared to leave the building and start their trek to the door, there was only one thought playing through Hitoshi's head. I really hope her brother is alive and understanding because I really don't want to have to break this promise to her. December 23rd, 1:29 p.m. Musutafu. After 2 hours of walking, 3 bathroom breaks, and 1 close call, they had finally made it back to the area where the door was located. The sun was slowly creeping its way down the sky, disappearing slightly behind the wall. There were still rays of sunlight illuminating the streets, but dark shadows approached them at every other turn. Carriers' screeches, if possible, seemed to grow louder to remind them of the approaching nightfall, and their hostile nature grew even more disturbed. Hitoshi cursed the timing of their mission more every minute here than he's done in the last month entirely. Oh, of course, our first day here just so happens to fall on the winter solstice of all effing days, Hitoshi internally cursed, walking onto the main street they had found themselves on just a few hours prior. Denki staggered behind him as he carried Eri on his back as if she were a backpack. She on her part looked half asleep while her arms hung around his neck. They had all given up on the idea that she could walk the trek all on her own around the 10-minute mark when she almost collapsed on herself because her ankle couldn't support the weight. After that, they had decided they would take turns carrying her till they arrived. The rest of the group silently followed after the duo, and they continued down the road towards the building connected to the wall. The streets were eerily quiet and were still lacking life just as it was the last time they were here. No carriers were limping about, but it felt like something was constantly watching them as if they were prey. They tried their best to avoid as many dead bodies as they could, but it was inevitable with how many there were. Hitoshi realized his mind must have blocked out most of them earlier because there seemed to be even more than he remembered. He felt the familiar sensation of stomach acid rising in his throat, and it took all his might to keep it down. The whole street was horrible, but what unsettled them most was Yuri's apparent indifference at seeing death. She didn't so much as blink an eye as they passed a skeleton with half its bones strewn across the pavement, dried blood splotches making an appearance along the sidewalk as well. Though it shouldn't be surprising since she had been living here for months at that point. It bothered all of them that someone at that age had to get used to the smell of rancid death. After what seemed like an eternity of walking down the street, they finally arrived at the small office building connected to the wall. Hitoshi pushed open the door and stepped inside the building, soaking in the cleaner air. Wasting no time, he opened the door all the way and let the rest of his group members inside. Denki sat Yuri down on one of the dusty visitor chairs to the side and made his way back to the group. Yuri didn't seem to mind the apparent fact she was being excluded from the group. She even seemed pleased as she got up from where she was placed and limped around to explore different rooms. Hitoshi paid her curiosity no mind, but he made sure to keep an ear out just in case. Okay guys, let's get this over with quickly so we can get Yuri out of here. First off, Tsu and Kyoyuka, can you guys get the door open like you did before? Hitoshi asked in a hushed tone. The two addressed teens nodded their heads and turned towards the door to get started on their work. Hitoshi turned to the rest of them and asked, who can play lookout for a couple minutes while we try and get this hunk of metal open? We don't want any unwanted visitors. Nina raised her hand and shrugged. I guess I've got it. Not like I've got anything better to do. Okay, the rest of us can just wait around for a few minutes while Tsu and Kyoyuka work their magic. The rest of the group dispersed from their little huddle and went their separate ways. With jobs out of the way, Hitoshi took a deep breath and walked over to one of the lounge couches on the side and sat down. He let his eyes slip shut as he felt his body relax, stress starting to leave his body. Is it okay if I sit here, Hitoshi? Uraraka hesitantly asked, rocking back and forth on the heels of her feet. Hitoshi cracked open an eye to look at her before shrugging. Yeah, sure, go ahead. Uraraka sat down beside him, looking rather tense and rigid and fiddled with her fingers. Hitoshi was fine with letting the silence they had going last, but he could sense there was something on her mind she wanted to let out into the open. I'm sorry for how I acted early, Uraraka whispered under her breath. It wasn't cool of me to act like that because I didn't like something the group agreed on. I was out of line for cursing you out. You didn't curse me out, though. Uraraka shook her head. No, I did it when I stormed off into that other room with Tsu. I feel really bad for what I said, and even if you don't know what I said, I just want you to know that I didn't mean it. I was just so upset with what we were doing because we're heroes. I get it now that heroes have to do what's necessary too. Hitoshi furrowed his brow and shook his head. You had every right to feel that way though. You're right, we are heroes, and heroes don't lie to little kids to make things easier. Well, good heroes don't do that. What we did wasn't right, I'll be the first to admit it. We may never know if she's actually telling the truth, but that doesn't excuse us from lying to her so we can save her. You were the first to object to the suggestion because you knew it wasn't right. But I still went along with it, Uraraka counters back. Hitoshi sighed. The rest of us did too, Ochako. Don't beat yourself up over it. We did what we did to help who we needed to, but now we'll just have to live with those consequences. But we're heroes. Uraraka weakly tried as she leaned against him. He didn't flinch back from the sudden contact, just smiled sadly. Correction, we're heroes in training. We are still learning, and we are going to make tons of effing mistakes along the way, but we'll just have to learn from them, I guess. We'll even support each other through every crappy choice each of us makes. Yeah, I guess. I still feel like a dirty liar, she complained. Then we'll be dirty liars together. Cheer up though. We'll be coming back tomorrow and we'll check to see if he's actually here. That way we won't have to break that pinky promise and be liars technically. Uraraka didn't cry, but her eyes did water slightly from the comfort. Since when did you get all wise and emotionally helpful? Since you all apparently made me the group leader, which, may I say, is a terrible idea. I've never had to lead anything in my life, and I've always been isolated and alone. The question had been playing in his mind for a bit now. Why him? Uraraka seemed like such a better choice. She was a people person, strong, independent, had good leadership skills, and actually had a decent sleep schedule. Why would they keep turning to him with questions? Uraraka laughed and her body lightly shook against him with her chuckles. I think you're underestimating yourself, Hitoshi. You just gave me a pretty good pep talk right there all on your own. Hitoshi rolled his eyes and laid back against the chair. Anybody can do that. Yet, you're the one who did it. Seems pretty leaderish to me. Shut up. Leaderish isn't even a word. The two quietly chuckled at each other's antics until a thud against a nearby wall made them all flinch. Damn it, guys, I think we have a problem, Jiru said loud enough for all of them to hear but not loud enough to cause problems. Hitoshi turned away from Uraraka and faced the door where he saw Tsu patting herself down and Jiru frantically turning the knob of the lock. He immediately went on high alert at their unkempt appearances and rushed over to them to see what the problem was. "What's the problem? Why isn't the door open yet?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. "The problem is that the code on here isn't the same as the one entering here. Plus, it's not even the same type of lock as the one on the outside," she said, pointing to the lock. "This is a 6-digit code while the other one was 4. I thought it would be the same code despite that, but it's not," Jiru practically shouted as she banged her fist against the wall again. Everyone in the room turned to look at Jiru with shocked eyes. Without the dial, part of the locking mechanism wouldn't properly open. A harsh slap to his shoulder caused him to pause as he made eye contact with Denki, who was looking intensely between him. He caught on to what he meant but rolled his eyes regardless. "She's not even in the room." "Fine. All right. That's foo messed up, but at least we still have the key. Maybe if we get the door open wide enough with that then." Sue let out a panicked sigh as she cut Hitoshi off. "I think I lost the key somewhere on the street or in the warehouse as we were running from carriers at one point. I can't find it anywhere on me. And the necklace it was attached to isn't on my neck anymore." Hitoshi was internally crying at this point. It wasn't like he expected this to happen. This had to be a 1 in a billion chance that every single thing could go wrong in this short amount of time. He began to pace the room while he tried to think of something to do. Ideas began and stopped in his brain as he reviewed any information he had on this door and wall already. Uraraka apparently had the same idea, pacing alongside him trying hard to think of something. "There has to be something we can do. The door must have some failsafe if this sort of thing were to happen," Denki exclaimed. "Why did Aizawa-sensei not tell us about this?" Jiru asked. Hitoshi placed his fingers on his temple. Clearly he didn't know. "Kyoyuka, keep trying to get that door open," Hitoshi and Uraraka commanded at the same time. Hitoshi paused for a second at their synchronization but continued, "I don't care what happens, just get that door open." "I got you too, I'll keep trying. Just letting you know that it may take me a bit since this one is even more complex." Hitoshi nodded along. "That's fine, just get it open." He turned to Sue. "Sue, I hate to ask this, but do you know if your tongue could be used to pick that lock?" "I've never tried to do anything like that before," Sue confessed, "but I can still try. If those two continue working on that then we should be all good." Beep, 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 F. Hitoshi couldn't pinpoint who cursed at this point, but it sounded vaguely like Jiru. This has to be Murphy's Law at this point. He covered his ears as the loud blaring of the alarm went off. The loud ringing continued on and it caused Hitoshi to wince. He turned around to look at Jiru, who was covering her ears with tears in her eyes as she winced at the noise. Even with the apparent pain from the loud noise hurting her ears, she continued to try and crack the door code. "What's with the alarm, Kyoyuka?" Hitoshi questioned, looking around for some sort of off switch. Jiru threw her head back in frustration. "I think it's because I got the password wrong too many times. Some sort of alarm system. Turn it off." Denki snapped. "I'm trying. The alarms are throwing off my hearing, but just give me a sec." "Hitoshi," Eri asked, rushing into the room and examining the utter chaos it was now in. "We're a little busy right now, Eri." She seemed to catch on to what was happening and her eyes widened. "You have to turn off the alarm. It's going to cause them to come. There's too many in this area for them not to hear." Hitoshi froze at her words and rushed over to crouch in front of her. "What are you talking about?" Eri seemed to be shaking in her boots as she looked him in the eye. "I didn't recognize this area when we first came because I was practically asleep, but I do now. Izunai said this was the one area of the city to avoid because there are so many infected here from the evacuation. The noise is going to lead them all here." Hundreds of loud screeches came from outside and it sounded like death-ringing chorus bells. The screeches weren't close, but during second intervals it seemed to grow closer and more deranged. "You have to let me out there, Hitoshi. I need to call Izunai." "No, Eri, it's too dangerous. Just stay here." Before Eri could argue anymore, Mina rushed into the building and locked the doors behind her. "What the hell is going on in here? Why isn't the door open?" People who made the walls and doors changed the code and lock as some backup in case someone tried to get out or in when they weren't supposed to. It turns out they were paranoid as hell as well because the alarms were a pleasant surprise. Uraraka informed her. "You guys need to get it open, now. There are tons of carriers who were just informed of our location and headed right toward us," Mina demanded. "Will you guys listen to me? I need to go out there so I can get Izunai." Eri tried but was ignored in favor of everyone else's arguing. "I think we got that, Mina," Denki said with an eye roll. "We need to buy some time for Kyoyuka and Sue to open the door," Hitoshi shouted over all of them. "So let's go buy them some time." Everyone turned to stare at him in disbelief. "You can't be suggesting we go out there and fight. We just need to stall them off from getting inside until the doors open." "I'll go," Uraraka volunteered. "I'm a decent shot with my gun and I can float them away with a touch." "Yes, that's great. You and I will help outside." "I'm going too," Denki exclaimed. "If I'm going to be a hero I might as well toughen up and help out." "Okay then, that should be good. All of us have some form of fighting offensively so we should be fine." Eri raised her hand and tried to get their attention. I can help. Izunai taught me how to shoot, so I should be able to handle myself. I also need to get Izunai to come. Eri, sweetie, you're a little girl and you're hurt. It's dangerous out there and we don't want you getting hurt. Eri threw hands in the air in frustration. I can still help though. Please, Eri, just let us handle it. That's what I was going to bring up next, Hitoshi stated. Who's going to watch and take care of Eri while us three are out there? Hey, I don't need a babysitter, Eri whined. I can watch over Eri, Mina volunteered from her corner of the room. No, you guys have to let me out there so I can get Izunai. He can help. I know he can. Eri, not now. They all shouted in unison at the 8-year-old, causing her to wither back. Mina, while you watch her, can you also try and use your strongest acid against the door and or the wall? If we can't get the door to open, then you're our next best bet. Hitoshi spoke, sounding more confident than he truly felt. You know I got it, she responded back, turning back towards the door and firing her acid at it. Seeing as everyone was getting to work, the trio started to make their way towards the door to prepare to defend them all. With one last nod, Hitoshi unlocked the door and threw it open. All three of them walked out there, and the first thing they noticed was the dimming light around them. The next thing they seemed to realize, or will see, was the wave of monsters flowing from the mouth of the street towards them. They all sucked in a breath at the sight, but took fighting stances nonetheless. Don't die, Hitoshi shouted as the first carrier began to approach them. As if, Uraraka said, switching the safety off her gun. Denki smirked as got his sharpshooter at the ready, little sparks flying around him already. Wasn't planning on it. How long does it take to crack open a door? Denki yelled as he shot out another disc out towards a group of carriers, shocking them the second he activated his quirk. Hitoshi rolled out of the way as another carrier tried to grab hold of him. He threw his capture scarf out towards his assailant, catching it around its torso. From there he used as much strength as he could muster up to slam it into the concrete below them. The carrier went down with a thud and went still for a second before slowly moving towards him again, albeit painfully slowly. This isn't working. They just keep getting back up no matter what, Hitoshi grunted out as he roundhouse kicked a carrier smack in the middle of the face. Uraraka fired off another couple of bullets at the monster's torsos, all hitting the torso and legs, but nothing seemed to slow them down. When they started getting in close range, she used the limited amount of combat moves she learned that year to hit the reaching out hands and touch them to make them float. She let the carriers float for a few moments before abruptly releasing her quirk and letting gravity do its work. The height wasn't enough for them to become pained on the pavement, but it should have been enough to incapacitate or at least immobilize them. Once she saw some stop moving, she sighed, but it only lasted a second as another wave of them came rushing at her. They had been at this for at least 15 minutes at the minimum, and their efforts had barely made a dent in the army of carriers against them. Signs of both regular and quirk exhaustion were beginning to become evident amongst the trio. Denki had tried to conserve his energy output and use smaller amounts, but Hitoshi could see the beginnings of his way mode coming. Uraraka looked nauseous every time she was jostled by an outreached hand, and she could barely keep 3 carriers floating before having to release. Hitoshi knew he was wearing out as well. His kicks and punches were sloppy and not as powerful as they were in the beginning of the fight. His gunshots were also missing their targets more times than he would like to admit. The constant dodging was wearing him down, and mentally he wasn't doing any better, seeing as nothing was working. He thought of retreating numerous times, but each time he decided against it, knowing that if they retreated and that door wasn't open, then they would just be sitting ducks. On top of all the exhaustion, they also supported new injuries, none of them bites, thankfully, but they still hurt like hell. Scratches, bruises, and cuts were scattered across their skin, causing them to wince every once in a while if that injury was agitated. Hitoshi whipped out his gun again and began firing rounds at the crowd of carriers in front of him. He went for the legs and knees, knowing that if he wanted any chance of slowing them down, he would need to hit those areas. They did in fact slow down after they were shot there, but they did not in fact stop. They screamed at him with rage and possibly pain and continued to crawl towards him. He went to shoot again when his gun jammed. He internally cursed and hesitated for just a second to do anything else. That 1 second was enough for a large carrier, both in height and weight, to tackle him to the ground and begin trying to bite him. His hands immediately went to his capture scarf and he put it in its mouth to stop the bite from taking off his face. The carrier's hands began to scratch and claw at him in an attempt to get him to let go of the scarf, but it only made him wince in pain. The weight of the carrier made it feel like Hitoshi's lungs were being crushed and that his entire skeletal system might collapse. The carrier was strong and it was leading to a deadlock between the two where neither one could move the other. Though they were technically in a deadlock, Hitoshi could feel his arms weakening every second he stayed like this. Is this how I die? He mentally asked himself as he tried to use his legs to kick the monster off of him to no avail. The mouth of the once human continuously reached down to bite his face, but the capture weapon in its mouth prevented it from getting any closer. He continued to fruitlessly battle with the carrier until he could feel his arms slowly turn to jelly from the strain. His head was already aching from the tackle he had received, and he could see the black dots coming across the edge of his vision. He looked to his side to see Denki and Uraraka also struggling with the massive amount of carriers swarming them. They weren't doing horribly, but Hitoshi knew they were all greatly outnumbered and that any minute now they would reach his limit by how much of their quirks they were using at that point. He kept trying to fight back against the carrier as its feet kicked him repeatedly and its arms swung to no end. This was how he would go out. After all that training in UA, he couldn't even last one day as a hero in the real world. What would his class think? What would Aizawa think? The negative thoughts began to flood into his consciousness and pushed him closer and closer to succumbing to his tiredness. One bite from the monster above him and his fate would be sealed. The consequences that came from his weakness. Why should he fight this losing battle? All his thoughts seemed to come to a halt when a whistling sound entered his ears. It was like a bath of cold water that woke him from his downwarding spiral of thoughts. The whistling sound grew closer and closer until an arrow flew above him, hitting the carrier straight through its temple and lodging itself in its skull. Hitoshi wasn't given a second to comprehend what just happened before the carrier collapsed to the side of him, dark blood flowing out from the head around the body and Hitoshi himself. The carrier's chest went still and its seemingly endless rage finally came to an end. He didn't know if it was shock or his head injury that kept him frozen in place on the ground, but at that moment he couldn't find it in him to find out. It was one thing to find those skeletal remains that morning, but to be next to a fresh corpse that still had its flesh on it was entirely different. It nauseated him to know that this human being would never get a chance at life again. It might have been a carrier, but even then it was still breathing and had a chance at coming back. This seemed so permanent. Staggering footsteps and labored breathing sounded right beside him, and he focused all his energy on just looking at who it was. His breath caught and his eyes widened when they caught a glimpse of silver hair. He stepped up beside the corpse and yanked out the arrow from its skull, careful not to damage the shaft of the arrow. Her breathing was unsteady and her eyes were slightly widened as if she was finally realizing what she had done. Her hands were shaking slightly, but she didn't falter in her steps. "I'm sorry," she whispered into the dead's ear before knocking the same arrow onto her bow and firing it off at another carrier. The shot once again hit its mark and embedded itself into the head, another dead body hitting the floor. She seemed more sure of her shots after that and began firing at the carriers near her and Hitoshi along with the group crowding the door. Shot after shot, she fired her arrows off at the monsters attacking them and weaving around them to get a better aim. Hitoshi had gotten up at one point and started fighting on autopilot again, but his eyes always were trained on Eri as she maneuvered around carriers like some twisted game of tag. She reached into her quiver once again to fire off another shot but was met with air. Realizing she was out of arrows, she rushed over to Denki, who had finally neared his limit, and began to pull him towards the door to the building. She called over to Uraraka, who seemed shocked to see her there but got the signal once she saw Denki's state. Hitoshi ran towards the door to follow them and went to walk in when he saw Eri pause. Uraraka had already ushered Denki into the building, so it was only the two of them out there. Eri reached to her side where she unholstered a gun and aimed it towards the sky. Hitoshi was about to pull her inside and ask what that was when she fired it off into the sky, causing a large bang. Hitoshi's hands went up to his ears on instinct at the loud noise, and he watched a green flare light the sky. It was like no flare he'd ever seen. Unlike regular flares where it was a little light that flew into the sky and burned out, this was like watching a firework go off. A cloud of green smoke and spark flew out into the air high above most buildings around. The carriers stopped their assault and constant marching forward to watch and listen to the loud whistling sound the flare made. Hitoshi wasted no time in taking advantage of their distraction and pulled Eri and himself into the building, locking the doors behind him. Once he was in, Uraraka floated a bookshelf over in front of the door and released it to make a small barricade. Once she released her quirk, she collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Denki was in the same state and was sitting on the couch, completely zoned out. Eri moved away from Hitoshi and placed her hands on her knees as she tried to steady her breaths. Mina must have heard her because she gasped and immediately stopped spraying the wall with acid. She looked slightly pale and sweaty, but she rushed over to Eri and pulled her into a hug. "Eri, there you are. I think I had a mini heart attack when I couldn't find you. You can't just leave like that, sweetie," Mina wailed as she pressed Eri into her chest. Eri didn't say anything back to Mina but only nodded her head. After a few seconds, Mina pulled away and went back to the door and continued to fire off her acid at it. Uraraka coughed. "Kyoyuka, how are we doing on the door? I've only got 2 out of 6 numbers of the code down. I'm making progress, but it's really slow progress." Uraraka threw her head back in exasperation. "How about you, Tsu? I've been trying and I can't tell if my tongue is doing anything or not. I've alternated between using my tongue and this pen but nothing has worked so far," Tsu said, taking a brief pause from messing with the keyhole. Everyone groaned at their lack of progress, and to make matters worse for them, the banging on the front door started up again, rapid and rage-filled by how it sounded. The loud noise knocked Hitoshi out of his thoughts and brought him back to the present. One important question plagued his mind. All the adrenaline from the fighting had worn off, leaving his movements sloppy, but he turned towards Eri and began walking towards her. His emotions were everywhere as exhaustion and questions overwhelmed him, so he was not of a sound mind when he approached the little girl. "What the F were you thinking, Eri?" Hitoshi shouted at the girl, a mix of emotions bubbling up from within him that he couldn't identify. He stepped closer to her until he was right in front of her and he could make out every tremble of her body. Everyone in the room had paused what they were doing to look at the two in shock and disturbance at his tone. Eri was trying her best to stay strong and not back down, but her wobbling lip and glassy eyes gave away her fear and true distress. Aye. Uraraka stomped over to him and pushed him back away from the 8-year-old. "What the hell, Hitoshi? Don't curse at her like that. She's a freaking 8-year-old, for heaven's sake. She's going to make mistakes." Hitoshi just stared at her in shock. "You call what she did a mistake?" He practically shouted as he began to feel the familiar prickly sensation of tears. "Yes, it was. Was going out there with us incredibly stupid? Yes, it was near suicidal. That still gives you no right to yell at her. Is that what you think I'm talking about?" Hitoshi threaded a hand through his matted hair. "No, I'm talking about something else entirely. Something else that she shouldn't even be capable of." Uraraka exchanged a worried glance with the rest of their team members before asking, "What are you talking about? I'm surprised you didn't notice how many she took out. Eri over here killed about a dozen carriers with her little bow. Effing shot them through the head. Then she had the gall to fire off a flare gun and lead more carriers to us with the loud boom it caused." The 5 other teens turned to Eri and stared. "Is that true, Eri?" Mina asked. Tears began to fall out of Eri's eyes. "I am so sorry. I was only trying to help. Izunai said to only kill if it's life or death, and it was." All their jaws dropped as the fact that this 8-year-old had taken more than 12 lives set in. Eri was crying profusely now as she kept muttering apologizes to all of them. "Eri, those are human lives." Denki shouted at her. "Guys, she's a little kid. You can't blame her for doing this," Mina yelled back at Denki. "You can't just excuse what she did though," Jiru argued. "We're not, but you can't just yell and gang up on her like this," Uraraka warned. As everyone continued to argue with each other, Eri staggered over to the far corner and curled in on herself. She shrunk down as much as she possibly could to minimize her presence, and she rocked herself back and forth as she whispered incoherent pleas. Tears openly flowed down her face, her breathing beginning to pick up to the point she was nearly hyperventilating. She shook violently after every breath as if breathing physically hurt her. Loud banging and subsequent screams came from outside the door, causing everyone to pause their own yells and flinch back. The loud bangs coming outside came at random intervals and didn't sound like something hitting against the door, but what stayed consistent were the fuming screeching that followed and seemed to grow each time. The group looked at each other with a mix of fear and confusion, no one moving or saying anything at first. "Guys, look at us," Uraraka said, furrowing her brow. "That door is about to burst open and all we can do is argue." "She's right, we have to stop and protect ourselves and Eri ... Oh my god, Eri," Mina exclaimed through her labored breaths. Hitoshi looked over and saw Eri's shuddering form and stumbled back on himself. Mina and Denki, though both going through quirk exhaustion, tried their best to calm her down without any success. It was almost as if she wasn't even there, and she was just an empty shell of a human endlessly crying. He had caused that. He had caused that pain. He didn't even need his stupid quirk to be a villain. He was a hero, not a damn villain. What do heroes do? "We need to fight," Hitoshi exclaimed. "I don't care if we get hurt or die trying. I'm not letting this little girl die if we can help it. Our job as heroes is to protect those in front of us. If we can't save this one little girl, how do we expect to save humanity? So I'm not hesitating when I say we fight or we die trying." Preferably the former. All the teens exchanged a glance with one another and wordlessly nodded. Though exhausted, Denki and Mina stood up and took battle positions. Denki looked slightly out of it, but grimaced as he looked towards the barricade in front of the door. Jiru continued to work on the door, but kept one hand near her pocket where she knew her staff was. Sue stepped away from the metal door, seeing as her tongue wasn't helping, and took a fighting stance next to her girlfriend. Hitoshi stood between Denki and Uraraka, readied his capture weapon to fire off. Then it stopped. The bangs, the screams, silent. It was unsettling, and though it only lasted a few seconds, it caused all of them to tense and tighten their stances. A sudden explosion sent the building door flying off its hinges into the building, taking with it the bookshelf and chairs they had used to barricade the door. Dust and smoke flew into the air, impairing all their vision. Hitoshi tried to wave the smoke and dust away from his face so he could both breathe and see, but got lackluster results from his attempt. Suddenly, out of the dust, a half-charred carrier ran towards him, bloody arms reaching out to grab him as the jaw hung barely attached to its jaw. Hitoshi was about to use his capture scarf when a silhouette appeared from the doorframe. Bang! The shot was deadly accurate, and the bullet flew through the air and lodged itself into the back of the carrier's skull. Its eyes widened for a margin of a second before rolling back and its body crashing to the ground. An audible cough came from the doorway, causing Hitoshi to peel his eyes off the body on the floor to the one standing at the entrance of the building. 2. Izuku mumbled as he stumbled into the building, leaning heavily on the doorframe. As a gleam of light hit his face, it revealed a forehead covered in sweat and dirt. The exposed skin on his lower arms and hands were covered in dark blood and scratches along with some nasty bruising. His hair stuck to his forehead thanks to the sweat he had worked up. Izuku pushed a hand to his head and moved the green curls away from his eyes so he could properly see. Looking at him properly, Hitoshi would have thought he had been to hell and back. "I hate God," is what Hitoshi thought he heard the boy grumble under his breath. Izuku continued to try and catch his breath. Nobody said anything, as if they were having a competition. Not surprisingly, Mina was the first one out of all of them to make the first move. "Hey, who are you?" Mina asked hesitantly, moving forward with her hands in the air to placate to the unknown teen. "Are you Uri's brother, Izunai?" No answer. "You seem to be the age she described." No answer. "Can you talk? Please, we just need to know, because if you are, we need your help calming her down." Mina nodded towards the corner where Uri had curled in on herself as she muffled her cries in her arms. She was still cradling herself and rocking back and forth as she tried to steady her breaths. She didn't seem to be all the way present, and Hitoshi could tell she was slowly creeping deeper and deeper into her head. Hitoshi looked between the little girl and the mysterious teen, and when he looked back at the teen he had to suppress a flinch. The change in demeanor was so quick that it could have given Hitoshi whiplash. One moment the green-haired teen was standing there heaving heavily, bright green eyes scrutinizing every single one of them. The next moment his eyes seemed to glow a toxic green and his face seemed to harden with rage. Hitoshi racked his mind on what could trigger this response, but nothing came to mind immediately. Bang! The action was too fast for any of them to react or even notice. It boggled his mind that none of them realized his hand was going for his gun. The shot was loud and fired it off in their direction. What? A pain cry from behind him caught his attention. Curiosity getting the best of him, he let his eyes leave the teen in front of him to identify the sound he heard. When he turned around, he saw Mina clutching her upper left arm with her hand as tears fell from her eyes. The second Mina removed her right hand from her arm, Hitoshi could get a clear view of the bullet wound that was now decorating her body. Achako ran forward and caught the other girl before she could collapse from pain. She pressed her hands down on the wound to apply pressure while searching her bag for the bandages. "What the F, dude?" Jiru yelled, pausing what she was doing to glare at him. "That was a warning shot. The next one won't miss." December 23rd, 2:04 p.m. "That was a warning shot. The next one won't miss," Izuku threatened, pure malice dripping off of every word. Right as the words left his mouth, he raised the barrel of the gun back towards the group and continued to glare harshly. His eyes scanned over the 6 unknown individuals to make sure his message came across loud and clear. Izuku had to suppress a wince as his eyes passed over the pink girl with horns who cradled her bicep and whimpered in pain. Her tears and hisses were killing him internally, and it was taking everything inside of him to suppress the urge to drop his gun and help her. The girl with the bob was frantically trying to apply pressure to the wound while also looking for bandages in her bag, so at least she had someone helping her. His eyes traveled towards the rest of the group and he slowly analyzed them to the best of his abilities. The 4 other teens remained where they were when he got there, all in somewhat of a fighting stance as if ready to fight him at any chance. From his somewhat limited knowledge of fighting styles, the stances looked correct and they all looked sure in how they presented themselves. If Izuku were to make a guess, he would guess they all had some form of formal training. Their outfits gave away that they were clearly from outside the wall, lacking any large blood stains, dirt, and signs of being worn down. The outfits also looked professional and made for some type of spy, superhero movie setup. Everything was pointing to something. But with the adrenaline still bursting through his veins, he couldn't formulate a cohesive enough thought to get the big picture. All Izuku knew was that they were outsiders and they were all at a standstill. Neither side wanted to make another move against the other in fear of injury, but also not trusting the other side enough to let down their guards. The silence between the two sides was deafening to Izuku. The only sounds being heard were labored breaths and the utter chaos Izuku left outside trying to get in. While still keeping a wary eye on the outsiders, Izuku's eyes would, as discreetly as possible, flick over to Uri to make sure she was still safe. She was still curled up against the wall and unresponsive to everything around her from an outside perspective at least. Izuku mulled over what could have possibly happened to put her so far back into her mind. Though he didn't have a complete picture, the one thing blaring out to be a possible answer were the problems in front of him. And just like that, his eyes went back to the group, eyes with a renewed rage burning within them. He clutched the handle of the gun harder than he already was, turning his bruised knuckles white. The tension in the room seemed to snap all at once when the purple troll near the front of the group lowered his capture weapon of sorts that oddly resembled erase heads and slowly dropped his arms to his side. The teen's body was still tense, and to Izuku he still looked like he wanted to put a bullet in his arm to call it fair. Hitoshi, the girl with long mutated ears, hissed, "What the hell are you?" Hitoshi, as the girl called him, just shook his head in resignation and turned back to face his teammates. Weapons and quirks down, guys. The 6 teenagers glanced at one another for a few brief seconds before reluctantly lowering their arms and deactivating their quirks if they were at the ready. Izuku furrowed his brow, trying to pick apart any ploy the group could be pulling. He made eye contact with Hitoshi, but all the teen did once he gained Izuku's attention was direct his gaze towards Eri and nod at her. Izuku was slightly bewildered by the sudden and honestly unexpected ceasefire. He knew his eyes probably widened at the gesture, and he could only pray to any god still alive out there that he didn't look as shocked as he felt. They all looked expectantly at him as he still had his gun pointed at them. He slowly lowered it and set it back into its holster on his hip. Once it was securely placed back where it belonged, he hastily made his way to where Eri was curled up. He stopped a few steps away from her and crouched down so he was close enough to her level that he wasn't towering over her. "Hey princess, can you hear me?" Izuku whispered softly. A few moments passed without the 8-year-old saying anything to him, but slowly she raised her head and looked at him with teary eyes. He held out his arms in a silent question directed towards her. Instead of verbally answering, Eri threw herself into his arms and buried her head into his chest. He quickly enclosed her with his arms and brought her into a tight hug. He used one of his hands to run his fingers through her hair, while he hummed one of her favorite songs. He rocked her for a bit along to the melody in hopes to calm her tears and her quick breaths. "You back with us, princess?" Izuku asked after her breathing settled down. "I think so," she sniffled, voice quiet and soft. She lifted her head and whispered into his ear, "I knew you would come for me." "Of course I would come for you," he said confidently back in her ear. "I told you I would, and I tend to keep my word." "They tried to leave you," Eri murmured. "They told me they were coming back for you ... They pinky promised, but they didn't believe me. And then a horde came, and everything started going wrong." Actually, earlobe started but was cut off by a fierce glare directed towards her and the rest of the group. "I'm going to need you to wait your turn. Eri and I are having a conversation, so I advise you to learn some manners." He turned back towards Eri. "Are you hurt anywhere?" She shook her head. "I'm not hurt that much. My ankle still hurts from earlier, but mostly I'm just really tired." "I'm sure you are after all you did today," Izuku comforted. "Hey, I'm going to go talk to the people over there, okay? You can get your things together and take a nap until we leave." Eri nodded her head and let go of Izuku. He slowly stood up and walked back over to where the group was. "Now let's get back to business, shall we? Who are you and what are you doing here?" Silence followed his question, the majority of the group glaring daggers into him instead. No one made a move to answer his question or even acknowledge that Izuku had asked it. All they did was stare at him and keep their mouths shut. Izuku was peeved. Correction, he was done with this day at that point. His patience was clearly being tested because all this shit that happened that day was more than enough for gray hairs to start growing on his head. He began to tap his foot on the floor as he narrowed his eyes at the group. "Look, I know we don't know each other and we kinda started on the wrong foot, but let's keep in mind that you ruined our day and you kidnapped my sister. The least you could do is answer my question. If I may point out, you shot one of our team members with no warning," Frog Girl pointed out. Izuku grimaced at her blunt statement and took on a sharp tone as he addressed them again. "I'm going to ask you again. Who are you?" He kept his ear out listening outside to keep track of how close any of the screams he heard were. They were pretty far away, but even then, if they wanted to be back by nightfall, then they needed to speed this whole exchange up. The purple troll from before stepped forward a few steps and raised an eyebrow. "Why should we answer your questions? Who are you?" Izuku was about to shoot off a quick retort back at the boy but stopped himself when he took in the gazes of everyone else in the room. They all looked at him in anticipation of his coming answer. Purple Troll seemed to have a glint in his eye that wasn't previously there that set off warning bells in Izuku's head. He took in Purple Troll's appearance again and saw the support item hanging around his neck idly waiting to be used. The plates on the front of the mask seemed to have some sort of purpose other than a filter that Izuku couldn't put a pin on. Looking back at it, the boy had to have some sort of mental or emitter quirk. When everyone else was in a fighting position with their quirks at the ready, Purple Troll was the only one who went for his weapon instinctively. Everyone usually goes for their quirk since it tends to be instinct. The only reason most wouldn't use it in a life or death situation would be either it's weak to non-existent or if that quirk had specific requirements. There was also the tone of the voice he asked the question that pointed Izuku towards his conclusion. All in all, Izuku knew something was up. If he had to bet his All Might sweatshirt, he would say Purple Troll had some sort of mental or voice quirk. So just like they had done to his question, he opted to ignore him and continue to glare at them. "I don't think I was clear enough last time. Let me try again." He grabbed his gun from its holster and clicked the safety off. Who are you and what do you want? Multiple screeches could be heard off in the distance, coming closer than before. All 17s tensed at the sound, more specifically the girl with long mutated ears. Earlobes sighed and threw her head back. Fine, we're heroes in training from UA and they sent us here to get some stupid tech. Now put the gun down, Mr. Trigger Happy. Izuku stared back at them in shock and in disbelief. Them being heroes explained a lot and so little at the same time. The professional outfits made a lot more sense now with context, along with all of them seeming to have some formal training in how to fight. The thing that didn't make sense to him was the question, why now? It's been months since the city was abandoned. Thousands upon thousands dead. Buildings and homes left in devastation. Why after all this time send in heroes in training? Not even pros, into this hellhouse of a city. Why now indeed? Wait, how did you guys even get in? Izuku tilted his head quizzically. Purple Troll lazily pointed towards the huge metal door built into the wall on the opposite side of the room. Izuku's eyes widened at it. He knew the wall had that door built into thanks to the propaganda the government was spreading during the evacuation attempts those last few days of normality. He knew of its practically indestructible nature, and the defenses of locks and combinations that kept it safe from being opened by the wrong people. It was one of the main reasons he left it alone after the first attempt of escaping. He didn't have the tools or the information to do anything about it. For them to be able to get in and out as they please, though. He shouldn't be shocked since if they were from UA they clearly did have the information and resources, then he didn't. If you got in through the door, why aren't you guys long gone? Everyone stared at him with an unimpressed look. The Pinkie Pie wannabe pointed up at the flashing red lights all around them in deadpan. Did you not notice the alarms or heaps of carriers out there? Are you just trying to rub it in our faces that we couldn't do this one thing right? Ignore her, please. I think the pain is getting to her head. Kermit curtly cut in, earning a shout of protest. The door is locked as of right now. The outside keypad and this one have two different locks which we weren't aware of when we came. Kayuka was trying to get the combination, but she's having a hard time. We also lost the key, so we can't undo the secondary lock mechanism. Sue, what? I see no point in lying or withholding information from him right now. It's not like it's going to do us any good in this situation. Oh, Izuku said as all the information was processed and the last glimmer of hope of help diminished. Yayo, Kirby mocked. Okay, I don't need the attitude. Keep in mind who still has the gun. Izuku reminded them, waving the gun around. Izuku began to pace the room as he pieced together some semblance of a plan to get all 8 of them out of the shitty situation they were in currently with the new information he had just gotten. Okay Izuku, what are we going to do? We have 4 out of 8 people, including yourself, who range from fairly injured to near incapacitation. There's about 12 or so miles between here and the house if we went through the back alleys. And the sun is going to set within 2 hours. Shit, are you okay, dude? You look like you're having some crisis over there. SHH, I'm thinking. Izuku hushed. He turned his gaze towards the purple troll. Can your friend with the lightning bolt walk right now? The boy nodded. Yeah, he can. He short-circuited his brain early using too much of his quirk. He's going to act like an idiot for a bit, but he should be able to walk with a little help. Okay, we can work with that. Now, as much as I have loved this friendly and riveting conversation, there is probably a good amount of infected who are coming to either kill or infect us for hurting their little friends, specifically me. So I need you all to listen because I have a vague plan. Wait, wind it back a bit, the Pinkie Pie wannabe said through a grunt. Who even are you? Izuku stared unimpressed at the pink girl. Now's not the time for a Q&A. You were literally just interrogating us at gunpoint not even 2 minutes ago. Moving on, I'm willing to be civil and offer you guys a place to stay with me in Erie in exchange for you to support us on the way back to our house, Izuku declared. Why can't you do that by yourself? You seem to have been doing a swell job without us, the Pinkie Pie wannabe questioned. Okay, there are multiple reasons why I'm making this offer. 1, I'm actually a pretty friendly person. You freaking shot me. That was an off instance. I have a heart and it would be a death sentence leaving you guys out here after sundown. And I would rather not have that plaguing my mind. Number 2, I'm in no position to fight a horde. I've been fighting and running all day long and probably unlike you, I don't have the endurance of a machine. If Yuri and I get into another scuffle with a horde, I don't think I'll be able to protect both of us. So, we take you to your house and keep you 2 safe and you'll let us stay there? Kirby questioned. Yes, now if we can come to a conclusion with this whole deal quickly, that would be nice. And no more threatening. Izuku's eye twitched. Yes, I'll refrain from the threats. Now do we have a deal or not? Izuku took notice of their skeptical looks and just stuck out his hand anyway. It took them a bit, but Purple Troll sauntered forward and shook his hand. Great. Now, we'll need to get information so that we can move effectively. I'll need to be in the front so I can navigate us through the back alleys. I'll be carrying Yuri, so everything else will need to be formulated by you guys. I don't know your quirks and right now I don't have the time to actually care. For efficiency's sake, each person who's not entirely injured should pair up with someone who is hurt. Reluctantly, as the group seemed to do anytime words came out of Izuku's mouth, they started to pair up with one another so they could get going. Purple Troll paired up with Lightning Boy and Earlobes paired up with the Pinkie Pie wannabe. The other two girls carried a majority of the bags and offered to cover the front with Izu and the rear. Seeing as everyone else was situated, Izuku went over to pick Eri up from where she was dozing off. Izuku tried to pick her up to carry her in a bridal position, but found the task difficult with his hurt and possibly dislocated shoulder and sore arms and legs. Eventually, he picked her up in the carry but realized he wouldn't be able to carry her all the way there like this. She was probably too tired and her ankle probably hurt too much to walk on her own, so they would need to think of some. Suddenly, the weight in his arms started to disappear. He looked down to see Eri starting to hover over his arms, causing him to tighten his grip around her in fear of her flying away. To the side of him stood Kirby, hand retreating back to her side coming from the direction of Eri. He opened his mouth to question what she did, but she interrupted him before he could finish the first word. "It's my quirk. It lets me negate a solid object's gravitational pull if I touch it with my fingers." "Oh, thank you," Izuku thanked, still a little thrown off guard by the gesture. He readjusted Eri so that she wouldn't fly away and moved towards the door. "Now let's get going." December 23rd, 2:17 p.m. Izuku was the first to step out of the building and begin his way down the road to the first alley. Groans could be heard all around him as the surviving infected lay on the ground, barely able to move. Dozens of infected bodies laid strewn across the pavement in disarray from when he had fought a majority of them to get into that building. A large portion of the bodies had a bullet hole located somewhere on their head that caused dark blood to sluggishly ooze out. Once he nearly ran out of bullets, he had to resort to using his bat to fight off the dozen or so infected still around. Those bodies that lay on the ground had some semblance of blunt force head trauma. Some of the injuries were so bad that it looked like portions of their face had caved in. Their faces all had somewhat of a pained or defeated look sketched into their features from their last fleeting moments of life. That out of all Izuku had done today caused him to look away in the nausea of his actions. Even with all the death in front of him, he continued to push on, stepping over and dancing around any bodies in his way. He occasionally would kick the outstretched hand, making a move to grab his leg. But nevertheless, he kept going. The first time he did stop was when he couldn't hear any footsteps behind him. Not even the most silent of heroes could be as quiet as the heroes in training supposedly were walking. In Izuku fashion, his mind immediately went to the worst and he twirled around so fast he almost got whiplash. Behind him, everyone else had only made it a couple of steps out the door before standing still in shock. Their faces looked to be of both disgust and horror of the sight before them, and honestly, Izuku couldn't blame them. Judging by how horribly they handled the infected earlier and how terrible they were doing on their so-called mission, he would say they didn't have much experience out of UA. They hadn't been pushed yet to do things they couldn't forget. And though Izuku was happy for them, he couldn't help the smidge of jealousy leak through. He quickly jogged back to where the group was standing and snapped his fingers in front of Purple Troll's face. Purple Eyes locked eyes with him for a brief second before they were back looking to the left of him. "Hey, all of you, look at me." At his request, no one moved to look at him. "Hey, look at me. I know you guys are probably shocked and feel like you need to throw up, and I get it. Trust me, I do. But we have to get moving. Sundown's nearing and I need you all alive right now." At that, he began to move again, at a much faster rate than he was previously going. This time, as he moved, he could hear small quiet steps following behind him. December 23rd, 4:08 p.m. For the next hour and 50 minutes they walked, jogged through the back streets and dark alleys of the city. About a half of the way to the house, Lightning Boy started to come back to himself and began moving on his own. From that point onwards it was much easier on him and the group with them alternating who carried Eri. They had a few close encounters with stragglers along the way, but by the time the sun had finally set behind the wall around the city, they had finally made it back to his house. Off in the distance, in the central part of the city, he could hear screams that would fill any kid's dreams with nightmares. The shrieks and screams were filled with anger and fury, the owners of those sounds undoubtedly causing havoc around the city in search of victims to infect. Izuku ushered all of them into the house before quickly shutting the door. Once he did a head count on everyone, he clicked the lock and the deadbolt lock into place so that the door couldn't be opened. He rattled the door handle just to double check that everything was all good before reaching to the side and locking in the bar lock for safe measures. You could never be too safe in this world. He turned around to address the group who were examining the entryway they were in. "All right, you all can wait in the living room, which is down the hall to the right. I'm going to tuck Eri in a little early and finish locking up the house." With that, Izuku turned around and made his way upstairs towards Eri's room. Once he reached the sticker-covered door, he slowly pushed it open and walked to her bed. Eri rustled in his arms a little as he set her down onto the soft sheets. He pulled up the comforter over her body and turned her unicorn nightlight on. "I love you, princess," he said softly, leaning down and planting a kiss on her forehead. He stood back and ambled over to her window on the opposite wall. He clicked the lock on the bottom of the window sill into place and shook the window to make sure it was working. Once again, similarly to how he did it with the door, he slid the metal covering over the window. Just like he did Eri's window, Izuku went around to each room and locked every lock and moved the metal doors in front of them. Room after room he went and secured them until he finished all upstairs windows and went downstairs to finish the rest. After around 10 minutes of work, all the windows, excluding the living room ones, had been closed and locked shut. Izuku walked through the hallway and went to the living room to shut the last windows and meet with the others. When he got there, he stopped at the archway and didn't make his presence known as he examined the teens. The Pinkie Pie wannabe was strewn across the main sofa, back supported by a small stack of pillows beneath her. Her upper left arm was wrapped up in bandages that had red splotches around it along with dirt stains. Lightning Boy was off to the side of the room near the fireplace with Kermit. From the sounds of it, it seemed she was catching him up on what he had missed when he was out of it. Earlobes was on one of the smaller sofas next to the main one. She was skimming through one of the magazines he remembered laying out the other day. The final two teens were examining the room they were in and snooping around his stuff. They both picked up different decor and books lying around on the shelves, though the two seemed to focus more intently on the picture in the wooden frame on the middle shelf than anything else. Deciding his time in the shadows was done, he moved over to the last window near the back of the living room and locked it. Once it was locked, he slid the metal door over top of the window, causing a scraping noise as the material slowly moved. The heroes in training jumped at the noise and whirled their head around to see Izuku. Purple Troll was still holding the picture frame as he gazed at him, so Izuku pointed towards it. That's a picture of Zetsup Heya on the left there, and to the right of him is his wife, Heya, Izuku explained, moving away from the lone window of the room and towards the purple-haired teen. In front of them are their three kids, Yuya, Den, and Saburo. Den and Saburo were twins and the trickiest tricksters there were. Yuya was the oldest. She was also a hero student and would have been a third-year student now. Did you know them well? You speak as if you're a close friend. I didn't know the rest of the family. I only knew Yuya. Enough about them anyway. Sit everybody. At his request, for once, everyone did so the first time round. Purple Troll and Kermit sat next to Earlobes on the smaller sofa. Kirby opted to sit on the floor right next to them. Izuku, himself, chose to take up a smaller armchair at the opposite end of the living room. What do you want? Earlobes asked. I just want to have a friendly conversation between all of us, so we can all ask our questions. I was sort of leading the conversation, if it could be called that, earlier, so I thought we could have ourselves a little Q&A for all of us to get our answers. A Q&A? Kermit questioned. Yay, you guys ask me questions and I'll ask mine. It's a win-win situation. If either side is uncomfortable with the question, they can veto it. Okay, we'll start, Kirby stated. First off, who are you? Like relatively or legally speaking? Both, they all said in exasperation. All right, well, my name's Izuku Midoriya. This year would have been my first year in high school if everything had gone as planned. And I grew up here in the city. Midoriya, Earlobes questioned. That seems a little on the nose, don't you think? Yes, I know. The irony is not lost on me. Now, my turn. Same question back to all of you, but also include what your quirks are and a brief description of it. Silence. Complete and utter silence. Izuku could just feel his eye twitching already, not even a full 5 minutes into this conversation. Really, I'll let you into my sweet and humble abode. I answer your question honestly, and yet we're going to do this again. I thought heroes were supposed to have manners or common decency. Asui Tsuyu, but I would prefer it if you just called me Tsu. My quirk is quite obvious and straight to the point. I call it frog and it gives me different characteristics of a frog. Izuku already had a clue to what her quirk was by her appearance, but he still couldn't help the bit of awe that he felt about it. The abilities and moves she could do with a quirk like that were so plentiful. He wondered whether she had the abilities of all frogs or just a certain type of one. If it were just one, he would have to figure out which one to know her limitations. But if she was multiple species of frog, the possibilities could be endless. Fascinating, he murmured in amazement. So you are now my best friend. As your best friend, I'm requesting we talk tomorrow morning to discuss your quirk a little more. He looked directly at the others and shook his head in apparent disappointment, like a parent who was scolding their kids. See, someone could be civil to their host, unlike the rest of you. You freaking shot me. Izuku sighed and looked towards the pink girl. Are we still on that? Huh? Oh well. Can the rest of you tell me your names and info so I don't have to keep calling you by some weird nickname in my head? Shinsu Atoshi. Brainwashing. Izuku stared at him, waiting for him to continue. But a few seconds of silence passed and he realized he probably wasn't going to get more out of him. Iraraka Achako, and you already know the basics of my quirk, but the name of it is Zero Gravity. One by one, each one of them gave him a name and a very brief and vague description of their quirk. Izuku listened intently to each one of their statements and cataloged all the information he was processing into a little corner of his head for later on. When he got to the Pinkie Pie wannabe, He sighed for the umpteenth time that day. She was glaring at him. Again. What was that? I couldn't hear you over your ego, Izuku snidely remarked. Ashido Mina. Acid, Mina grumbled, pouting like a little kid. Great, now that wasn't so hard, wasn't it? You guys can ask me any question now. Oh, Kaminari spoke up. What's your quirk? I don't remember you saying it earlier during your intro, and I'm sure it's awesome if you survived all this. Nope, not answering that. Next question. But, nope, no, not answering that. I'm vetoing that one. Next question. Wait, why? Uraraka questioned. Izuku looked at them in bewilderment. Are you guys just, I don't know, not able to listen? Is it like a hero thing where they just ignore what everyone else says if they think they're below them? No, Uraraka exclaimed. What's your problem with heroes anyway? You seem to have something against them. I have no issues with heroes. On the contrary, I actually love them and was a huge fanboy back in middle school. He pointed an accusatory finger at them. You see, my problem is with you guys more specifically. So as I said before, next question. What happened to your parents? No, how did you get that scar? Next, what's Eri's quirk? Can someone else ask the questions? Lightning Boy over here isn't doing a very good job. Okay, this is getting us nowhere. It's our turn to ask a question, so just answer it, Jiru said before stopping to think. How exactly did you and Eri survive out here? As far as we can tell, no one else is alive except for you two. Not to take away from what you did, but it's basically unbelievable that you and her survive, all on your own, in this city, for months. Izuku leaned back in his chair. I can actually answer that one. When the third strand of the virus popped up, I was mostly by myself. When I was ducking into an alley to avoid some of the infected, I ran into Eri for the first time. She explained her situation, so I picked her up and I ran away to where I was staying at that time. Ever since then, me and Eri have just been moving around from time to time and mostly keeping to ourselves. The last time we moved was a few months ago into this neighborhood, which was pretty void of any infected people. Wait, you mean she's not even your real sister? Kaminari screamed. Yes, I thought our different hair colors and eyes would have given it away by now. Now would you keep it down? The house is only partially soundproof, just enough to where we can talk in inside voices. Could you elaborate on what you mean by I found her in an alley, so I grabbed her and ran away? Shinsu asked. This isn't really any of your business, so no, I will not elaborate further. All you need to know is that Eri was in a bad situation when I found her, so I took and helped her. You kidnapped her. I didn't kidnap her, idiot. I saved her. That sounds a lot like what we were doing, which you called kidnapping. Pretty hypocritical, don't you think? F you. This isn't the same situation. I'm not going to explain myself to you any more than I already have. My turn. Why are you guys even here? Heroes haven't come into the city since the week before the apocalypse started, so why come here now? You're a little too late to do anything of actual importance. We told you earlier, Jiru said, trying to calm down the atmosphere. Nezu sent us to get some tech from one of the buildings east of the door. Each city that groups were sent to had some type of gear UA needs right now. The rat found some article from a while back that says that the scientist working in the building we were headed to had this high-tech device. UA thinks we can handle it, so they're sending us. Oh, so Nezu was smart enough to figure out all that. But he's not smart enough to send actual heroes or even adults instead of you guys. We don't have enough heroes to send out to each city while still protecting the civilians in UA. Most heroes are either injured or dying right now, hence why they weren't an option. Our year had the most surviving hero students out of all other classes, therefore they sent us to get more experience along with the equipment. Is that the bullshit the teachers are feeding you? It isn't bullshit, Uraraka argued. It's the truth. Why else would they send us? Izuku was going to explain his reasoning further, but stopped himself, knowing he wouldn't want to lead them down that rabbit hole. Just go ahead and ask your question already. Fine, Shinsu scowled. How did you find us? If you're thinking it's because of something you did, you would be wrong. When I came back down from the building I was in and I couldn't find Eri, I panicked. Searched practically everywhere in the area until I found a little note near a broken down apartment. It was scratchy, so I knew it was her handwriting. Said some people who apparently knew me were going to take her to safety. I assumed she meant outside the wall because there isn't a single place in Musutafu that either me or Eri call safe. I went in the general direction you guys went, but I didn't really know where you guys were until you summoned dozens of carriers and Eri shot her flare gun. Eri knew exactly what to do when she needed me to come. Now my question is, how did you get Eri to go with you? She knew where I was and I'm sure she told you all as well. What could have caused you to take her and leave me behind, leaving me no semblance of hint that you guys actually existed? When we found Eri, we assumed the worst. She was all alone, covered in dirt and blood, and had a head injury, Sue started. Jiru nodded her head. So we planned to take Eri out of the city, drop her off at UA and come back to finish our mission. She kept insisting that her brother would be right back, so we waited for you. But you were taking longer than Eri had said. This was when in our heads that it confirmed you weren't coming back. She told us that she wasn't going to leave without you, so we told a small little lie that we already talked to you and that you said it was okay for her to go. But to be fair, we all thought you were either dead or non-existent, to put it fairly. Not all of us, Uraraka muttered. All right, shut up. Follow-up question. Which one of you came up with the idea to lie to Eri, and which one of you caused her to cry? Izuku challenged, his voice low with a slight edge to it. No one spoke up for a bit before Shinsu sat up and looked Izuku straight in the eye and confessed, "It was me. I thought she was hurt and what we were doing was going to help her. We were actually going to come back, but..." Before Shinsu could even finish his excuse, Izuku stood up, walked over to him and punched him square in the nose. Izuku tried to shake the pain from his hand after punching a little too hard. Shinsu was groaning in pain as blood dripped from his nose down onto his pants. The rest of the group all stood to their feet on instinct and stared at him in shock. Izuku was about to walk away when Shinsu threw a punch at his cheek. Izuku went stumbling back as he clutched his cheek. From there, the two teens started a small fist fight, Shinsu having more strength and height on him but Izuku having more experience in fighting dirty and hand-to-hand. The boys were pulled off each other by different people in the groups and held in opposite ends of the room. Izuku had a cut lip and a bruised cheek from the fight while Shinsu was sporting himself a possible broken nose and black eye. "That's enough out of both of you," Uraraka chastised. "This is clearly not getting us anywhere, so we're done with questions tonight." Both Izuku and Shinsu glared at each other before nodding in a verse at the girl. Su let go of Izuku while Kaminari let Shinsu go. "I'll show you to your rooms," Izuku grumbled, stalking towards the stairs. Shinsu wiped the blood from his mouth and looked up at him. "I have one more question." "What? Why did you kill all those carriers? Killing them was mercy. Leaving them alive would have been cruel to both them and us. You can't just incapacitate the infected. No matter what, they just get back up again. If I left them alive, we all would have been dead. I don't have proof, but I just have this feeling that those people are still in there crying out for help, that they're still aware of what they're doing. If that's true, wouldn't you want to help them as well? I may have skewed principles, but I do still have them. But you're still essentially killing human beings. Let me make one thing clear. I don't just kill for the hell of it or because it gives me joy. I only kill when it endangers my family. If it's a choice between my and Eri's life and theirs, it's not really a choice." Once again, the group of heroes in training fell in silence as Izuku's words echoed around them. "I'll show you where your rooms are now." December 23rd, 11:45 p.m. A couple of hours had passed since the whole fiasco in the living room, and Izuku was finally feeling the exhaustion of the day. After he showed everyone their rooms and who they would be sharing rooms with, they had all retreated into them for the next couple of hours. They had all found the bathrooms located around the house at some point in time because around 6 p.m. he heard the showers running and people moving around the hallway. He took his own shower about 2 hours ago and had taken good care to wrap his shoulder and the cuts on his arms. The bandages covered most of his arm and scars, but for his own comfort he slipped on a hoodie over top of everything else. Now, Izuku's pencil glided over the paper of notebook number 14 as he wrote down the last of the information on the group that he had gathered that night. He had been working on making profiles for each one of them ever since he retired to his room, and now he could finally begin to rest. Their quirks, names, theories, and Izuku's first impressions were all transcribed onto the pages for his future viewing. What's going to happen now? Izuku wondered as he slid the notebook away. It's not like any of us can go back to before this day actually happened. We're now on each other's radars and we're even living under the same roof. They said they needed to get some tech from one of the eastern buildings. If they did it by themselves, it would probably take a couple of days to do so. Then after that they're going to leave. Would they leave me and Eri behind after they finished getting everything? No, they wouldn't do that. They may be a-holes and really bad at their jobs, but they're still heroes nonetheless. Plus, they still need to find their key and new combination before they go. Izuku rubbed his temples as he felt a headache start to come on. He was probably overthinking everything. They were just going to get their stuff and get their key and get out. They'll take him and Eri along with them and they all could live happily ever after in UA. No more running, no more hordes, and no more worrying. Safe and sound in UA. Or would they be? They already endangered kids' lives once. Who's to say that UA won't pull some stunt like this again? Would they truly care to help 2 more kids if they were already struggling to keep the ones they do have safe? That question was even more nuanced when you threw their identities and quirk status onto the table. Oh, and there was also his research. He didn't want to think about what they would do to him and Eri if they found out about his research and his means of finding a cure. UA probably wouldn't let him continue it if they knew the nature of it. He had months of research and he was so close to finding a cure. Would he really be okay with it being for nothing? Everyone in UA clearly had a different view on how to handle carriers, so would they accept him after what he's done? And now his headache has upgraded into an oncoming migraine. Great. He was closing his notebook and putting it away when he caught a brief glimpse of a burnt notebook hidden behind some other clutter on the bookshelf. He reached back and grabbed it, setting it on the center of his desk. The waterlogged, burnt notebook had a little bit of dust collected on top, and Izuku had to remind himself that it had only been a year since he actually started to write in this. Izuku started to flip through the pages of the notebook, a small smile beginning to form as he looked through the entries. These were some of his best works he had done at the time. Hours upon hours spent writing and researching for each hero. His info on each hero's life was top-notch and his theories were even better. The best part of the entries, though, was at the bottom corner of each one. Written in a variety of colorful pens, his mom would always leave a note for him to read. They ranged from thoughtful compliments on his hard work all the way to her own input and theories on the hero. Even the occasional warning to get to bed earlier than he was at the time. He continued to flip through the pages reminiscing until he got to the page that changed everything. Written in big bubble letters was All Might's signature. That day had started off his normal day. Then Bakugo told him the one thing that had broken the chance that he could ever keep his rose-tinted glasses of their relationship on. Then the rooftop incident with All Might happened. After that he started to withdraw. His entries started to become subpar and lacked the energetic feeling they had previously. Then his mom got sick. Then the notes at the bottom of the corner stopped appearing. He shut the notebook in frustration as tears were free falling from his eyes. His mind flashed back to everything that he had done that day. Had he and Eri run away from the first initial horde that same day? It had felt like months ago now. What would the old him think of the current him? What would All Might think of what I've become? What would Kaken think of what I've become? What would Mom think of me now? The what-ifs flooded his mind, and as he closed his eyes, tears still running down his cheeks, he saw the aforementioned people appear in his mind. Young Midoriya, you have come too far to ever truly be a hero, All Might boomed, towering over him and shaking his head in disappointment. You couldn't be a hero, Deku. Instead you had to go and make yourself a shitty-ass villain instead, Bakugo sneered. Izuku could hear the faint sounds of explosions and the phantom smell of nitroglycerin. What happened to the baby I knew? His mom whispered, transparent hands cupping his cheeks before disappearing a few seconds later along with the rest of the apparitions. She was right. They were all right. Even if they were all figments of his imagination, they had a point. What happened to the happy-go-lucky kid from just last year? What happened to the kid who never gave up and swore he would be the world's first quirkless hero even if he had to break every bone in his body to do so? What happened to the kid who had hope? As tears fell from his eyes, he internally cried out for his mother to hold him. He hadn't felt her kind touch in so long. All he was left behind was a phantom feeling of what was once there. He knew deep down that he had committed too many sins to ever meet his mother again. He turned his head to the side while he was wiping his eyes and caught a glance of the gauze roll he had used earlier for himself and some alcohol wipes laid out on his dresser. A thought came to mind as his earlier thoughts connected with the objects in front of him. Maybe I can still try, Izuku thought, moving to grab a basket. December 24th, 12:03 a.m. Izuku had been pacing in front of the room for a couple of minutes at that point. A fisted hand going up to knock on the door but stopping right before he hit it. It was getting ridiculous how many times he drew his hand back and went back to pacing. All the sass and confidence he had earlier had left his body once the tears from earlier had escaped his eyes. Still he needed to do this. If not to make things right, just to clear his conscience. He could do this. He could. So why was he hesitating? Gathering up his courage, he lightly knocked on the door. A few beats passed with no sounds of movement on the other side of the wall. Izuku was about to knock again when the sound of footsteps could be heard. The door cracked open to reveal yellow irises staring at him. Hey! Abruptly, the door slammed right in front of him, the wind whipping him in the face from the force it was shut at. Izuku was left staring at the wooden door in the silence of the hallway all by himself. Oh, that's why he was hesitating. Honestly, he should have expected that type of response from her, especially this late at night. He knocked again, this time doing it continuously. Mina opened the door glaring at him and she pushed him out of the way and stepped outside. What? Mina hissed out, rubbing the sleep out of her eyes. Oh, I was just wondering how you were doing, Izuku replied. Midoriya, it's late. I mean, couldn't this have waited until morning or literally any other time? I mean, yes, but as Izuku tried to explain himself, Mina began to walk back towards her door. In a last-ditch effort, he moved in front of her and blocked the door. She narrowed her eyes at him, but he just ignored her. Look, I know you're mad at me and you have a good reason to be, but at least hear me out, Izuku tried. Fine, you have 3 minutes. Go. I just wanted to say I'm sorry for shooting you earlier. It was pretty rash on my part, and though you guys were being a-holes, you didn't really deserve that. Is that all? Mina said, her face the same exasperated expression as it was when she first came out. No, here, Izuku stated before handing her a basket. She raised one of her eyebrows at the items inside the offending object. Oh, these are for your arm. The bandages you have on right now have tons of dirt on them. And you could get an infection if you don't keep clean ones on, Izuku rambled. There's also alcohol and cotton balls to help clean it, and once again I'm sorry for shooting you. It was not Italian led for, but I could have handled it better. He was suddenly cut off from his near asphyxiation from his muttering by a chuckle. Izuku looked up to see Mina laughing to herself at Izuku's expense while trying to cover it up as a cough. Midoriya, please take a breath. I can see you turning purple from over here, Mina sniggered. Also chill out. Everyone else, minus Hitoshi, is probably sleeping right now. Sorry, my bad. Izuku looked down at his feet embarrassed, and in a much calmer voice he said, I just jumped the gun, no pun intended, so once again I'm sorry. I don't regret punching Purple Tro Shinsu earlier at all after what he said. But you literally did nothing. A few moments passed where neither of them said anything. Izuku had honestly thought he had effed up once again. What was he thinking, admitting that he didn't regret beating up one of her friends? What he said was true and he would stand by that till he died, but it wasn't supposed to leave his mouth. Please stop apologizing, Midoriya. I get why you punched Hitoshi. He honestly deserved it. I also get why you shot me. Well, I really don't, but I get the vague idea of why. Right now, though, I don't think I can fully forgive you just yet, but I'm willing to be civil and not overly complain about it. Izuku smiled. That's all I'm asking for. Once again, silence befell the two teens as they stood in the dark hallway. Well, I'm going to go, Izuku awkwardly commented, backing away. Thanks for hearing me out, and I'm sorry for bothering you this late. Have a good night, Ashido. Mina gave a small smile and a two-finger salute as she began to shut the door to her room. Good night to you too, Midoriya. When Mina pushed the door shut, Izuku was left with a lopsided grin on his face. It was a different approach to friendship than he had ever taken, but he could definitely work with this whole situation. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.